in the district as we see the homecoming of Stefon Diggs. This is a receiver of much acclaim. This is a dude with over 11,000 receiving yards in the NFL, 74 touchdowns. Over the course of a 17-game season, he's averaged 1,200 yards a year. Some truly monster seasons, especially when he was in Buffalo playing with Josh Allen. You go back to 2020, he led the NFL in receiving yards and receptions, 127 catches, 1,535 yards. His 4 seasons in Buffalo, the least receiving yards he had was 1,225. Diggs is the real deal. Last year in New England, well documented at this point, 85 catches, 1,013 yards, 4 touchdowns. Really became Drake May's go-to receiver, and that team was good. They got to the Super Bowl. They won, what'd they win? 13 regular season games, I believe. Diggs is going to turn 33 in November. But I think what I'm most encouraged by here is Adam Peters. And if you look back at last year, you had the whole Terry McLaurin contract saga that didn't really go well. Now, they did add Deebo Samuel, right? And that's worth pointing out. Although Deebo's more of like his own element than he is necessarily a true wide receiver. And I think they had Terry, who was dealing with the contract stuff. You did add Deebo, but the rest of the receivers on that roster had question marks. Not to say they couldn't deliver, but they hadn't delivered. They hadn't consistently delivered. And so going into this season, getting into August and looking at Terry McLaurin, clearly established star receiver, and then the rest of this group, you had question marks. And I think there's real reasons to be excited. I think Luke McCaffrey's had a hell of a week of training camp. I think Treylon Burks has all the tools needed. Burks has significant injury history. Luke has never done it consistently. Go further down the line. I like Antonio Williams a lot. He's a slippery player, but like he's a third-round rookie. What are you going to get from him? And I think this football team, coming off a 5-12 season, the Commanders need to win. And for me, undoubtedly, signing Steph Diggs helps this team win. Helps them win week 1 in Philadelphia. Helps them win across the season. And more so, if you get into another situation, and let's all hope this doesn't happen, but hope ain't a strategy, man. Like, of course, nobody wants injuries to your receiving core, but should they emerge, this just gives you more depth down the line. Terry McLaurin has never had as good of a receiver in the room with him as he does now with Diggs. Jaden Daniels has never had 2 options like McLaurin and Diggs. And I think this just pushes forward the Commanders. And we can debate. I don't even know if there are really many debates. I'm going to open the phone lines up right away. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. B will be in here any minute. He had some charity work this morning. I just think I don't see a downside here. I recognize, and perhaps this deserves to be part of the conversation, that Diggs has had off-field stuff. Most recently, whatever it was with his chef, that was like thrown out of court immediately. And what sticks out to me is the NFL came out pretty damn quick and was like, there will be no punishment regarding this incident. That's the league giving teams a full green light to go get the player. And that to me is where my interest wanes. I think Diggs can play, and I think it helps this offense a ton. And I think you got to give the front office credit for recognizing perhaps what went wrong last year and how they're going to try to fix it this year. And throughout the offseason, I thought Peters and Quinn were aggressive in trying to fix things, especially on the defensive side of the ball. They spent a lot of money on the D-line. They used their first-round pick, number 7 overall, to draft linebacker Sonny Styles. They added to the defensive backfield. And offensively, they added Rachaad White. They added Chigakonkwo, but there wasn't a lot done. You did draft a receiver in the 3rd round, but like you did have this remaining question mark at receiver of the question is, who can you trust besides Terry? Not that you can't be excited about guys, because I think there have been guys showing well in training camp, but who can you trust? And I don't think there was really an answer to that after Terry McLaurin. And I think we saw last year the receiver room struggled, and you've got to make it stronger. And I think this undoubtedly makes the receiving room stronger. If you look at Steph Diggs, He's played 11 years in the NFL. 5th-round pick back in 2015 by the Vikings out of the University of Maryland. Outside of an injured season in 2024 in Houston, where he went down with a knee week 9, I believe, he's gone for at least 700 yards every season. And from 2018 to 2023, it was over 1,000 every year, and then last year back over 1,000 yards. Von Miller famously said, "I could roll out of bed and rush the passer." I think Steph Diggs could roll out of bed and get you 800 yards. And if Washington can have that sort of secondary receiver production, I like this offense way more. And that's not to say Steph can't maybe give you more. I think we're kind of putting a cap on what we think he is, and I'm not sure we should. This could be a lot more than people are expecting, but I think there's a baseline of what this will be that is significant and is a significant boost to the offense. Phone lines are lighting up already. We're going to start with B in Northeast. What's up, B? What do you think of the Diggs signing?
What's up? Hey, man, listen. I'm stamping it now. Jaden Daniels, if healthy for the full season, go ahead, give him the trophy now. We're going to call him the comeback player of the year. Just because of how much Stefon Diggs is going to complement this pro-style West Coast offense. Him and Terry opposite of each other are going to be crazy. I know you still got Luke. I heard he's having a hell of an offseason. They say Antonio Williams looks real promising, but there's one person I'm not hearing y'all say his name. I'm not understanding why, but you cannot forget De'Ami Brown. Him and Jaden Daniels already have a hell of a chemistry. De'Ami Brown was a main target when we went to the NFC Championship 2 years ago. I feel like this team with Jaden Daniels and a new scheme and a new program under Blau is going to be crazy. But Stefon Diggs is what you would call a professional wide receiver opposite of Terry McLaurin. The man has 11 years of NFL experience, no shaky seasons. Even last year, I don't care what nobody say. Without Stefon Diggs, to me, the Patriots don't go to the Super Bowl. They just don't go. On top of them being in this style of offense now with Stephon and Terry, I feel like Chig Okonkwo can also be a great attribute, man. And listen, the sky's the limits for number 5 now, man. You give him 2 hell of a receivers with a big helping offense, man. And if he stay healthy, listen, I don't know what can happen. Only God knows. But
great call, B.
It looks really good.
B,
man.
I think it's safe to say you're excited.
Am I? I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready for week 1.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. That is B from Northeast. The sky is the limit. And I do agree. Like, the one not criticism, one question mark, if you want to raise, is what does it do for everybody else now that you have Diggs? And I think the reality is it should get everybody else more open. And if you watch, like I've watched every practice so far, and I've watched minicamp and OTAs. This offense, we got to get out of our brain Kingsbury's offense, where if you had Diggs, it just would have been Steph on one side and Diggs on the other, and probably Antonio Williams in the slot. Like, that's not what this is going to look like. There's going to be so much more motion and movement and guys lining up all over the field. And I wonder, too, if Diggs only played about 55% of the snaps last year in New England. He was coming back from the knee injury. Now he's that much further removed, that much healthier, right? Maybe the snap count gets up to 60, 65. But there's going to be snaps for these other guys. There's going to be development opportunities for these other guys. I'm going to keep the phone lines going here. My guy Rusty is in Delaware. Rusty, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, Jay. Man, I've been calling in here for the last few months and just saying, let's bring Steph home. Let's bring Steph home. I'm super gassed up about this. I've been thinking ever since the signing, like, how are they going to cover both him and Terry? I mean, it's going to be real unique to see what teams can do to try to take that threat away, and then who's that going to leave open if they figure out how to take that threat away. And as far as what it does to everybody else, I mean, yeah, of course it slides guys down the depth chart, and, I think what are we at, 8 or 9 receivers now, and then we're not going to keep 8 or 9 receivers. So that's what those guys get paid to figure out. But one thing that I believe that it does is it makes the Washington Commanders a better football team. and that's what I'm here for. And, Jay, if I could real quick, today's Jackson's 11th birthday. Want to give him a
Happy
shout-out.
birthday, bud.
Yeah, he's seen more Commanders games than any 10-year-old, and now he'll see more than any 11-year-old. So,
love that, man. Happy birthday to that boy. You guys take care. Yes, it's going to slide guys down the depth chart. That's a byproduct of playing good competitive football and putting together the best roster you can. Is anybody worried? I'm not necessarily comparing these players, but are any Rams fans worried about who's going to get slid down the depth chart when Aaron Donald comes back? No, because you're trying to win games. And I think the undeniable part of this is Steph Diggs joining Washington makes them a more dangerous opponent week 1 in Philadelphia. You want to talk about Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean? Add Steph Diggs to Terry McLaurin and Chig Okonkwo and Rashad White and Antonio Williams and Luke McCaffrey, whatever that combination is, right? And I think you want to give your star young quarterback as many weapons as you can. I think this is adding a weapon. Let's go to my guy Dominic in Chicago, probably listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Dom?
Hey, I'm listening to Odyssey, JP. I didn't like it.
Your prerogative. I don't see that. I don't see that outlook. Somebody that knows Diggs incredibly well is Mike Locksley, the head coach of the University of Maryland. Locks is going to join us in about an hour. I don't know if everybody saw it, but Steph Diggs was in College Park yesterday. They posted a video of him at the very end. He said, "Go Commanders," which was pretty cool. I love Diggs' approach to all of this. He's just been quiet, going about his work, working out like crazy. I know Steph's longtime trainer, Myron Flowers, and he's told me that the speed is actually up from where it was. And I think we all have this impression that Diggs is going to come in and be kind of the possession guy, red zone, third downs. That could very much be the case. But I think it'd be naive to suggest that it's impossible he is more than that he can get vertical again. Because if you have Terry on one side, like I think Steph Diggs last year in New England kind of did what had to be done. And that Patriots passing game wasn't explosive. They ran the ball well. They threw the ball to the tight end a lot. Look this up for me, White Brian. Didn't Drake May not have a 300-yard passing game till like week 14 or something? They were winning games and they were very good and they had their formula and Diggs was a part of that. But I think the notion to automatically assume that any sort of verticality, especially in an offense that ideally is running good play action, like you know how good Steph Diggs is on a long crosser? Like a lot of people think of those shallow crosses. You could also run those deep. And if you have a deep threat going one way and then a tight end that sits down inside, like there are a lot of options. I can't hear you.
Week 16 was the first 300-yard passing.
Right. Like New England was really good and Drake May was really good. I'm not taking anything away, but that was not an explosive passing attack. So I don't think we have to apply limits to what this does to the offense, but we also should be reasonable, right? Like this is a dude that's turning 33 in November. The automatic notion that it's like, oh, okay, he's just going to catch the quick outs, 3rd and 4, he gets you 6. That's great. You want that. He might be able to do other stuff too. We're going to keep the phone lines up for a while. So you want to call in, hit us up, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Joe is in Manassas. What's up, Joe?
Well, hey, what's up, JP? Love the show, man. I
Thanks,
just wanted to say, do you feel like this is like, makes the team better? I agree with you. I love it for this season. But do you think it's more of an indictment, like, just kicking the can down the road for Peters? Like, don't you agree that, like, chemistry, building a young receiver with a young quarterback going forward instead of just picking up this one-year rental? Like, I understand it helps us now.
Hang on. Let's talk through this, okay? So
yeah, let's do it.
You're saying this is an indictment because you're just picking up a one-year veteran rental, right?
Yeah, and more of an indictment on Peters on his draft process and some of the guys that he's drafted before.
I think, like, if one of those guys hits, all of this changes. If Antonio Williams shows he's a really good player, all of it changes. I hear what you're saying, especially like depending how far down you want to play this, that McLaurin doesn't have guaranteed money next year, and do we have to do that same dance? I don't think you're necessarily.
I think those two guys are going to be gone. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like McLaurin, Diggs, this is for this year, right? So, like, if we're going to, this year, we're happy with that. We're cool with that. But that being said, like, some of these other guys stepping up, is Peter just saying, hey, they're not ready for the action? They're not ready to step up? They're not ready to be consistent?
I hear your point, and I'm not going to fight your point. But I also think, like, August 6th with week 1, I don't know, 35 days out, something like that, is not the time to discuss the long-term roster build. You have a valid point. I just think those are questions like, for March and April.
Yeah.
And
I just feel like there's some receivers that, like McCaffrey and some of these guys have been around a couple seasons. Like, if you're not seeing the,
here's where I'll disagree with you.
Okay.
NFL teams want to put the best possible team on the field, right? Last year, they wanted to go with their guys. This year, I think they are recognizing there's a really good player that's available. Let's bring him in. And it has nothing to do with next year. It has nothing to do with not liking the guys we've drafted. It's about winning right now. And I'm okay with that. Because I don't think Diggs' arrival impacts like Antonio Williams' ability to evolve into a good player. Pro football is about, like, if somebody's scared of the competition that Steph Diggs' arrival brings, they're in the wrong line of work.
Agreed. And that's going to show you more about the guys that we do have on the roster anyway. But yes, but that being said, I just think that, like, we're just kicking the can down the road. I want to be competitive this year, but also, don't you want to build for the future? Like, you know what I'm saying?
They would argue they're trying to. Like, for all the talk of the receiver position, they've drafted a receiver in each of the last 3 seasons. 2 of them in the 3rd round, 1 of them in the 4th. So they have tried to add. I don't think it's necessary, but everyone's entitled to their own viewpoint. I'm not knocking you for it, Joe. We got a busy show. It is going to be a fun one. Steph Diggs wearing the burgundy and gold. Presumably, we get to see him. We get to hear from him tomorrow. Hit us up. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The big news from yesterday, wide receiver Stephon Diggs has found his next NFL team. Diggs said this offseason that there is no number 2 wide receiver in the league better than him, and now he'll get a chance to prove it while playing with Terry McLaurin in the Commanders' offense. Adam Schefter of ESPN reports that the 1-year deal is worth up to $12 million. And the Indianapolis Colts and Jonathan Taylor have agreed to terms on a 2-year, $44 million extension, according to Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. The deal is a maximum value of $47 million and includes $39 million guaranteed. That is the 3rd largest deal for a running back in NFL history. And tonight, 6:05, right here on 106.7 The Fan, Miles Michaelis takes the mound for the Washington Nationals, who ended up snapping their losing streak yesterday with a 10-4 victory over the Philadelphia Phillies in 11 innings. And Miles Michaelis ended up being the hero of yesterday and took his first at-bat since 2021. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Shout out to our boy Nucci. He was at camp yesterday. I got to say hello to him and his little nephew, and I believe he's got a big name coming to the front porch next week. But hell, he's kind of just got big names coming to the front porch every week, so nothing new there.
Yeah, he just had Paul Wall.
Guess who he's about to have? I can tell you, but then I'd have to kill you, Jeff. Hell, let's get Jeff's reaction real quick. I mean, you're wearing your Jaden jersey today. I mean, you're a Maryland boy. I'm a Maryland boy. Steph Diggs is a Maryland boy. How fired up are you for Steph Diggs? I mean, does Jeff even have headphones? What are you doing in there?
I'm completely fired up, bro. I just think AP brought more faith back to the fan base. What do I mean by that? A lot of people were on AP like, yo, he needs to get another receiver. He needs to get this. We watched the entire mood of the fan base change just off one acquisition. Now I'm like, I can't wait to see it all come together. We just think about, you have Terry McLaurin, Stephon Diggs, Chigga Conquo. The field going to be open. Somebody going to be one-on-one, and those are 3 guys that I know who can, take the ball in a one-on-one situation.
Jeff's fired up. Let's go to Joe in Bowie. What's up, Joe? Joe, you there, pal?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, dude. What do you think of the Steph Diggs move?
Well, first of all, I'm as happy as a pig in slop. That's real old. Y'all probably too young to know anything about that. But let's go and start the season and beat the Eagles, beat the Cow Turds, just beat everybody, man. Because it looks like people don't know what we're going to have, except we know we're going to have the bomb this year. So they can sleep on us. I'm happy, bros. And I can tell in your voice, JP, you're kind of happy too.
Yeah, I think it's a good signing. Thanks for the call, Joe. Appreciate you, man. We're going to keep it going because the phone lines are packed. Tailgate Ted on the line. We got a celebrity here. Hello, Ted.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
We're good. How are you?
I'm excited, man. I can't remember the last time. I mean, you and Mitch talked about in the pod yesterday. We actually had an offense like this. And take it back to Pierre and Deshaun, but I'll add in Jordan Reed in that mix. And if you just think of Diggs and Terry and Chig kind of recreating what that offense did and how exciting that was, I don't know how any fan can be upset about it. And the caller earlier that was a little bit bummed about not developing Antonio Williams or McCaffrey and the other guys, why can't they develop along the way? Why can't they learn from Diggs while they're there? And Diggs only played 55% of the snaps last season. They're going to get their shot to still get some work and learn from a guy that was actually in the Super Bowl. That is priceless. You can't just get that anywhere. So let's just be excited about this move. And I still got concerns about center, but right now, I'm on cloud 9, man.
I love it, Ted. Thank you, buddy. B. Mitch has arrived. Good morning, Mr. Mitchell. How you doing, dude?
Good, brother. What's happening?
Let's start with the news of the day, man. It was, of course, happened right as we got off the air. I think it was like 1:53:50 when the news started to emerge that Steph Diggs was signing with Washington. I think it was something that it kind of approached when, not if status. Like you kept hearing a growing buzz about it. What's your reaction now? Haven't slept on it. Talk to folks. What do you think?
Listen, I'm thrilled. I think people can say what you want.
You've known him for how long? Since he was a kid,
He was
right?
young in my camp, and the kid can play. You know, that's the whole thing about it. Does he help? Like you kept asking the question yesterday. Does he help your football team? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I think that's what you're looking for. And I think him helping the team is going to move forward. I was over there at the Northwest Stadium with some of the people from the Commanders and thrilled. Thrilled. And I think, you know, when you look at it, we started off this season thinking it was going to be somebody else, but you know what? People can talk themselves out of stuff.
Totally.
And we were there doing a deal, Jay, it was a media day for high school kids.
Today.
So they picked the top players, whoever the team and the coaches voted on these players that get to represent these teams, and you had the coaches there as well, like 180 people. And we were talking to me and Fred. Tell them you can talk your way out of stuff. Prime example, what happened? The other guy went to work, and look what happened. He signed. He's about to play.
I think it's exciting. I think we'll see him tomorrow. He's got to pass physical, all that stuff. But I think it's an exciting day if you're a fan of the Burgundy and Gold. The phone lines are lit up. If you want to call in, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You know, I want to get into kind of the X's and O's with you of how I think Diggs helps this offense. Plus, Maryland coach Mike Locksley knows Steph very well for a very long time, is going to join us in about 45 minutes. Excited to talk to Locks and talk about the Terps program, what they've got going this year. Right now, let's talk to Jonesy in Maryland. What's up, Jonesy?
What's going on? B. Mitch, you been getting there? What's going on, man? You been getting on people about showing up for work on time.
Jonesy, when you don't know what's happening, mind your business. When you don't know what's happening, mind your business.
Hey, look, I can roll. It's Leo season.
Mind your business.
Hey, check this out, man. As far as to go with the other guy that we thought would try to make a move for this team, loose lips sink ships. The other is it's best to be thoughtful and open up your mouth and remove all doubt. So he's not here. But the Stephon move, Diggs move is great, man. Love it, man. Love it. I mean, now I'm looking at opposing defenses that this team will face not being able to stack that box because in favor of him being out there on the field. Also, you can't double Terry. That's another thing. And you're going to be very careful as far as who you sending out of that secondary, towards Jake. Now, boy, it's about to set up real good. So I'm ready to go to Philly week 1. It's just a matter of time, and I'm waiting because I'm looking for a W.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Jonesy. I think the point Jonesy was making, hopefully everybody's aware of this. The Brandon Ayuk door is closed and was closed. Like that he still is under contract with the Niners. For folks that are going to be like, oh, you can still add him. No, you can't.
I kept saying,
stop.
Until he does handle his business, nothing can happen. He hasn't handled his business. So for all people that were supporting him, just think about that. You supporting somebody that's supporting themselves.
Let's go. Our guy Co from the Foe is on the line. What's up, Co?
Yeah, what's going on today, gentlemen? Hey, B. Mitch, man, I was on my way down there to help JP out, man. I ain't think you handled it by himself today, man.
I said B was on his way in. He had charity work.
I ain't
No one listens to me.
I ain't hear you. But look, man, look, sky's the limit, like everybody say. We got 2 receivers now who's proven in the league that can go out and get theirs. So the front office, I think, has did a good job this year of putting the offense in great position. Now it's time for the coaches to dial it up and get these boys in the right spots, and, man, we can make a play. Also, we got to come to conclusion, are we going to be an offensive team or a defensive team? And that's how we know how to game plan and scheme
for the season. Because we don't want to go out there and daggone 2-3 plays, score a touchdown, and defense giving up daggone the next 2-3 plays, and we going back and forth, just trading possessions, trading points. We need to know if the defense going to be strong or if the offense going to be strong, and that's how we dial it up. Thanks for taking my call. Man.
Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, Co. Now, I appreciate this call. Our guy Manny in Southeast, there was nobody more supportive of Brandon Ayuk for a while, and Manny, even you grew tired of it. How excited are you to have Steph Diggs in town?
Hey, fella, JP, Jeff. Hey, big homie, I see you came in on time, right? I'm right here in Southeast. I was headed down there, too, to help him. I didn't want the people to jump on him. You understand me? But from now on, my man from Southeast says we don't say Brandon Ayuk, we say the other guy.
All right.
The other guy. Because he don't want to get his business together. We ain't tripping, man. We got a true number one. We got two true number ones. Now, this is what I'm going to say. Because I was listening to y'all earlier. If people pay attention, they said that the quarterback for the Patriots didn't get a 300-yard gain until week 16. Diggs played 55% of them plays, right? And
Yes.
he still got 1,000.
Yeah.
You understand me? I'm saying pure production from this guy. We got two pure number ones, and any other receiver we got on our roster that cannot thrive in what we got going on right now, we don't really need them. I'm not talking bad about them. I'm not saying that they're not good. I'm just saying that with all the attention that's going to be on these two pure gunners, and we got Chica Conquest, and we got Rashad coming out the back, and Fat Man running like a boulder, and Bill that's starting to catch the ball looking good, man, it's sky's the limit. And like the last caller, and I want to say something to the last caller. I don't want my team to be offense or defense. I want my team to be offense and defense. I want my team to go in there and score in 5 plays, and my defense to come in and get them out in 3. I want the score to be 77-0 every game.
Damn.
You understand me? Yeah,
I wouldn't mind more than 7.
I want that.
Maybe.
I want the New England Patriots, what they was doing to people when I think did they lose to the Giants that year?
Yeah.
They was putting up 50 on people. They was putting up college scores on people. Why can't we do that? Because one thing about it, we ain't got to worry about it if we outscore you. You only got to win by 1. If we up by 50, it's automatically over with. You know what I mean? But welcome home, man, Diggs. Man, I'm Team Diggs. I'm always a Washingtonian. The other guy, man, he's out of here.
All right, man.
Anytime they say his name, make them say, man, no, that's the other guy.
Appreciate you, Manny.
All right, brother.
Manny has moved on. I appreciate that.
Manny
He
left.
lost me a little bit in there. Did he want to win 7-0 or put up college scores?
I don't know, man.
I don't know either. Certainly the defense looks improved. What we can tell you for certain, it looks different and it looks much faster. We'll see if they're improved when we get to the games. But they overhauled the defense. They've changed the offensive philosophy significantly, and they've added players. I think where there was a question, I think you had 2 questions offensively, the center depth, which remains.
Yep.
I also think they'll add a veteran center when we get to roster cuts. We did the math the other day. There's going to be like, I don't know, 20 times 31 plus another 17 times 31 players available. Somewhere in that pile of humanity, there will be a center that they feel comfortable with that gets added to the roster. Adding Steph Diggs, though, is a big-time weapon for this offense.
Yeah.
And I think it lands on a lot of different levels. Everyone I talk to, staffers, reporters, Steph was A1 last year, locker room, on the field. And, like, the few times where maybe Steph thought he should get the ball, that's what receivers are supposed to do.
First of all, I want every player on my team demanding the football. If you are an offensive weapon and you just go through every game and don't demand the football, I got a problem with that.
One of your best friends from your playing career is Gary Clark.
Yes.
How did Gary handle when he didn't get the ball?
He demanded the football. But he used another 4-letter word in between them. So, he demand the bleep football.
There was a great Drew Terrell used to be the wide receivers coach here, had a fantastic quote about what he wants in his wide receivers. I'll tell you that if you're on hold. T, Mike, everybody on hold, stay there. If you want to call in, 800-636-1067. Mike Loxley joins us at 11:15. 24 hours. B. Mitch and Finley, here's a fun little update. I would guess in about 24 hours, roughly. Certainly nothing's a lock, but I would guess Stephon Diggs is speaking at a podium microphone, answering questions from reporters. You will certainly hear that live on the B. Mitch and Finley program.
100%.
So be ready for that tomorrow. Today, he's got to head over to Ashburn, probably take a physical, do those things, the perfunctory measures of signing a contract. I will not be shocked at all if there's a Commanders social media post of Steph with a piece of paper in front of him and a pen, and I think people will be very excited by that. I think people are very excited right
with
now.
With the cheese.
T is in Orlando. What's up, T?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are we doing?
Good, man.
How you doing?
Excellent. I just wanted to say that the Steph Diggs, to me, is twofold. One, it gives, obviously, Terry a running mate, someone who can move the chains on a consistent basis and be where he needs to be at. But I think even more importantly, we might see as the year goes out, Terry misses a game or two. You have someone with experience who can step into that one role and keep the pressure from all of the other younger or less experienced guys
totally
in the roles that they're in, and have somebody step in and take on that role.
Yeah, man, it absolutely gives them more depth and lets them feel more confident if something happens. Like, hope was the strategy last year, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And I applaud them for being more proactive this year and going to get somebody that not just relieves pressure, but can also be a legitimate weapon. I think because the numbers were somewhat, listen, he went over 1,000 yards last year. That's something to celebrate in and of itself. I think it's perhaps naive to assume there couldn't be more. And I think the Patriots offense was not an explosive passing attack. I think this David Blau offense looks a lot different than that. And I think Drake May, they were bringing him along and trying to have it very controlled. To not have a 300-yard passing game until week 16 tells you a little bit about the level of explosiveness in that offense. They were, you know what New England was really good at last year? Winning games.
There you go.
And that's the primary function. Like, we can get so caught up in wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. Those are media creations. Like, this David Blau offense is going to have a lot of receivers play in a lot of different spots. And they're going to be in motion all the time. So there's going to be real opportunities for McLaurin, for Diggs, but for a lot of other guys too. Mike is in Houston. Mike, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good. How are you?
How you doing?
Doing well. I'm usually Mike from Annapolis, but I'm in Houston today.
All right. Shout out to Houston. Go to Papa's Brothers Steaks. I like that place.
Yeah, outstanding.
I was looking for a good steak later on today. I appreciate that. I like this move because it really kind of cleans up the wide receiver room and gives it direction. 3 days ago, or gives it an identity. 3 days ago, it almost felt like, let's just add some bulk, throw stuff in the air, and see where it lands. And it almost had a bit of a Dan Snyder vibe to it. But you add Stephon Diggs, right? And that slots into number 2. We know we got WR1. And then, we talked about Williams. Is he going to step into 2? Is he going to step into 3? Well, now it looks like he's going to slot into 3. And it really cleans up the wide receiver room, gives it vision. In addition to that, if Treylon Burks does what everybody thinks he can do, then Stephon Diggs might be in trouble, which is a good thing. So essentially it raises the floor as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. It's a good problem to have when you add good players to your football team. And
I agree.
That's what they've done. And, I appreciate the call, Mike. Enjoy Houston. One thing we've always said about Howie Roseman and the Eagles or the Rams or the Niners, there are teams out there that are constantly looking to add good players. And don't get so caught up in we got to develop the guys that are here, even if it means we don't add good players. And I think this is in understanding and perhaps a growth or a change pattern for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn to be like, listen, let's get guys on the field that help us win games immediately.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
And I think that's who Diggs is.
Totally. And listen, man, I don't know about him being in any trouble. I think he's going to be helping his team out tremendously. And he's a playmaker, The thing about it, people think playmaking is only when you go for a 60, 70-yard touchdown. You know what's playmaking? When it's 3rd down and 8, and they know they throwing you the damn ball, and you catch it for 8.5 yards. He does that all the time. When the ball touches his hand, boom, he puts it in.
Totally, man. Our guy Easy is on the line. What up, Easy E? How you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm doing good. Hey, B. Mitch, don't let nobody mess with you coming into work late. Sometimes it's just the day that you have to do it, man. Today was the day for JP to take everything.
This was
on
a
by
planned
himself,
thing,
and-
dog. It was all planned.
No, I know. No, I know. I'm just saying, late or not, it don't matter if it's planned or not planned. JP got there on time for the first time in 10 years, so, that's always good. So, and he can't complain or even lie because I live out there.
There was no complaining.
No, I know you weren't, but what I'm saying is I don't want to hear no complaining at all no more. I know when you lying about getting to work late because we live in the same area, man. So anyway, I love this signing. I think AP has finally looked around. I think you had just said it, guys, when you said like the 49ers. You look at the Eagles. You look at other teams that are like, okay, so what? We drafted 2 receivers that's taking a little bit. Let's just keep adding until they're ready. Let's win now. Let's not wait. And everybody, the one caller earlier that called said, well, Diggs signing, that's an indictment on AP in the draft. And no, it's just some players take long. I think you said tight end sometimes takes 2 or 3 years before they really start shining. Okay, maybe Ben Simmons this year. We don't know. But I really like the sign it because I really think it opens. And I think what people are really forgetting sometimes is that Rachaad White is a threat. I know a few callers mentioned it, but a lot of people keep forgetting about him when we make these moves. The team has weapons galore. And if Bill comes into form and he's more of a passing, catching running back too, which I know he's working on that, and he stops the fumble, now you got another threat. See, the more threats you have, the more trouble the other teams are in. I know that other callers said, other receivers might be in trouble. No, the Eagles, the Giants, the Cowboys, they may be in trouble. Teams we play on the schedule may be in trouble. We ain't in trouble. So let's not make no trouble. Y'all have a good day.
Amen.
Appreciate you, Easy. Thanks, man. Let's go. I'm going to sneak one more in. My guy, Bones, is in Southeast. Bones, you fired up?
Yeah, what's up, JP? My main man, B. Mitch.
What's up, Bones?
Hey, look. I like this signing right here, man, because guess what? Man, I'm going to get a chance, man, to rub up against Cardi B, man. As soon as we had the first 2-3 home games, man, I'm going to be right in there, man. I'm going to post it up. I'm going to get a chance to bump heads with Cardi B, man. I love it, man. Thank you very much for taking my call, man. Love y'all guys, man.
Oh, boy. Damn Bones.
Like, it will be wild if Cardi B, and I do not know the relationship status there. I'm not going to pretend to know.
Yep.
But it will be wild if Cardi B's at a Commanders game. And I think the amount of like stars and people that are around nowadays has significantly shifted. That's going to be a wild little subplot, B. Here's what we're going to do.
Try to be up on that sweet level every week.
I know.
Oh, hold up. Little known fact. Me and my friends were the first to bring Cardi B to DC.
I'm sure
for a
you
party.
were.
No,
we have to break. You're going to yell at me. Mike Loxley, head coach of the University of Maryland, will join us at 11:15.
This sports update is brought to you by I-66 Express. Jonathan Taylor and the Indianapolis Colts have agreed on a 2-year, $44 million contract extension, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The deal can reach as high as $47 million based on incentives, but he's guaranteed $39 million. Taylor, who's a 3-time Pro Bowler and former rushing champion who led the NFL with 18 rushing touchdowns last season, was scheduled to play on the final season of a 3-year, $42 million contract in 2026. Now he has his third contract with the franchise that'll take him through the remainder of his prime. And tonight, 6:05 p.m., right here on 106.7 The Fan, tune in to listen live for a series finale between the Nationals and the Phillies. The Nats broke their 7-game losing streak with a 10-4 victory last night in 11 innings. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is your answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Krupp Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Got to tell you, Rude is the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And if it ain't Rude, Brian.
It ain't right.
We've been talking a ton of Commanders training camp. B, we've been at training camp. We've been in Ashburn all week. This is our first day in studio. We'll have, going forward, we'll probably have twice a week in studio as the games get closer. You and I have also often voiced our complaints about driving down here to the Navy Yard.
Yeah.
But today there's no traffic, and it feels pretty good in here compared to the tent.
Yeah, we're no traffic for you.
Yeah, you were coming from the stadium
I
here?
went from my house in Centerville to Northwest Stadium, from Northwest Stadium to here.
Where'd you get traffic from Northwest?
Yeah, a little bit.
Route 50 or something?
You're coming down 50.
Yeah, New York Avenue.
there. But, coming across I'll just say this. Everything was good. Because when I'm coming across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, that's normally hell.
Yeah.
It was.
That's great.
Like I was in the Indianapolis 500, dog.
My ride was easy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mass Avenue, the road that I feel like I live my life on. Commanders Training Camp. All of our training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. B, the other thing I think is interesting, for all the excitement about Steph Diggs joining Washington, we're going to talk to his college coach, Mike Locksley, here in a few minutes.
Locks.
Dan Quinn also, I also think there could be some injury reinforcements brought back tomorrow. I'm not sure about Allegretti, but we're kind of in his timeline. Dan Quinn said this Thursday, the off day for everybody, would be a big evaluation day for Trey Amos, Tress Way. Like, I think
I saw Tress punting yesterday.
There you go. How'd he look?
He was banging them like he normally does.
Yeah.
Had his guns out.
Sun's out, guns out,
I
Tress.
almost interrupted him, but I said, no, I'm not going to bother him. That was like yesterday morning. I forgot to tell you that.
Well, I won't be shocked if both those guys they have off day today, Friday, Saturday practice, off day Sunday. Then it's going to be a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday gearing up for the Dolphins game, with Wednesday being that joint practice.
When they get off, they completely off?
Injured guys might be coming in.
Yeah, because I was leaving this morning, and I saw somebody's car still at the house. So I figured, dude, not going nowhere.
I think if you're injured and you're going in for recovery or rehab or something, you're in. But it's a true off day. Like a lot of days where the media isn't there, they still have a walkthrough or something. This one and I believe Sunday are true off days.
Why couldn't I be going through the league now? Our off days, we were stuck in Carlisle.
Yeah, not sleeping in your
you
own
really
bed.
Ain't won't do nothing.
Or whatever else you might be doing in your own bed. I wanted to read this quote. Drew Terrell used to be wide receiver coach here in Washington, but this is an experienced wide receiver coach that's been around the NFL. He's now the Bills wide receiver coach. Mm-hmm. And our friend Ty Dunn from the Go Long Network had this quote from Terrell. This is a wide receiver coach talking about wide receivers. And you know how I always talk about how I love corners because they have to be irrationally confident? Like, corners are going to lose 6 out of 10 plays.
Yeah.
8 out of 10 plays, maybe. I mean, the rules are designed against them, all of it. Terrell said of wide receivers, you need guys that are bleep holes and ultra confident and almost like delusional. Guys that think that they're open all the time and they want the ball all the time, regardless of the coverage. They think they're open. Those are the types of players you should have playing receiver. Does that?
I would say he could probably say anybody that catches the ball. I played quarterback for 8 years, and I had receivers always saying, man, I'm open. I'm like, no, you weren't. And then I became a running back, catching balls out the backfield. You know what I told Mark Rippon? I'm always open.
Like
just dump it off to
7-Eleven.
me. And he's like, what do you mean? I say, just dump it off to me. I get the first down for you. He said, B. Mitch, the linebacker was there and another guy was way. I say, I'm open. I see. When you are a receiver of any sorts, you're delusional. Point blank. You run a route and you cut and you look out and you don't see anybody, but the guy is trailing you. You don't see him there, but you think you're open. Quarterback came through, he don't throw the ball at that moment.
If you don't have that mindset, now there are different ways to publicly express that mindset, right? There's healthy ways to do it, and then I'd argue there's unhealthy ways to do it. But if you don't have the mindset, I think you're missing the boat. Like, you're supposed to think like that. I specifically of Diggs, I really liked this statistic that I looked up yesterday. Last year in New England, he had 85 catches, healthy reception total, right? 51 of them for first downs.
I love it. See, that what I said earlier, when you have that ability to catch a ball when everybody know the ball is coming to you and you move the chains, I don't care if it's 5 yards, 8 yards, 2 yards. That's big time. That's why they go to him in the moments.
I also wonder what you think about this. I think because Diggs last year was recovering from the knee injury and that offense was very specifically tailored for what they wanted him to do, I think it would be naive to suggest he can't do more. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll kind of be in a similar possession role here. But, like, the thought that, like, he doesn't have speed anymore.
He played 55% of the plays.
Yeah.
If he had played 75% of the plays, estimate what those numbers would have been.
You can
like.
extrapolate it fairly
So
simply.
I basically look at this where I remember when Keenan McCardell was coaching at University of Maryland, and Steph was there. And I used to hear a lot about Steph, so I called Keenan. He'd say, I wouldn't bet against him. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you have a pro athlete who plays 16, 17 years in the league, who's your coach, and people are like trying to doubt this, doubt, they say, I wouldn't bet against him. That dude has something different than the average person. You know, and when I was watching some highlights and stuff last night, so I went back and I pulled up some little stuff about him. You watch him. He catches the ball, first move, upfield. He's not one of those guys that has a lot of wasted movement and stuff like that, and he gets up the field. I don't care if he catches the ball, get up for 4 yards. If he gets that first down and we got 4 more downs, that's a damn big play for us.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take an early break here to welcome on Mike Locksley, head football coach at the University of Maryland. Locks knows Diggs very well. The Terps football put out the video of Diggs at practice yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Very likely we get to talk to Diggs tomorrow, but Locks is talking to him all the time. I'm curious how excited Stefan is to join the Burgundy and Gold. Nobody go anywhere. Mike Locksley joins us next. You know, everybody talks about making the most of summer, but at Offenbachers, the fun doesn't have to end when the weather cools off. JP Finley here for my friends at Offenbachers. Right now through August 18th, you can save up to $4,000 on select hot tubs and swim spas. If you've ever thought about adding a swim spa to your home, now is the perfect time. You can swim, exercise, or simply relax year-round, no matter what the weather brings. And if you've been thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't miss Offenbacher's end-of-season specials on premium patio furniture and umbrellas. You'll find exceptional values on select pieces with limited quantities available. My porch is all Offenbacher's furniture, and it's fantastic. Plus, you got to ask about Offenbacher's floor model sauna and swim spa sale for even more outstanding savings. Stop by one of Offenbacher's convenient showrooms in Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis, or visit Offenbachers.com. But do not wait. These special savings end August 18th. That might be B. Mitch's birthday.
football is officially back. The 2026 NFL season begins tonight at 8 p.m. when the Carolina Panthers and Arizona Cardinals face off in the annual Hall of Fame game. Now, I know it's not really football, but it's the first sign that football season is almost here. LaFleur confirmed that Jeremiah Love will not play in the Hall of Fame game. However, the Cardinals do have 3 other preseason matchups, and Love will gear up for his rookie season in those games. We will get to see Miami's Carson Beck. He's getting the start under center tonight for the Cardinals. But before that, 6:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, we have a series finale between the Nationals and the Phillies. The Nats broke their losing streak last night in 11 innings, where Miles Michaelis ended up playing hero, where he took his first at-bat since 2021. He's getting the start tonight in Philadelphia. From the Crop Netcast Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, very fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in University of Maryland head football coach, Mr. Mike Locksley. Locks, what's up, man? Thank you for making time. I know you're busy.
All good. What's going on, JP? What's going on, B. Mitch?
What's up, Mike? What's happening with you, brother?
I'm just over here trying to make $1 out of 15 cents.
When you figure that out, let me know.
There's a lot for us to discuss, Locks. I want to talk about, I know you guys opened camp yesterday, getting ready for week 1, going to host Hampton. But yesterday you also had a pretty special guest at practice with Stefon Diggs there, and he posted that little video saying, "Go Commanders." You grew up in D.C. I know what the burgundy and gold means to you. I know how long you've known Stefon Diggs. How happy are you that this has happened, Diggs to the Commanders?
I'm really excited about it. And, Steph, every summer he's here training in his off season. If you follow him on Instagram, he's one of those guys that stays in shape. And his longtime personal trainer that we connected him with back in high school, Myron Flowers, has been he's been here training at Myron's gym up there, Domain up there in the Montgomery County area. But to have him back here, he's been here working with our receivers a couple of times this summer. Really have tried to integrate him back into Terpsville because he's been gone a long time, and it's great to have him back here, but even better with my favorite NFL team.
Coach, I know people will have their sometimes question things about Steph. Him coming back, how big is that for you to have him to come back and give some of your guys, that knowledge he has?
You know what? That was the sweet sauce that I learned being down at Alabama. I've coached at Florida, Bama, Illinois, and at Bama, those guys like Julio would always come back and train there, and AJ, and all their former greats come back, and it really helps you with your current players because they can share the wisdom of what it's like. And so it's great. We had Ty Felton back here working with Steph and working with our new young receivers. And, anytime you can get the former players to come back, and for us here, it's been a little tough because, a lot of these guys have had a different head coach. As Maryland has had a few head coaches over the course of the last 20 years. So the coach that recruited him isn't always here. And, the good thing is I've been here since 1997. This is year 18 on Maryland's campus. And so I know quite a bit of the guys. And it's great when a guy like Steph comes back and, he brought Trayvon. Maybe the Skins have some interest in a corner and do a little package deal.
Coach, I want to get to everything you're doing with the Terps, getting ready right now. But I'm curious where you think Diggs is as a player, how he can work with Terry McLaurin, how he can help Jaden Daniels.
Steph has always been one of those guys that's been really an unselfish player. As I said before, he's always in great shape, but as a guy that knows how to fit into a locker room. Now, the problem with Steph sometimes is because of his competitiveness, he had 1,000 yards receiving a year ago with the Pats. So I think he still thinks there's some tread on that tire, and he stays in great shape, so he's able to always produce. And I think he'll work great with Terry McLaurin, complimenting him. He'll be a great kind of security blanket for an up-and-coming quarterback like Jaden Daniels.
It's going to be fun to watch. I'm curious, what was I I feel like just based on the timing yesterday and when that video got posted from the Terps football account, were you with him as that kind of got finalized? And was there a real sense of like excitement, relief? Like kind of what was that like?
Well, it's funny because, he and I have been in communication quite a bit over the last, 2-3 months because I've been trying to integrate him back into Maryland as he's on the back nine of his NFL career. When you recruit guys like him, for them to benefit from making a decision like he made, because he was a guy like Zion Ely, like a bunch of the guys I've recruited, that could have went anywhere in the country, and he decided to stay here at home. And for some reason, when former Terp football players leave, they get a little more disconnected from the program. And I've been really trying to recruit these guys back. We had Vernon Davis up for one of our fundraisers. I think Vernon's coming to practice today. We've had Sean Merriman, a bunch of these guys that I had a chance to recruit. And, having a guy like Randy Starks back on the staff and Kyle Schmidt really has kind of helped get some of the former players to maybe integrate themselves back into the program.
How important is that to make sure you have that? Because, every time I get a chance, I just stop into my school's campus, and I'm like, they're not going to know who the hell I am. They all know who you are because the coach is going to make sure they know.
Yeah, it's paying it forward, B. Mitch, and you understand that. And again, the tradition of some of these players and what they do, I always say third-party validation is what rules recruiting. And I can tell you that Stephon has helped me over the years recruit all the different receivers, whether it's here or Bama. Him being able to talk about how he was able to be developed in this system, it goes a long way. And then to come back and share the knowledge that he's gained, with 12 years? I don't know how many years he's been in the league.
This will be year 12, yeah.
Year 12 for him, but to be able to share 12 years of wisdom, including some of the negative things. I mean, we know some of the things that have taken place in his life, but he's always owned up to all of them. And I think being able to share not just his successes, but where he's failed and how he's been able to overcome it are great examples and stories for our players to be able to learn and grow from.
Maryland football coach Mike Locksley joining us right now. Last one on Diggs. You've known him a long time. I mean, you probably connected him with Myron Flowers, who I talked to on TV yesterday. I know that relationship stretches back 2 decades. How do you think Washington has Terry McLaurin, obviously, and then they have a lot of younger receivers that are looking to develop and find their own way. How does Steph help those young guys?
Yeah, and I think that's where Steph is in his career. I mean, he understands. He's 32 years old, 12 years in. He knows that there's a shelf life, and much like guys like Odell Beckham and some of these other receivers as they start hitting the downhill side of it. But I think because of how he's kept himself in tip-top shape, I mean, the guy, that's all he does outside of football is train. I think he has a little more wear and tear, a little more tread on the tires than maybe some think. And I think he'll be great for young receivers because, I mean, I watch him with our guys here and does a tremendous job of teaching. For a great player, typically they have a hard time telling people how they do things or what they do. But the way he studies the position and the way he plays the position and the route runner he is, he's been really good for him. We got 2 young receivers or new receivers in Chris Durr and Naeem Abdul-Rahim Gladden, who both have benefited from Steph being around all summer training and working with these guys.
Coach, I do want to talk a little bit about your team. I know you guys are grinding now. I also know you brought back a lot of players, and it starts with Malik Washington, but it's a lot more than that. That's hard to do in the transfer portal era, the NIL era. I mean, guys are leaving all the time. I think you've got like 70% of your roster, of your production back. How excited are you for this year? I know how hard the Big Ten is, but I feel like you might think people are sleeping on you a bit.
Well, I'm glad they are. I'm excited about this team. As I said yesterday, I've been on this campus 17 seasons. This is year 18, and by far, from top to bottom of the roster, is one of the more talented rosters, if not the most talented roster at Maryland that I've been a part of. But as I said before, talented roster doesn't win games. The things that I'm starting to learn with this new landscape, the quicker you create the connection, the accountability that comes with it, as well as, really doing the work. As I've said before, a lot of times a year ago I had to do a lot of messaging because when you have a young team, you have to message a lot. And to be quite honest, I'm tired of talking. I really am. And our team we got a good team here in College Park. If you sit back and watch, and in December we'll all figure out whether what we think we are is who we are.
I know you've got Malik. I've been so impressed getting to know him a little bit. How has he looked through camp?
Yeah, I want to downplay him, man. You know, he threw for our pro day a year ago, and you got, you know, guys like Todd McShay calling him a $7 million man, and I'd rather just let him continue to grow and keep it under wraps. But he is a super talented quarterback. I mean, he's a guy that a year ago he came in the right way when we threw him in the deep end. He didn't come in and try to become the instant leader. He kind of picked and chose the spots where he implemented himself into some of the leadership. But right now, this is Malik Washington's team. And if you've been around Jones Hill House, our football operations center here, for any length of time, anyone here will tell you he is as advertised, and this is his team.
I did want to flip it over to the defensive side of the football. Sidney Stewart, that's a player, man. That's a guy that's going to play on Sundays. Retaining him at Maryland, really impressive. What do things look like for a real pass rusher, I would say, this fall?
Yeah, I'll tell you what's interesting. You know, Sid has a partner as well in Zaire Mathis, who was one of those guys who was also on a bunch of lists as a freshman, big-time freshman All-American. And when you put those two together, you add guys like Zion Ely out of high school.
I was going to ask about him, too.
You add D.D. Holmes. You add Nasir Taylor. Ted Monachino, our D coordinator, who is known as one of the best pass rushing coaches up there with the Ravens during the heyday of the Ravens' defensive dominance. He has a room full of pass rushers, and right now what we have to do is take them from the potential to the production. And Sid and Zaire obviously had production a year ago, but now the consistency that comes with a little more experience. We've added more depth. And to me, in the Big Ten, as you know, it's a trench league where you better be good running the ball and stopping the run if you want to have any chance of success.
Mike, I mean, every year, I know you get excited for the season to start just like anybody else. Is this year making you a little bit more excited for your crew?
You know what? I've been containing it, but I mean, I got a big secret, and I know that what kind of team we have. I've watched it. I've been a part of rebuilds most of my career. Whether you get places like Illinois or even here at Maryland for multiple rebuilds, and I can tell you that this team is different. They're really well connected. You know, a year ago we finished 4-8, where we had opportunities in at least 3 games where I know we lost games on the last drives of games against Nebraska, Washington, and UCLA. Games we were winning in the fourth quarter, and what I've taken a deep look at myself. I've got to do a better job of putting us in situational football and practice and making sure I got the right guys in the right place at the right time. I own that. These players also own and understand that those losses that we had have to become lessons for us, to which we learn from, and we learn how to finish. We learn how to not be complacent. We learn how to not play to a scoreboard. You know, the scoreboard can lie to you because when you're winning like we were in Washington, it makes you feel like the game is over, and next thing you know, you're in a dogfight. Or when you're down, it creates anxiety. So with a young team, we've really harped on, let's not worry about the score. Let's focus on the task at hand. Let's focus on the production, and then the winning takes care of itself.
Coach, I know you got meetings to get to. I know you made time for us, and I really appreciate that. Try to keep Rachel Frank in line for us, all right?
We got to keep Rachel Frank in line. I love it.
Right.
Appreciate you,
Thank you, Locks. Really appreciate the time, man.
Y'all be good. Thanks.
All right. Maryland football coach Mike Locksley, very close with the Diggs family. Got Steph to Maryland, got his younger brother to Bama. Long-time relationships.
Yeah.
Like when people talk about DMV football, I don't think they understand
relationship matter.
The depths of what Mike Locksley is in this area.
You know, when he was talking about the scoreboard thing, you know, I always mention what Monty taught me. Monty's always said, let's win this quarter. We'll be up. He said, if we keep winning the quarters, we're going to win the game. You know, imagine you're up by 30. You can get lax. It's like when you see, every time we see a 2-0 lead in hockey, a 2-0 lead in the World Cup, it changes.
Yep.
But if you keep winning the period or winning the quarter, you win the game. And I think if you teach everybody that, if you're up by 20, make sure you win the next one.
Totally.
And you won't have a problem.
You want to hear something funny?
What's that?
When you said, you want to hear one thing I learned from Monty? I thought you were talking about Monty from Starboard.
I mean, order another Orange Crush.
You don't even have to order them there. He just hands them to you, whether you want it or not.
Boy, that's my man.
I want to get back to Diggs. I did want to mention this, though. This kid, Maryland got, Zion Ely. Hopefully I'm saying that right, W, if you could check that.
That's what he said.
I think he's the highest rated recruit Maryland's ever gotten.
Wow.
B.
Pass rusher?
Pass rusher from Baltimore, 6'4", 230. I'm reading from a recruiting profile. Metaphorically speaking, built in a lab to get after the quarterback. His comp, and listen, this is an 18-year-old guy. Who knows what life will become. His comp is Will Anderson with the Texans.
Oh, hell.
He was nearly unblockable during weeks of work at the Under Armour All-American game.
And that's where all the big-time boys were.
Yeah, dude. I'm excited
that
to see
just
that
tells
kid.
you, though, man, listen, bro, that being able to connect with these young people in that recruiting thing is a special trait to have. Mike does that
That's
well.
been Locke's power.
Yeah,
all
hell
along.
yeah.
All right, I want to get this back to a Diggs conversation because I'd like to open the phones again. I know a lot of people want to have a conversation about this. Who does Diggs help most? Who is most to benefit from Stephon Diggs' arrival in Washington? I'm going to let my man Boresh. Oh, no, I'm just going to take him. Boresh is calling from Dallas, enemy territory. What's up, Boresh?
What up, JP? What's up, Brian Mitchell?
What's up, brother?
Hey, not much. Hey, y'all still owe me a drink.
We'll work on it, man.
We got you.
Yeah, I'm a Russian fan. Oh, yeah, man. I like the way.
Oh, this is our Russian friend
right
that's
now.
a Skins fan living in Dallas. All right.
Yes,
It's
sir.
Boris,
yes,
right?
Sir. I'll make sure. Yes, sir.
All right. Stallion wrote Boresh, like Boresh. Boris, Stallion.
I keep telling
Boris.
you, but Stallion different, bro.
All right, brother. What do you think of the Diggs arrival?
Man, that is something very special. When everybody was on Adam talking about, hey, he ain't doing right, I will say, Brian Mitchell, you know how you say when you cooking up something? I said, let the man cook. Guess what he done cooked up? We're going to the Super Bowl, and I'm about to eat.
All right.
I love it, Boris. Enjoy life at Big D.
You asked that question.
All right, Matt.
Super Bowl, says Boris.
You asked that question, who is he going to help? I'm saying the Commanders. Because I think when he's on the field, you have to pay attention to him. And whether they put him in the slot or out wide, I think what Antonio is short. He almost ran over us yesterday, remember? When we caught the pass.
Yeah.
Antonio is a little bigger than what people give him credit for.
Broader shoulders, I would say.
Yeah. And I think, listen, man, that kid get on the field with Terry and Steph, and they mess around, and you watch how fluid he is and how much space he can get, and they put their third corner on him, that it helps him out. Hell, then it helps out your running game because if you now have those two receivers that are proven, coaches are going to pay attention. Why? Because it's a passing league, right?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you got smaller people on the field. I posted a picture of the offensive line yesterday. I said, this is the unit that's going to make this team go or not go. If those guys start road grading, then your running game is working then. So I think it's not a particular person, it's a team.
Who do you think Stephon Diggs' arrival helps the most? Anthony is in Martinsville. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, what's going on? B. Mitch and Stanley. Hey,
what's
good
up,
to hear
brother?
from y'all.
You
bro.
too, man.
Hey, listen, did y'all get that raise? Remember, I put y'all in for a raise a couple weeks ago.
It didn't work yet, man.
We're working on
We're
it.
trying to figure it out.
Okay. Well, it's on the way. Look, don't tell nobody, though. But it's coming. Listen, I think that undoubtedly, if you go back and look at last year, Bill Krosky-Merritt, even though he had 800 yards, it was kind of like that was all later on in the season. That's all the defenses was focusing on because they knew that our pass game really wasn't that strong. So I feel like I'm putting him down for at least 1,200 yards this year because you're not going to be able to stack the box. After the first or second game and Terry and Diggs are really, chopping up defenses, all of a sudden they got to come out of the box now. They got to play off. And I feel like Bill Krosky-Merritt in the run game is really going to benefit more. You will notice it more. You'll notice that before you notice how many yards that all of our wide receivers got at the end of the year.
Appreciate
All right,
you. Good call,
Appreciate
Anthony.
it. Good call, man.
Keep advocating for our raise. Let's go to Carlos in Severna Park. Who benefits the most from Stephon Diggs coming to town? What up, Los?
What's up, guys? I think our defense is going to, especially our secondaries. You know, we have cornerbacks that are going to be like man-to-man coverage cornerbacks, and you know, having Terry McLaurin on one side and having Diggs on the other side, especially Diggs, who explodes off the line of scrimmage when the ball is snapped and does the 1-2 moves and all just to get separation, get open. You know, it's going to teach our secondary, hey, like there's going to be wide receivers like this. They're all wide receivers like this in the league, and we can benefit from it. The question I have for you guys is, and I know it's going to be the talk in the future, you got Terry McLaurin on one side, you got Stephon Diggs on the other side, and I know we're supposed to be like, we're trying to get young and separation with speed and all. Do you think people are going to look at our offense, our wide receiver core and be like, it's an old bunch of, it's an old group? What do you guys think?
They can look at what they want. It could be an old group, could be cooking your ass every day too. I mean, so people might look at it like that, but guys at that wide receiver core, if they're still playing in the league, they still are productive.
Appreciate the call, Los. Thank you, bud. We'll keep it going. Kurt is in Ashburn. Kurt, what's up, man? Who's this help most?
Me, Jones. The one who benefits most is me. I'm an 80-year-old guy, and I think they'll win this year, and I can't wait too long. Now, listen, I did some research on Diggs as a blocker. That's a seldom-mentioned skill, but he, I believe it was on the airways, I heard one reason they didn't keep behind Dotson, because he was not an enthusiastic blocker. We had two wide receivers here. If you allow me to do another deep dive like I did before.
Hang on. If I may, Diggs is...
I'm sorry?
If I may. Diggs' resume is so much more significant. It's one thing if you come in as an established veteran that maybe isn't the most interested blocker, but you know is going to give you 1,100 yards versus a guy that's a rookie, needs to prove who he is and maybe not interested in blocking.
Yeah, well, I understand that. But I was just going to tell a story about Art Monk, who was a big wide receiver. And I was watching the game, and the guy delivered a cheap shot to Art Monk, and Art Monk was really angry, which he really got very angry. And I thought, oh, my, this guy doesn't know what's about to happen. So I focused on Monk's next play, which was running play, and he pancaked him.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate the call, Kurt.
James Arthur.
Thanks, buddy. I did talk to somebody from New England that said part of Diggs' snap count being low, the majority of it was that he's coming back from the injury,
yeah.
But that the blocking stuff wasn't a strength or something they wanted to necessarily like waste snaps on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think Steph Diggs is your goal line wide receiver because they have Terry McLaurin, who's one of the most physical guys out there.
True.
You also have a guy in Trey Burks who's a big, strong dude. So, like, there is going to be some situational football, undoubtedly.
Yeah, I think it may be a situation where we talking about the 13 personnel, 12 personnel, you might be able to have 4 tight ends on the field. And guess who's going to be playing your receiver? Cheap.
I'm with you. I mean, we've
got 4 blockers and you got a tight end that runs like a damn receiver.
The amount of 12 and 13 personnel we've seen is pretty outrageous. Here's what I'm thinking. We have a bunch of people on hold. I'd like to keep you there. We do need to talk about Anthony Davis. Today is the first day the NBA opens up contract extension talks, and we've already seen the Wiz go big for Trae Young. Mm-hmm. They signed Trae Young to a lot of money.
Yep.
Now, it wasn't the max he could get if he went to free agency. It wasn't the max the Wizards could give him, but it was the max anybody else could give him.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard plenty of NBA people suggest that was an overpay, that they maybe gave him more than they should have. We'll see what happens, right? That maybe prove it correct. It may not be. It's also entirely possible he's not here for the lifespan of that contract. Anthony Davis, though, is a far more complicated manner. He's older. He's also way more accomplished, right? I mean, Anthony Davis is a future Hall of Famer. Our buddy Brian Geltzeiler from XM NBA Radio is going to join us next. At noon, we'll circle everything back to Diggs. If you're on hold, stay there. We got all day together. We've got tonight. Who needs tomorrow? It's B. Mitch and Finley. Jeff's in there dropping bars with a misfitted Harpoon Hannah's hat on. Shout out to Jeff. Right now, though, we're jumping on the Rude Guest Hotline to talk to our friend, Mr. Brian Geltzeiler from Sirius XM NBA Radio. Geltz, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're good, man. Little apprehensive, though, I'll tell you. We're kind of celebrating in this city because Washington made a big move to bring Stephon Diggs to the football team yesterday. But I'm also aware that today is the beginning where NBA teams can start negotiating with their veteran players about new contracts. And Anthony Davis is certainly a veteran player. And I'm a little apprehensive. How should I feel?
Apprehensive.
To sign or not to sign?
Because, well, here's my point. It depends on the number. Like, I think you have to look at the last couple of really big trades that we've seen from the trade deadline, including this Anthony Davis deal that the Wizards made, to look at the fact that no matter how good a guy is, if he's making in excess of $50 to $55 million or more than that, in this second apron era, there's going to be a cap on his trade value. The Wizards were able to get Anthony Davis for some lower-level first-round picks because of how much money he makes and how much money he's asking for. And could the Wizards make a deal with Anthony Davis that tacks an extra year on the back end for less money per year? Yes, they absolutely could, but they got to be careful not to bid against themselves here, because what if you sign him to an extension at the max numbers you can sign him for, and make no mistake about it, boys, that's what he wants. Mm-hmm. He wants to be signed at the max number that he can get. The problem is he goes in the open market. I don't think there's one team in the league that's going to want to sign him to that number, and that's why the Wizards have to be careful on bidding against themselves here and understanding that he's a player that's about the present, and as much as the Wizards want to be better this year, they're still a team about their future that's going to be built around A.J. Debonsa. So you don't want to get that confused. Plus, they just signed a Trae Young deal on what we all know was a little bit of a wink-wink when that trade went down. Yep. That is an untradeable deal. An untradeable deal. And he's going to make close to $60 million a year. So you can't have two guys making that amount of money. They're better off. Okay, they're better off letting Anthony Davis leave as a free agent and getting nothing for him. Okay, and let what the Clippers did a couple of years back with Paul George be an instructive move in that, and spreading that money out to a couple of different guys to build depth behind their good young players. They're better off doing that than turning around and handing Anthony Davis even a 3-year extension at $200 million.
Knowing the history of these people that are running this thing now, what do you think happened? Do you think they lean towards that, or does some type of deal get signed?
Brian, that's a super question. I'm going to start with this. Okay, Michael Winger came from the Clippers. I just referenced the Clippers and how they handled Paul George. So if we're going to talk about this being a decision that's just going to be a Michael Winger decision, I think they will not pay him too much money. I think that if they have to let him leave as a free agent, they'll shrug their shoulders and move forward. Or if at some point somebody gets desperate for him and wants to give them a protected first-round pick to bring him in, they would look to move him for that and take one pick for him if that's what happens. What I worry about with the Wizards is that, listen, Anthony Davis is a marquee name. People are going to come see him and Trae Young want to play basketball. They're also going to want to come see A.J. Debonsa play basketball. I worry that ownership falls in love with the Anthony Davis name and says, hey, you know what? This guy he's a featured attraction. We got to keep him. Let's do what we have to do to keep him. Because when you look at what the Wizards have coming up with guys that are coming off rookie scale deals, you need to be prepared to pay the people that you want to keep. The Alex Sars of the world, the Bilal Coulibaly's of the world, who are guys that are going to be meaningful parts of your future. You got to be prepared to pay those guys. Going and paying Anthony Davis $66 million a year doesn't help you keep those players who are vitally more important to the Wizards' future than Anthony Davis, who's very much a now player for the Wizards. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, for sure. It's just remarkable that they're in this situation. And Geltz, what is a little more complicated for me now, we're talking with our friend Brian Geltzeiler, XM NBA radio host. You can give him a follow at BGeltzNBA, BGELTZ NBA. When the Wiz traded for Trae Young, and then they traded for Anthony Davis, and then they got the number one pick, it was like this series of events. It's like, oh my God, everything's falling Washington's direction. In the time since, Giannis has gone to Miami, You've had Jaylen Brown get traded to Philly, then LeBron signs in Philly. Kawhi Leonard, I think, is back in Toronto. Like, the Eastern Conference has gotten really good
on hold
again.
still.
Right, well, we think eventually he gets there. And it's just like, whatever we thought the Wiz were fighting for, ideally out, in the playoffs, not even in the play-in, but like the 6th seed or whatever it was, got a lot harder. Do you think that's part of the calculus?
I think it is, but it can't be something that alters the trajectory of your decision-making process financially. I think you can't turn, because here's the thing about the Wizards. They're not, no matter what you do here with Anthony Davis, you're not going to be better than the Knicks. You're not going to be better than the Sixers. You're not going to be better than the Pistons, most likely, or the Cavs. You're definitely not going to be better than, I don't think you're going to be better than the Celtics. And I think it's going to be hard to be better than the Heat or maybe even the Hawks. But let's just say the Heat. So that's 6 teams that I just listed there. And let's give the Wizards the benefit of the doubt and put them in a category with Atlanta, Toronto, and Orlando. All right. So then if that's where you're going to be in that, not in that top group of 6, but in that next group of 4. And even if you want to divide that top group of 6 into 3 and 3, I'm okay with that. Wizards aren't in there anyway. Then you have to determine what's our future trajectory in terms of where we're going to be financially. And more importantly than that, what are we going to consider a successful season this season? Yeah. Now, again, your goal is to win as many games as possible. Your goal is to be a top 6 seed. But if the Wizards are in the play-in this year, that's a successful season coming off the bottom, guys. You have to pass. The thing about the play-in, the thing about those 7, 8, 9 seeds in the play-in, it's a place to pass through on your way up. It's not a place to reside. But for the Wizards, they got to get there first. So to me, if I look at the Wizards, every decision I'm making is saying, okay, we want to get in the play-in this year, but we're not going to make a goal to be a top 6 team per se, to sacrifice anything with our future. And if that means Anthony Davis is unhappy and we have to find a taker for him to get him off our books, then we're going to do that, because we understand that we're just kind of passing through the play-in this year, and our goal is to be higher, and either he's in or he's out. And if he doesn't get the contract extension he wants, he's out. And I think that's a big determination that the Wizards have to make here. What's a successful season? How does Davis play into that? And you do not, and under any set of circumstances, sacrifice future financial flexibility to make Anthony Davis happy. And that's kind of the quandary the Wizards are in right now.
Wow. I'm with you on all that, Geltz. Can I ask you one that B-Mitch kind of thinks I'm crazy, but maybe I am crazy? Everything has happened around the NBA, right? There's been a ton of movement. How unhappy is Steph Diggs with the Warriors?
Steph Curry?
I'm Steph Curry. Yeah, sorry, I'm Steph Diggs on the brain. But, like, what have the Warriors done to support him?
Happy these days, guys. He seems to be psyched to come home, right?
He does. I'm sorry, I meant Curry, obviously. But, like, what have the Warriors done to support him?
So, listen, do I think he's unhappy with this set of circumstances? I think it's a tad embarrassing for Steph Curry that the Warriors were not considered serious enough contenders by LeBron James to go there. I think that's a hard pill for Steph Curry to swallow right now. There's a very big contract extension decision looming for the Warriors, and Steph Curry's got a major decision to make, and I think the organization has a major decision to make. Ultimately, legacy-wise, it works for everybody if Steph Curry spends the rest of his career there. But if Steph Curry spends the rest of his career there, that means he's contended for the last time. They're not going to, and they showed you this offseason, we're not sacrificing our entire future. And for to be good the next 2 years, we're not sacrificing the next 7, because they could have certainly been in the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes if they were willing to put 4 first-round picks up. And if they were able to do that with the Butler contract, they could have attracted LeBron with Jaylen Brown, and all of a sudden they look like a contender in the West. They said no, because they are now have an eye on the future. And if Curry wants to be a part of that and wants to help that, well, great. You kind of kick the, you kind of punt on contending. And that's okay if he wants to punt on contending. He's won 4 titles. He's been to 6 finals. He doesn't need to do a lot to add to that legacy. But if he wants to contend, maybe he doesn't spend the rest of his career in a Warriors uniform. And that's a decision for Curry to make. Here's the flip side of it. If you're the Warriors, I just think it's a responsible exercise to talk to other teams about if we did decide that Curry wanted to be traded or Curry decided he wanted to be traded, what would you be willing to give us?
Yeah.
And the Warriors need to look at that too. So I think there's two sides to this. I don't think Curry gets to make every single call here. With that said, if he does want to stay with the Warriors, it's very hard for them to move him.
Hey, thank you for the time, Gel. It's always good to talk to you, man.
My pleasure, guys. Let's do it again soon. You
All right,
take
bro.
care.
Take
All right,
care,
bud.
man.
Take care. That is the great Brian Geltzeiler from SiriusXM NBA Radio. When we come back, there's a little reporting that is relevant on the Anthony Davis thing, but I want to open these phones, 800-636-1067. Who benefits most from Stephon Diggs coming back to Washington?
This sports update is brought to you by Cop Defense Properties. Stephon Diggs, who had been an unsigned free agent since the Patriots cut him early this offseason, has agreed to sign with the Commanders for a 1-year, $12 million deal, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. It makes for a low-risk investment for the Commanders. Washington knows the risks with signing Diggs, but they also don't have many other options. They got Terry McLaurin, who is the clear number one in the wide receiver room, but their number two was projecting to be Treylon Burks or third-round rookie Antonio Williams. Diggs should be an upgrade, and he called himself the best number two on the market, so we'll see what he can add to this Commanders offense. Are you a road technician that's tired of the outdoor service grind? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. A lot of excitement around here. I can't believe I just confused Steph Diggs and Steph Curry. But the
It's
folks
a slip of the mind. They didn't confuse them.
No. Is that over the air or just in my ear?
What he said?
I'll tell you later. Obviously, this is exciting. And I wanted to let people weigh in on who do you think this helps the most. Let's start with our guy, Mark, in Landover Hills. Mark, what's up, dude?
What's happening, JP? What's happening, B. Mitch?
How you doing, man?
Chilling, Mark. Way to check him for trying to hang up on you, man. I heard
Hey,
you.
man, it's just
He
one
was
of them
checking
things that happens
Stallion.
to me probably as much as anybody, and I'm back with the best guys in D.C., so everything's good.
Hold on. Now, let me ask, Mark, what happened? Stallion hung up on you?
Well, man, he said he didn't, but it's happened numerous times before, and I always call back, JP. I'm not going to let that get me down, man, and I'll believe Stallion, but it's just there's a lot of coincidences in this world, I reckon.
I think he probably did it. Stallion, why are you hanging up on Mark in Landover Hills?
Mark, I did not hang up on you. I never did that.
I think he did. You think he did, B?
Yeah, I think Stallion was trying to be rude.
That's messed up, Stallion.
and it ain't right.
All right, Mark. Who does bringing Stephon Diggs to town help the most?
Well, once again, JP, your cohort there, Mr. Brian Mitchell, is 100% right. It's the whole team. Because football is a team sport with so many players, and Brian will tell you, as he's been trying to educate people, that it's about synergy. The whole team. I mean, look at all the guys on Brian's team that was one of the greatest teams of all time. They had one of the most synergistic teams ever. And, man, it's another good player on our team, hopefully, and things will work out. And, man, I'm psyched. I mean, hey, Jaden deserves help, and Brian put in the picture the offensive lineup. He's spot on again because that's going to make or break us, the trenches, just like him and Doc say. And, hey, guys, thanks for taking my call, and thanks, Stallion, for getting me back to the two best guys in D.C., and you guys have a nice day, man.
Thanks, buddy. I'm sorry Stallion hung up on you, man. That's some BS.
You see him just smacking, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. I mean, certainly, you make an addition. It does help the whole team. My guy Eli is in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I got a twofer. I'm going to start with, I think Terry and Jaden, they're both going to benefit greatly from having Diggs on the team because Diggs can keep the structure of the offense and certain things together while you move Terry around. Because defense would be like, I don't care, you can move him across the board. We're just going to stack him wherever he goes. Now you can actually move him across the board and keep the one-on-one looks that he's going to need. And also with Jaden being +1, like everybody's been saying, you're forcing teams to say they can't necessarily fit in cover 2 and cover 4. They're going to have to roll down. They're going to have to do certain things. And what Bilal's doing, he's also helping Jaden not hold on to the ball because he's going to have he can look at Rachaad White early, then he can come to Diggs, he can go back. There's other ways he has windows all throughout the board to throw the ball too early. Last time you see him waiting for Terry, holding on to the ball because he was trying to get to the play. Now he doesn't have to do that. Now he can give the ball to Diggs early. He can now everywhere on the board we can get the ball. So I'm happy, man. And I think you're going to see it. We're going to see it early. This is the best number 2. Terry might even look better than 2024 because this is the best number 2 that he's ever had.
I think that's a good.
So we don't know what he's going to look like.
Yo, good call, Eli. Thank you, but I think it's entirely possible this opens stuff up for in a way for McLaurin that hasn't happened before.
True. That's what I said. Like, you have to show respect for both of those guys on the field now. And when you have to show respect for both, you have to put a lot of different assets around there to check it out on defense. And if you may be leaving some other guys open or just single one-on-one.
W, I don't know if ChatGPT or something can do this. I made an assertion with Tischler the other day. I honestly mean this. Steph Diggs has 11,000 career yards, right? I think if you add up the guys that were supposed to be the number 2 receiver for McLaurin throughout his career, which is 7 seasons, and add up all of those yardage, I don't think they touch Diggs' numbers over the same time period.
It's possible.
So 2019 was Terry's rookie season. The season, the quarterback play was terrible that year, but listen to this. As a rookie in 14 games, Terry went for 919 yards with 7 touchdowns. Not even receiver. Guess who the second leading pass catcher was in 2019?
Tight end?
No.
Running back?
Yes. Chris Thompson with 378 yards.
Wow.
The second leading receiver was Kelvin Harmon with 365.
You took me way back with that one.
Dog. So then we go to 20, which was the COVID year, which was another lot of different quarterbacks. They had that fun late season playoff run. I mean, they had Alex Smith, Dwayne Haskins, Kyle Allen, Taylor Heineke all started games that year. Terry was the leading receiver again. Who do you think was the second leading receiver in 2020? Second leading pass catcher.
Now you tell me it's a tight end.
I sure am.
Tight end.
Logan Thomas.
All right.
With 670. Then J.D. McKissick with 589. The second leading receiver, actual wide receiver that year, was Cam Sims with 477. Jeff's guy.
He had 5 touchdowns, didn't he?
No. I love this exercise, so we're just going to keep doing it. 2021, Terry McLaurin paced this team with receiving yards, 1,053. Who do you think? You can even just guess the position. Who do you think was the second leading pass catcher? Correct. No.
Was it? Running back.
J.D. McKissick. Terry went for 1,053. The second leading pass catcher for this team, yardage-wise, was J.D. McKissick with 397 receiving yards.
Damn.
Doug, I got a real question, and I'm sure someone's going to remind me who this is, and it'll come to mind. The third leading pass catcher for this team was Adam Humphries. White dude?
Yeah, I think he wore like number
13.
Yeah, it was one of the.
I remember him being here. I am just shocked.
That was horrible,
dude. I mean, that year was bad. I think that was Carson Wentz, if I recall. You had Terry over 1,000, McKissick at 397, Adam Humphries at 383, DeAndre Carter at 296, Antonio Gibson at 294. I mean, that's.
But
that's
think about
remarkable.
that. You get a receiver that could give you 500 to 600 more.
I think that's when they brought in Curtis Samuel.
And you get a tight end like that. And your running backs are this offense can be a little potent.
Totally. Curtis Samuel comes in and has almost 656 yards in 22. Jahan Dotson that year had 523 yards. And then certainly Debo had a pretty good year last year, yardage-wise. Like, I'm not trying to take away from that, but it's just remarkable. Terry has never been on the field with a player of Diggs' caliber in his career. We're talking about Adam Humphries. No disrespect to Adam Humphries.
Yeah, because I sure have forgotten about that name.
Who does Steph Diggs' arrival help the most? Byron's in San Antonio. What's up, Byron?
How you doing, gentlemen?
What's
Good,
up, man?
dude. How are you?
Too blessed to be stressed. Hey, come to think about it, last time we had 2 good receivers, it was, Jackson and Pierre Garçon. It was the last time we had 2 good receivers opposite of each other. So, I mean,
That was
it helps
before
out the
2019.
quarterback. It's going to help out the running game, but the person that's going to help the most, Chig should eat up yards because you can't roll coverage. Everybody has to stay true, or you're going to get killed. So I think it helps out the entire offense, but it helps out the defense because now the offense is going to cook unless we turn into the Chargers and every 2 plays we score a touchdown, the defense back on the field. I would love to have that problem. Y'all have a good one.
All right, man.
Thanks, dude.
You know what? Him mentioning that, you hear about what Chig can do after the catch, and you watch Chig run routes and see his speed and stuff. Chig catches the ball, turn upfield, and you trying to drop back to cover these guys. He can have a lot of space to work with, though.
For sure.
He can be special this year.
I mean, if you've got Terry on one side, and then the other thing for me that I keep stressing is it changes significantly because of what we've seen with Blau's offense so far. And what I mean by that is, like, the conventional thought is like, all right, Terry's on one side, Diggs is on the other, Chig's lined up, on the strong side, whatever it is. This thing is going to look so different snap after snap after snap. And I think that also ideally creates mismatches, but it's not, there's not some like formulaic, this is going to be his role answer to this. Yeah. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. And I think that has a lot of value. And I think it creates opportunities for lots of guys. Like, this may be overly simplified, right? Because I think McLaurin does more here. But if you look at Chicago last year on a team that was quite good, and Ben Johnson was their coach. Now, there were some injuries in that receiving group, but like they just had a lot of really productive guys rather than one dude with a great season. They had 4 pass catchers over 650 yards receiving.
Mm-hmm.
Burden, Odunze, DJ Moore, Colson Loveland.
Yeah.
And I think they would have liked to get more from Moore. They didn't. I think Burden came on really strong late in the year, but I think you could see production like that where it's a little bit spread out and helps a lot of people.
It may not look like it for those who play fantasy football, but you got multiple guys over 600 yards. That works because now you have to make sure that the defense is covering everybody. But if you're trying to win your fantasy football league, you just want one guy to have 1,400.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
It's interesting.
But the team can win games like that too.
Yeah. What's up with this caller? Got a funny story? All right. Ed is in Towson. Ed, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up, fellas? How you feel?
What's up, brother?
Look here, Mitch. I have up close and personal experience with Mr. Stephon Diggs. He brings back bad memories of when I was coaching up in DeMatha in the championship game. And let me tell you, this actually happened. I was telling the fellas over there, I still talk with him. I don't coach anymore, but I still talk with him. Look here, Mitch, we was at, I don't know, we might have been at Bird State or wherever. It was a championship ball game. And, we had some guys. I mean, we do. I'm blessed to have coached there. We had guys. This cat, he caught a dig route. He caught a dig route right there in the seam. And I'm going to tell you what, 3 or 4 of the guys that converged on him were Division I athletes. I'm going to just say that. And I went, look, Mitch, I went to turn my back because I felt like the tackle was made. Okay, the tackle's made. I'm walking down the sidelines. Bruh, I look up, and he is walking the dog by me and going to the end zone. I'm going to let you know. And at that point in time, look here, Mitch, I told the Joker, one of the dudes that I was coaching with, I said, that Joker right there going to the NFL. I mean, sometimes you see a cat. Yeah. He can make things happen. And you know what? You just let him do him. J.D. Daniels is going to find that cat because I've never seen, Mitch, you know, guys 6 foot, around 6 foot or whatever. It amazes me, yourself included, how guys that ain't 6'3", 6'4", that they get their work done. But that's a cat right there. And the other thing is, Mitch, he ain't scared. He ain't scared. He gonna catch the rock anywhere. He gonna talk some junk to you, and he gonna keep it moving. No, I was hoping that they would get that. They would get this cat because he is a game changer. He will get you to the playoffs. Y'all be good, man.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. You know something else, too, that's really funny that I kind of just thought of as Ed was telling that story?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this, a lot of the Commanders fan base, and I think it's frustrated you before, Brian, you've kind of talked about it,
Mm-hmm.
that if it's not a first-round pick, people don't think they can produce, right?
Yeah.
Steph Diggs was a fifth-round pick. and maybe he slid because people didn't like his attitude coming out in the draft or the combine or whatever, but, like, he's done nothing but produce for 11 seasons.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you are Antonio Williams or Luke McCaffrey or whoever.
Yeah.
Even Traylon Burks, who was a first-round pick. You're like, wait. This is what it takes. It has nothing to do with draft status or where you come from. And it's another kind of interesting little subplot in all of this. That if you're Antonio Williams and you're like, you know, if they had brought in Brandon Ayuk just as a conversation point, he was a first-rounder.
Yeah.
And maybe that feels different. Diggs was a fifth-round pick that
did nothing but produce.
And kind of had to earn it in Minnesota even right away.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, those Vikings teams were good.
But that's the
Thielen
thing.
was kind of their
I
top
think
dog.
people have to stop. Just, and this is my thing about media and fans. We're lazy. We always promote the high picks instead of promoting the guy who steps on the field and you go, that guy should have been picked higher. But we could promote the hell out the first round draft pick and occasionally a second. But when the guys after that, we don't seem to want to give them a chance. And until they don't make it at all. But how about the ones that make it? Because if you look around the league, there's far more other people than first and second round draft picks that are playing and producing at super high levels. So if you can play, give them that love and stop just thinking you got to be a first round pick.
Steph Diggs as a rookie, fifth-round rookie on a team that I think went 11-5. Adrian Peterson might have won MVP that year. Adrian Peterson ran for almost 1,500 yards with 11 touchdowns with a Mike Zimmer philosophy that was very much run first. Steph Diggs was their leading receiver. He only started 9 games, had 720 yards, receiving yards. Kid can play, man.
Yes.
We do have a piece of reporting that is relevant in the Anthony Davis conversation. Plus, in a little over an hour, you'll hear from somebody that knows plenty about playing receiver in the NFL. Santana Moss will join the program.
Tell him, man. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? For vacation, you can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling the empty house. Plus, you'll get instant alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruption while you're trying to relax, just peaceful mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's confident performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, that's R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Arizona Cardinals and Carolina Panthers officially welcome fans into the 2026 season by taking part in the Pro Football Hall of Fame game. Tonight at 8 p.m., we will have sort of actual football to watch. For the Cardinals, rookie Jeremiah Love will not play tonight, but we will get a chance to see rookie quarterback Carson Beck under center. Before that, though, 6:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, tune in to listen live as the Nationals play the Phillies in a series finale. The Nats got the win yesterday 10-4 in 11 innings. Now, a big reason they could win again today, they got a bit of history on their side. The Nats have covered the run line in 5 of their last 6 games after playing the previous day after going into extra innings. So the Nats seem to perform pretty well after a game of extras. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So I saw this.
You wanted to.
Cardi B and Steph Diggs obviously have a relationship, right?
Hmm?
Or had a relationship. They have a child
They have a
together.
child, yeah.
It's a blessing. Nicki Jabala, often confused with Nicki Minaj, tweeted out yesterday afternoon. I guess she was looking at her notes.
You're crazy.
They were
dog.
playing Cardi B early in the morning. It must have been a sign. I don't think that was a sign. I do like that Jeff's just constantly playing Cardi B today, though. It's kind of a funny little bit. Be a little earlier. Honestly, I think we would have had a big Anthony Davis day had Steph Diggs not signed with Washington yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Photos now on the internet. He's in Ashburn, presumably getting ready to sign his contract. I think the Commanders will post that themselves. Steph's agency posted a picture inside. But to the Anthony Davis stuff, I do think it's worth pointing out. Josh Robbins, friend of the show, covers the Wizards for The Athletic. He had a report this morning. Anthony Davis and the Wizards will not settle on an extension anytime soon. League sources say that any meaningful talks about a possible extension will occur during the 26-27 season, not before. That's also consistent with what Winger and Dawkins have said. Is we got to see him play.
Yeah, if he's playing 50 games and balling out, we'll give you an extension.
I think
if you're hurt after 10, you probably won't be getting one.
I think you want more than 50, right? Let's get to like 65.
Yeah, if he's at 50,
they play 82.
If he's at straight 50 and he's balling the hell out, I'm gonna give him a little pad for the next 34. Let's see how we go because he's balling at 50. I'm not saying he's.
You're saying if you get to 50, then it's time to talk.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're the 50 and you ain't missed no game. Hell yeah, let's talk. And if you miss him because we kept you out of the game, I understand. But if there's no injury keeping you back, then I understand that.
Yeah, I'm with that. Interesting though, ESPN NBA insider Bobby Marks. Let's hear the Bobby Marks audio before we jump to conclusions. But Bobby Marks doesn't say silly stuff.
Yeah, he's extension eligible. August 6th, he is extension eligible for 4 years, $270 million plus. We saw them sign Trae Young to a four-year, $13 million contract this offseason. I think Anthony Davis is the big extension player to watch this offseason because certainly the ability for this Wizards team that is, I don't want to say they're a win-now team because they're still so young here, but they made the trade to keep Anthony Davis. I know we've heard a lot about his name and speculation out there here. I would look for them to try to get a deal done. Now, the question is going to be, what's the number going to be? Right. Here's a player that's, as we know, has missed a lot of games before, but I think if there's a compromise to reach, I think there's an extension to be had here.
Bobby Marks is not wrong. To me, like, I'm not trying to knock anything here, but if you're ESPN and you're going to do this segment on who are the players eligible for extensions, Anthony Davis is probably at the top of the list because he's eligible.
Yeah.
Contractually, he's eligible, and this is the date you can start having those conversations.
Yeah.
But I'm going to trust Josh Robbins, who says we're not talking. They're not going to talk now. If they talk, it'd be during the season.
Yeah.
Because it's also consistent with what
This is the day you can start talking. This is not the day that you have to sign a deal.
Right. There's no rule that it has to be today, that it has to get done before close of business. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with that.
And I think if I'm the Wiz and you didn't have to give up a whole lot for the talent that Anthony Davis has, and if you're Anthony Davis, you want to go ball out to get a max. And whether it's in Washington or somewhere else, I don't know. David Aldridge tweeted out 4 hours ago. Today is the first day that the Wizards can offer Anthony Davis a contract extension. Lots of experts, in quotes, have chimed in with speculation that Washington was going to go big. Our Josh Robbins knows what's actually happening. Josh Robbins is the one that's saying it's not going to happen until we get into the season. They got to see him play.
They say this is the first day they can offer. Nothing in that says they have to offer.
Right.
So
it's a big difference.
Yeah. That's the thing that people lose sight of. It's the first day, so we always feel we got to get it done. This is not like free agency where you want to go get the top guys out real quick. You can offer it, but if you want to offer some stuff and protect yourself, you want to wait and see what's happening in this situation.
Totally, man. And I think it's important to kind of just have. We're going to hear Anthony Davis's name. I'm sure the shouty shows are going to talk about it, and what like Stephen A. may have some commentary, whatever it is.
If they don't try to sign Anthony right now, something's wrong. You know,
I like that impression. I just think he's eligible for another Supermax. There's only 3 players that have gotten a Supermax at their age 33 season: LeBron, Steph, and Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron, Steph, and Durant have been far, far more durable than Anthony Davis. And not a slight to Anthony Davis, those guys are also way better. So I don't think if we come, we'll be in Ashburn tomorrow, but if we get to Ashburn tomorrow and there's some report that Davis is close to getting a max deal, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think anything happens here. You know how we talk about some deadlines around here, B? And Halloween has been thrown around as a deadline for some things to happen. And then some of us...
No, it's September 15th.
Yeah, I've heard September 15th. I've heard Halloween. I've heard
he's listening.
Somebody's not listening to us. But we've heard these arbitrary deadlines of when something's supposed to happen around here. September 15th.
Yeah, September 15th.
Halloween.
One of them.
I've said I think the arbitrary deadline...
Wow. Y'all are really wild.
I think the deadline is Christmas. I think it's Christmas. I think
it's never.
I kind of think it's never too.
I think it's to infinity and beyond.
But I think like my thing with a football team is you can't judge a football team till Halloween. You need about 6 weeks in before you know what a team is.
Yep.
Think about last year. The Colts were 6-0.
Yep.
They ended up not making the playoffs. Like it's a long grind of a season. The Wizards have got to give that some runway before they're willing to make any sort of contractual guarantees to really enter into that.
Yeah, they got to protect themselves on this one, bro. I'm serious.
Especially because you just drafted DeBonsa.
Yeah.
And if, let's say, AD and DeBonsa have a great start to the season and the Wiz are balling, Trae Young appears to be a part of this thing. A lot of their young core players are certainly a part of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if DeBonsa's blowing up, I'm not entirely sure you don't want to trade AD anyway.
Depending on what somebody offers.
Sure.
Yeah.
But like
everything comes down to how well he plays. Just like I said about Ayuk, if he didn't do his job, as far as following those papers, nothing else can happen. If AD's not playing well and he's not healthy, nothing else needs to happen.
Agreed, man. Agreed. I think it's we caution against getting pre-mad. I know I broke my own rule earlier this week with the learners. I feel pretty comfortable in my pre-madness there.
You gotta learn how to. You gotta set a better example, dog.
Not with them.
Nah,
that's my exception to the rule. I just think
you gotta be better, Jay.
You're going to hear, yes, he's eligible. The window is open. Whatever. I just don't think it's going to happen, and I think that's cool. I want to see them play. When should we get the NBA schedule? Because wasn't LeBron
Well, LeBron
holding it up?
signed now, so they probably going to get it out in about another week or so. We'll get it out now.
It's normally mid-August.
Mid-August. All right. It's almost mid-August.
It's about
Mike
another
Bryant.
week, like I said it.
Thank you for chiming
These
in,
young
Mike Bryant.
folks, boy, I tell you. They like it to be mid-August.
Have you noticed?
Next week is mid-August, right?
Have you noticed when Josh Harris is walking around at Commanders camp how many people are yelling about LeBron to him?
Yeah. Until the season started, and if LeBron score against the Wiz, they going to want to kill him.
It's I don't know, man. It's such an interesting NBA season coming up. I know you don't agree with me. I kind of think Curry moves. I don't think he wants to, but he's got to be so
He's offered a
frustrated.
lot of money, bro. I'm telling you, that dude is killing it off the court.
Yeah, but does that stop?
Well, depending on what kind of deal I signed.
You think his endorsements are hindered if he goes to a team?
If I'm not right there in the area where I can just drop in on a daily basis or semi-weekly basis or whatever.
Steph Curry has earned over $470 million in NBA salary alone across his career.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're saying, counting his endorsement deals, he's probably worth over $1 billion.
Yeah.
Like, he's got $532 million on his current deal, career earnings.
Hmm?
That's crazy.
And
I just don't
being in Silicon Valley area, yeah, he got a lot more.
Sure. I just don't think it changes if he gets traded to the Heat or something.
Hmm?
I don't know, man.
Maybe.
That dude wants to win. And he's never been the guy LeBron is that just constantly bounces around. He's had people come to him. And I don't know if ownership there or management there or what has hindered them bringing guys in, but Steph Curry does not belong in the play-in in the twilight of his career. That's just not where that dude belongs.
Hey, man, sometimes that's just what you got to go through to get where you want to go, bro.
1 o'clock. Phone lines open. We haven't had Bleep You Thursday in a while, but we're about to. Santana Moss will join the program at 1:30. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Talking with the boys in the aquarium there. They each have a couple little vacations coming up. Good for them. You'll be shocked to know, Brian, that White Brian has another vacation coming up because he doesn't get out of town often enough. Also, Stallion headed down to Sunset Beach, North Carolina. I have a dear friend down there, Mr. Ed. If you're listening, should you want to have a cocktail with Ryan the Stallion? We could make that happen.
I call it a cocktail or 10, so let's make it happen.
A horse and a stallion. Mr. Ed and the stallion.
You know Mr. Ed. He has a nice home down there.
I'm messing with you.
I did want to.
You just came from the beach.
Who?
For July 4th? That was over a month ago.
No, I don't think it was just it was less than a month ago.
July 4th, I was there.
In Nags Head?
He is right. It's August 6th.
Yeah.
He went to Nags Head after I went to what's called. So I'm just saying.
Nats had a good win last night. Went extras. CJ Abrams was really, really good. They needed a win. I mean, that's a team that had lost 7 in a row. I think it's crazy to me, like 2 weeks ago, we were having a real conversation that they should be buyers at the trade deadline. They lost a bunch. They ended up pretty much selling. How much of an impact do you think that made in that clubhouse?
The Nats?
Yeah.
Listen, man, a lot of people were probably hearing the names and rumors and things like that. It can affect you, but you know what? That should not be an excuse. You got to fight. You got to play through all that stuff. You know? If it affected them like that, then what happens the next time it comes up? We are going to let them just slide again and say, oh, that's the reason?
I wanted to read this about C.J. Abrams. This is from Spencer Nussbaum in The Athletic. So obviously Abrams was not traded at the deadline. And Taboni was honest. He said there's a less than 10% chance they would trade C.J. Abrams.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading now from The Athletic that Abrams remains encapsulates where the Nats stand in their rebuild. They are too far ahead of schedule to trade a foundational player like Abrams without irking fans, players, and a coaching staff with player development bona fides that have helped them blow past door preseason predictions.
Mm-hmm.
They also will almost certainly not win the World Series this year, even while employing 2 of the game's brightest young stars in Abrams and James Wood, and would again likely be among the longest shots to win it next year, even if Abrams sticks around. Additionally, while it could make sense for the Nationals to keep Abrams if they plan to extend him, the ownership group has shown little publicly to suggest a willingness to make a financial commitment in the hundreds of millions. That is partly why Abrams' name became popular in trade talks. How aggressively the Nationals work to move him remains a matter of debate. 3 league sources who spoke anonymously to discuss sensitive deliberations painted a picture of the Nationals shopping Abrams in the final days before the deadline. Internally, that characterization has been disputed. What isn't in dispute, the Nats set such a high bar that Abrams never emerged as a serious candidate to be moved. And on deadline day, a time for front offices to explore every possibility, the Nats spent limited time actually discussing such a deal. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I think he was that important that if you want to put something out there, have you ever heard of the make me move philosophy? I know someone with a really nice waterfront home, and they're like, I'm never moving. I love this place. But if somebody offers me X, I'll move.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can have a make me move CJ Abrams price.
Oh, yeah.
That is a far different price than when somebody calls about Luis Garcia.
Totally.
And I'm okay with that.
There is a price for everybody.
Right. Ted DiBiase, the $1 million man.
There's a price.
Everybody's got a price.
Everybody.
I just think with Abrams, does he get moved this offseason? Maybe. There is so much, though, up in the air with the potential work stoppage that I'm just not sure a lot of it matters. You know what I mean? Like, I think you get to the offseason, you let all the business of baseball stuff play out, because so much could happen if the business of baseball stuff does play out. What if they actually, the owners want a cap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Players adamantly don't want a cap. But if there is a cap, there better be a floor.
Some owners want a cap.
Sure. I would argue the majority of owners want a cap, but the biggest spending owners probably don't. But what players should also want, as much as they fight against a cap, is a floor. Because you have so many teams with embarrassing payrolls.
Have a floor, but you got to have something that you have to be at. Because don't just say the floor, because they will be right at that damn floor.
It's entirely possible that because Strasburg's number comes off the books this year, so their payroll will look much more realistic to the product they put on the field going forward. Because right now their payroll, even though it's diminished, is still bloated from the Strasburg deal.
Yeah.
If we get to April, because they're not going to agree on anything until they miss a couple games, I think. If we get to April and all of a sudden there is a floor instituted, even if the floor doesn't hit until the following season, wouldn't that be the time for ownership to be like, all right, now we got to get CJ done? Because we got to spend on something. We know he's a ball player.
You would
Let's
think
do
so.
this.
I think you would think so. But I don't know.
CJ Abrams is also repped by Rock Nation. He's not repped by Boris. That doesn't necessarily mean there have been extension talks in the past. Maybe CJ's that much closer to free agency. He's going to get there. But I think it's a different conversation than with James Wood, who is repped by Boris. And they better not trade James Wood ever. The amount, it was one thing to deal with Soto. James Wood grew up in Olney, for God's sakes. Keep him here. Figure it out. Now, as excited as everybody's been about these trades for Washington, Stallions guy that he was so excited about, the reliever Cruz last night, had his first action for the Nats, and it didn't go all that great. He could throw it really, really fast, but he didn't have a whole lot of control last night. And I'll let Stallion defend himself if he wants. Your boy Cruz last night, that you're so fired up about. Stallion cares about velo and not necessarily control.
I mean, so yeah, Yovani Cruz is someone who I still very much so believe
Sure,
in.
it's one game.
It's one game. He kind of blew it last night, but hey, that guy's going to throw 100 miles per hour and have a 92 mile per hour slider to go with it. If he can find that strike zone, good luck hitting him. He's good. He's going to be good.
Just that little if you threw
Just
in.
that little if he can find the strike zone, which has killed many people's careers.
So he didn't find it last night?
Did not find it last night. So that's okay.
So that could be the problem.
Could be the problem.
Stallion just gets so jazzed up about all these moves.
When I play golf with one of my big buddies, my big brothers, I call them, and he was like, "Man, I killed that thing." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's 3 fairways over." But he killed it.
Don't miss little.
He
miss
can throw it
big.
100 miles per hour, but he may not hit the strike zone.
I remember 2 years ago in camp, 3 years ago in spring training, they had the signs up. Nobody cares how fast you throw ball 4. Might be effective there.
There you go.
All right, when we return, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to come together in fellowship. Whoever you're mad at, whatever has wronged you, it is your opportunity. It is Bleep You Thursday.
The Indianapolis Colts and Jonathan Taylor have agreed to terms on a 2-year, $44 million extension. The deal has a max value of $47 million and includes $39 million fully guaranteed. That's the third largest deal for a running back in NFL history. His deal comes 2 days after Falcons star Bijan Robinson's record-breaking extension, the latest big contract in the running back market. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs also seeking a new deal, and he's been a hold-in at training camp, but he did participate in a walkthrough and stretch today, which is more than he has done so far, so maybe a deal's coming soon in Detroit. And one wide receiver deal that we all care about. Yesterday, the Commanders reportedly signed All-Pro wide receiver Stefon Diggs to a 1-year deal worth up to $12 million. He'll be the number 2 receiver behind Terry McLaurin on the Commanders' offense. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're back, folks. When you hear that song, it's time to get some stuff off your chest. We come together in fellowship to be mad about things on a Thursday. And listen, this is a pretty good Thursday in the DMV. Stefon Diggs, local boy, has come home, signed with the Washington Commanders. That doesn't mean there's not other stuff out there driving you crazy, like Jeff leaving B. Mitch's credit card on the table, just as an example. White Brian's mad about stuff. Stallion's mad about stuff. I, too, am mad about stuff.
You're always mad.
We're going to kick things off with Juan in Fairfax. What's up, Juan?
What up, Juan?
What's going on, guys? Y'all want to know what I'm mad about?
What you got?
Y'all want to know what I'm mad about?
Yeah.
I'm mad about all these wannabe Commander fans. I'm mad about all these wannabe Commander fans. Now they Commander fans because we start to do good. Where were you at when Dan Snyder owned the team? And where were you at when we were 3-14? Where were you at when we were 4-12? Oh, now they want to be a Commander fan. I get online. I can't even get no daggone training camp ticket because they all sold out. So where were you at? Where were you at? See, I'm a fan. I'm a true fan. See, that's the man who held me when I was 2 years old. I was baptized when I was 2 years old. Matter of fact, when I went to the training camp out there in Richmond, Niles Paul ran up on me and told me Kyle Martin and Noah was there. Ask Niles Paul. When I was in Richmond, he ran up on me. I look up. Only thing I see was arms. Big dude standing right there in front of me. So I'm a true Commander fan, true Redskin fan. So where were all these Commander fans at, Redskin fans at when we was doing bad? That's what pisses me off. So that's what it is.
I appreciate the passion, Juan. I always do, bud. I hope, have a good afternoon, man.
When somebody late to try to apply for the tickets, they blame everybody else. Why you know those tickets was coming up? You were late.
Now, B, hold on, B.
Uh-oh.
I can attest.
Uh-oh.
In the past, you would be able to get training camp tickets. They'll still be up a day after. Now,
last year they wasn't like that.
Now, people getting used to it, B. I'm telling you.
But I'm saying, last year they weren't like that prior to the season. So he took that chance because he felt we didn't have a good year. I could take my time. And they still like them.
It used to also just be every day was open. Like, it used to be every day. Honestly, training camp for a couple of years was super dead. There was nobody out there.
Yeah.
It's changed. You got a star quarterback. They've made it nice. There's food options. You know what I mean? Like, it's a different.
We had ribs and chicken yesterday.
Shout out to the Ribinator. Let's go to Will in Herndon. Will, who are you mad at, bud?
First time caller, long time listener.
Appreciate it.
The learners.
Yes, preach.
They towed my car. I'm attending theirs in Tyson's Corner, so bleep you for that. Also bleep you for what you've done to my Nationals, which I love dearly. And to the C.J. Abrams point, there's a lot to look forward to about this team. C.J.'s ready to ascend. We need a new ownership. I'd love to partner with you guys in my small stake. I'm 31 years old. fourth generation Redskins fan. Super excited about Diggs. Played against him in high school. He burned my ass. Anyways, I know this is supposed to be a bleep you or whatever, but look, what the Nationals are doing, I follow it on every level. I'm, GP would probably like this, but you keep on to Devin Fitzgerald, you keep on to Willits, you keep on to Yolan Susanna. That 5'8" lefty actually's got some game, but honestly, none of these problems would happen if we had a different ownership. Thank you to Miles Michaelis now for that bunt last night, and bye-bye now.
Good call, bud.
Take care, man.
Yo, who had worse luck? My man Will, whose car got towed from his work parking lot, or Rooster, whose car got stolen from his work parking lot?
I would have to say Rooster.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate you, bud. Vince is in D.C. Vince, who you mad at, dude?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing, B Mitch?
Good, man.
I would like to bleep, man, my man Juan from Fairfax. He all irate, man, over all these new fans or whatever the case may be. Man, Washington haven't had nothing, man, in years to look for. So signing Stephon Diggs and all these people who getting tickets, going to the preseason games and going to the practice, let them be, man. It's nothing wrong with that, man. Everybody want to talk about a fan. Let's talk about when B. Mitchell, when you played quarterback, when you drove us down the field, and not only did you play quarterback, you scored a touchdown for us. We could go days and days and talk about who's a fan and who's not. Relax, Juan from Fairfax. You my man, but just relax.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, Vince. Thank you. I did want to let one of our own chime in here. White Brian's mad about something. I think
What?
it's his 8th vacation of the year. What's up, Dub B?
Yeah, just bleep the United States airline system. The last 4 flights I've been on have all been delayed in some sort. And I have a flight at 10 o'clock today. Got delayed at noon, an hour. How does that happen?
Wait. You had a flight at 10 o'clock tonight?
Tonight, yeah. And they delayed it an hour, and they told me at noon.
Well, at least they told you. They didn't tell me till I got to the damn airport.
Here's the suspect part, though. If somehow they get it back on time and you're not there, they'll leave your ass. That's happened to me.
Yeah.
So you still got to get there on the time that it's slated for.
It's all just terrible. I don't understand how it's so
Are
bad.
you flying overseas? Why are you flying at 10 o'clock at night?
Just to Albany, New York.
Drive.
I thought about that,
Cheaper
but
ticket.
Rose isn't coming with me, and it's like 8 hours.
You can't drive 8 hours by yourself.
Made of money over there, just flying.
I was gonna say I was driving back and forth to Georgia.
I mean,
easily.
What were you doing down there?
JP, mind your business. Mind your business.
DJ is in.
Go out and see the person.
DJ is in Arlington. What's up, DJ?
Hey, how you doing, man? Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, bud.
I got to leave a prominent fast food restaurant, man. I ordered my daughter some breakfast, which is over at 10:30. I knew I wasn't going to be there about 10:30, so I ordered at about, let's say, 10:23. Got there like 10:30. It's already ordered and paid for. I get there like 10:31. They like, oh, it's canceled. Your order been canceled. I'm like, why it's canceled? They say, oh, it's after 10:30. It's over. But I'm like, it's already paid for. You know what I mean? I see if I didn't pay for it and I came and tried to pick it up, y'all like, whatever. But I get there. My daughter mad. She wanted her pancakes and probably, but I couldn't even get it for her, man. So leave this prominent restaurant.
I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. Make it when you order it and just have it ready. If it's
supposed to be.
cold,
If
that's
it's cold,
on
that's
you.
on you, yeah.
Like you can heat it up when you get home.
what I'm
That
saying.
sucks.
If I get there at 10:30 now, would just be sitting up there on the rack? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it's already paid for.
Right.
I don't.
Did you get your
understand
money
it, but
back?
It's all good. We got. No, yeah, I got a refund. I got my refund.
Okay.
But, hey, I couldn't replace the hash browns and the pancakes on Friday, man. I couldn't make it myself.
Yeah, I'm
It's
sorry,
all good.
dude. I love hash
All right, take it
browns.
easy. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, DJ.
It is
Sorry.
crazy though because McDonald's act like
he didn't say McDonald's.
Well, fast food restaurants act like as soon as it hit 10:31, all the food just disappear. Like it just goes somewhere. I'm like, bro, you just put it in the fridge, bro. Heat up my steak, egg, and cheese bagel, bro.
I have a bleep you, if I may. It is August 6th.
Yeah.
August 6th.
Mm-hmm.
I got an email from a very large hardware store chain telling me to come get my Halloween supplies while supplies last. It is August 6th. Relax with Halloween.
Let me ask you a question.
We know what Halloween means around here.
When you saw
it's
that,
a very important date
when
for
you
some.
saw that hardware store email, you didn't just erase it.
I did.
But how you know it was actually about Halloween?
I saw the subject line.
That's when I was just erase it.
That's what I did. But, yo, we got to stop with this. When do you think we get the first Christmas email? Before
By
Halloween?
the end of August. Oh, it's gonna be way before Halloween.
Let's go to Rodney in D.C. What's up, Rodney?
What's up, fellas? Hey, as usual, bleep every Cowboy fan ever lived and that's living now and ever going to be born. But I would like my biggest bleep you is to all the PTSD Snyder fans who have no patience whatsoever. Adam Peters is in his third year. I don't want to hear one call about Peters for the entire year. And guess what? Even if Peters get this right, a lot of GMs get stuff wrong. I need all of the PTSD Snyder fans to YouTube Gumbo Soup and stop living in a microwave society. Bleep all of y'all, and let's have a little patience. Go Commanders.
Appreciate the call, Rodney. Thank you, bud. Let's go to Jeff. Did you have one? Something to get off your chest?
I actually did, JP.
Okay. This is your opportunity. We're here for you.
I want to bleep all the guys with receding hairlines. And the reason why I say that, because I went bald at 25, right? Going into my 26th birthday. But in my 7 years of being bald, I realized that it's always the people with receding hairlines talking the most crap, like you're not 3 haircuts away from me. I don't understand it. Bleep y'all. And learn how to make final decisions in life and go get that hairline cut.
Come on home. That's what Barkley tells LeBron.
I think you want to bleep that FaceTime for not turning that mic off?
Mike is in La Plata. What's up, Mike? Who you mad at?
Hey, I'm bleeping you, JP. Bleep you, Joker.
Bleep me?
No. Yeah, you.
What'd I do?
I understand the concept. You my main man, though. Love you to death. Hey, man. I understand the concept why you had to dance a little bit around the question, but ask the damn question. What's up with IU? Just be straight up with the jokers, man. Bleep you, man. Don't be dancing around. Ask the jokers a question. Are we going to get this Bama or not?
You can't do that. They don't have to answer that. I tried to make a question they would answer.
I know you was a genius at it, but I still had to bleep you anyway. I just wanted to see, you know what I mean?
I appreciate you, Mike.
Man. That's all.
I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you, buddy. I wonder if Stallion's mad at anybody around here.
As I'm just so deep in this fried chicken right now, Joey, do not show me. He's showing me on camera. This is bad.
Shane is in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
What's up, JPB Mitch? How y'all doing today?
We're good, buddy. Who you mad at?
I am mad at the learners. Listen.
Breach.
I'm mad.
I think
I've been mad at that phone,
I
man.
think Shane got taken over by a transformer there. We'll see if he can come back. Good luck, Shane. We're hoping for you. Phil is in D.C. What's up, Phil? Who you mad at?
Bleep you to all those naysayer fans. All the ones that are like, oh, don't celebrate right now. Look what we did last year. Look what we did all of these years under Dan Snyder. Just because we got Diggs, we're not going anywhere. Bleep you to those fans. I'm sick of those fans. Anyway, I got to go.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Phil. Thanks, dude. He was in a hurry.
We were holding him up.
Jupe is in the DMWV. What up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
We good,
Good,
man.
dude. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, I got to bleep that heat out in New Orleans. That thing wore me out first day. I was not prepared for it, man. I walked down the street, grabbed me a drink, and my body said, you better sit your butt down and get some water. and then bleep myself. I was out on Bourbon Street one night, got too lit. I seen this old lady in a walker, and I yelled out, "Ooh, look, it's one of the Golden Girls." I had a bunch of people running up to her trying to get autographs. But that's all I got for y'all.
Stupid, dude.
Appreciate you, Jupe. My Lauren and the girls actually went to Harper's Ferry today.
Oh, they did?
Apparently, there's like an outdoor water park in Harper's Ferry. It's like a bunch of floats on one of the rivers or a lake or something. It looks pretty cool. I hope they're having fun.
What are they called now?
Take it easy.
They call rivers now outdoor water parks.
Jeff, you have another one?
Yes. And also, I got another outdoor water park by my side. They'll be safe.
No.
Now I gotta bleep Commandante Tequila. Boy, don't you ever in your life send me no video or Twitter with you sitting on the toilet. Like,
Wait. Stop. He did what?
Bro,
He's banned. I'm doing a draft. He's banned for the rest of the month.
Look, he saw a trash can and it said landfill. He was like, "Oh, I seen landfill," but he was panning around the bathroom, and you see in the mirror, you could tell he's sitting down on the toilet.
I am banning him for the month.
That's
He's banned for
not
the
a
month.
mental image I need.
Oh no!
Did he have the Joker makeup on?
You can't see any of his body, thank God. But you know he was sitting down.
Alex is in Vienna. Alex, who are you mad at, dude?
I just bought a house yesterday. Bleep you to closing costs and high interest rates.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. It's a tough time to be buying a house. But at least maybe you should have worked with Leahy. He would have gotten you a better deal.
Closing costs. Well, that's smart of you to do that. Closing costs are a scam, though, man. They are a total scam.
Sure. It's just a fee that somebody gets to rake in. Mortgage brokers, banks. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
totally.
just want to say I'm right there with you on
All right. Thanks,
man.
thanks,
Appreciate
bro.
you.
Sorry. Congrats on the house, though. I tell you what, for a dude that just bought a house, he doesn't sound that
Yeah,
excited.
you're probably happy about your house, man.
Danny is in D.C. Danny, what's good?
I'm a grocery store chain already has Halloween stuff, and that was back 2 weeks ago in July.
That's insane, dude. We got to stop.
Yes,
We got to put an end to this.
Man from the mat. So I'll see you guys next Friday. Can't believe training camp or preseason game is right around the corner.
I know, man. I know. It's crazy. Thanks for the call, dude. All right. Should we try Shane again?
Let's go.
Shane, let's hope your phone has cooled off. Shane, what up?
Hey, what's up, B. Mitch, JP? How you boys doing today?
We're good, man.
Hey, I am pissed off at the learners. Let's call it what it is. We had a season that we were right there at the clutch of getting in the wild card. But once again, those cheap Sundays. But if the learners are listening, you guys are the worst owners in baseball. You cheap. They're tighter than banjo strings. We could have made the playoffs this year, but look where we're at now. We had a sale. I do give them an A of what they did for what we had and what we got back. But it's got to be the learners. In the next couple of years, they got to turn this program around. They got to. We're right there.
Appreciate the call,
But
Shane.
please, the damn learners.
Thanks, buddy. I'm with you, dude. Deshaun is in Capitol Heights. D, who you mad at?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
We're good, brother.
First time listener, first time caller. Hey, I just want to bleep my job because I drive trucks and I deliver. And they going to put me in the truck where 106.7 is not working. And you guys get me through my day.
Damn.
I appreciate for the call.
Yeah, bleep that truck.
Bleep that
Bleep
truck.
that company.
Get my man Deshaun a new truck.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right, bro.
All right, we're going to sneak one more in here before we get Santana Moss to join the program. Our guy Paul is in Bethesda. Paul, what's up, man?
Hey, JP, how you doing? Hey, B. Mitch.
What's
We're
up, man?
good, buddy.
How you doing?
Here's my beef. My family's had tickets since 1963. That's 67 seasons coming up. I was on a podcast about being on the last game at RFK. I had a Zoom last week with the architecture firm that's doing the interior. They love me over there. But after 67 years, nobody has said you don't have to pay the personal seat license.
Yeah, dude, I hear you on that. Listen, PSLs suck, but that's just life. Red light cameras suck. That's just life. I wish I had a better answer. That does stink. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Paul. Appreciate you calling in. Maybe they can make something work, dude. I am sorry. We
I
have.
appreciate it. Hey, Brian Dowd says, hey.
All right, tell him I
All right,
said
babe.
what's up. Here's what we're gonna do. Santana Moss, Tana Man joins the program next. Everybody talks about making the most of summer, but at Offenbachers, the fun doesn't have to end when the weather cools off. JP Finley here for my friends at Offenbachers. Right now through August 18th, B. Mitch's birthday, you can save up to 4 G's on select hot tubs and swim spas. If you've ever thought about adding a swim spa to your home, now is the perfect time. You can swim, exercise, or simply relax year-round, no matter what the weather brings. And if you've been thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't miss Offenbacher's end-of-season specials on premium patio furniture and umbrellas. You'll find exceptional values on select pieces with limited quantities available. Plus, you can ask about Offenbacher's floor model sauna and swim spa sale for even more outstanding savings. Stop by one of Offenbacher's convenient showrooms in Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis, or visit Offenbachers.com. But don't wait. These special savings end August 18th.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield continue to publicly negotiate as the two sides are working towards a contract extension, but those talks haven't gone very well. So because of that, team general manager Jason Licht came out and said that the franchise tag would be an option next offseason if the team and Mayfield can't agree on a long-term deal. Speaking of, running backs are getting paid this week. Falcons running back Bijan Robinson reportedly inked a 3-year, $66 million extension with the team, making him the highest-paid running back in NFL history. Earlier today, Jonathan Taylor agreed to a 2-year, $44 million deal with the Colts. So with Taylor and Robinson signed, that leaves just Detroit Lions star Jahmyr Gibbs, who has yet to sign his extension, but probably coming soon. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in DC, visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So fresh and so clean. Fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline right now. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Santana Moss, 8-9 on Instagram. Tana Man, what's up, dude?
What's up, brother?
How are you, buddy?
I'm good, fellas.
Man, we chilling.
We are good, man. We are good. I think both B and I wanted to talk with you after the news yesterday that the Commanders are bringing in Stefon Diggs. I'm curious kind of what your initial reaction was.
You know what? I was kind of caught off guard with it, but at the same time, man, I'm ecstatic for the team, just for the offense, in general. Just knowing when you can get another threat like that and weapon to add to what we have already, to what I thought was a pretty good little group of guys out there when it comes to the receivers, the running backs, and the tight ends. Man, you add another weapon, man. All that could do is, put us in fair contentions of being one of those kind of prominent offenses this year.
What do you think he can bring to this team, Tanner? I mean, 12 years now, but thing about him, he was an outside receiver at one point. He started to play inside last year with only 55% of the plays coming off an injury. Still has 85 receptions for over 1,000 yards.
Yeah, I mean consistency. I think that's one of the things that stands out to me when I look back at some of the things that he did in New England. The one thing that I saw from that quarterback, he trusted him a lot. He did, critical down situation, man, one-on-one coverage, he went to him. And when you have a guy, when you have a veteran that can play the game on that level, man, that's always great for a young for any quarterback, but especially for young quarterbacks, that you have a guy out there that you can trust in. When in doubt, I'm throwing the ball to him. I think when you look at JD the last 2 years, the one thing we knew, he was going to our tight end and he was going to Terry. Those two guys he trusted. You know what I mean? And so now you add another weapon like that, a veteran that can go out there and, this guy, Diggs, is hungry, man. I mean, that's one of the things I see from this game from day one. I don't know what chip he came into the league with, but he's been playing like that from day one. Like, he plays with a different kind of fire, and you want that, man. You want a guy that can go out there and contribute and that you can always count on, and that's what I'm happy for. Because I think when we get caught up into how much Terry has carried for that wide receiver room for so many years, and last year we saw it early, like damn, what it felt like not to have him out there. And although we had Debo out there making play after play for us, and Debo did a heck of a job of filling in and just being somebody that we can lean on, but it just wasn't like, what we got from when Terry's healthy and he's out there. So to add to that, to have a Terry already out the gate, looking strong, looking good in camp, and then to add a guy or a weapon like, Stefon Diggs, and like you say, we went out there and got Chig at the tight end, who's going to be a great threat. And you go out there and look at some of those pass-catching running backs that we have. Man, he just add to our arsenal, man. We building something serious, man, and I'm loving it just for the simple fact of just knowing that it tells me we trending in that direction and not ask for so much from JD5. You know what I mean? And that's what I would love, because I feel like he's uber talented, but at times we put things on his back or things on his legs, and you don't want to see that time and time again from your quarterback. So now we can rest assured that you got weapons on top of weapons, man, adding a guy like Diggs.
We went through, JP was going through some stats from 2019 up until now, and most years the number 2 receiver on the team was the tight end or the running back. Stephon Diggs give them an opportunity where that could be that receiver, but don't you think they opened it up for some guys, like when you got guys like those 2 guys, Terry and Stephon, gonna need to have some attention. Chig is gonna get a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you can't cover both of those guys. So whether you double Terry or Diggs, somebody gonna be open regardless. And I very rarely seen two top receivers or 2 receivers or anybody team getting blanketed. So either or, you pick your poison, somebody gonna be open. But just to answer your question, of course, Chig would benefit tremendously from both of those guys out there. We've already seen he's going to benefit alone, with just Terry being out there and the other guys. Because, like I say, don't get me wrong, man. I understand, everybody's high up on what, Stephon Diggs can do for us, but I also still believe in a lot of those guys that we have out there that's going to be fighting every day with Stephon to really, make this team. There's so many talented wide receivers that we have on this team that doesn't have the name or the resume of a Stephon Diggs, but that can be great contributors to us. So it's going to be a lot of guys benefit from both of those guys. What I appreciate the most by is just seeing Terry finally have somebody opposite of him that can really, open up things for him too at times. You know what I mean? Like, Terry's been that guy once he got on the field, courage is rolling to him. He's been doing it year after year after year after year, and last year was the first year where we had to kind of like, not see that because of him, coming in late and dealing with injuries. So to start things off out the gate, having that kind of talent on the side of him, I'm interested to see what teams, who they lean to the most, who they scared of the most. Are they going to be more worried about Terry, or are they going to be, making sure that Stephon don't get off? So.
Talking with our friend Santana Moss here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can give Santana a follow on Instagram at 8229. Tana, a couple things I'm really curious about that I think you could speak to really well. You've mentioned a couple times that you think Diggs is going to help the receivers that are here, not named Terry McLaurin. And I'm with you, man. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to see a lot of receivers play in every game. Watching this Blau offense for a while now, there's so much motion, so many different formations. Who are some of the other receivers that have really caught your eye now that we've been in camp, a week plus?
Well, I'm high on Burks. I just feel like you could never take for granted what he brings to the table with his size, with his catch radius, with just the ability to run with that size and all that stuff, and all the things he does well in the red zone area. Man, that's always great to have a target that you can throw the ball up to and just he can come down with it, man. So I'm high on him. I think, though, you can't take for granted how Luke has looked this year. I think from the couple of times I peeked at Luke, it seemed something different in his bounce. And that's what happens when you're developing. You're finally getting into a rhythm of, owning what you're doing, and you got to think, this guy, he was a raw talent, played quarterback in college. And to actually see him in year 3, and like I always say, I jokingly say, that's Ed's son. Yeah, put some respect on Ed McCaffrey's name.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that apple didn't fall that far from the tree. So I'm looking forward to seeing what more he can bring, because last year I think he was in his bag with those kick returns. And when you're starting to feel yourself in this game, B knows how this is, man. It's hard to slow you down, and that's what I think he was on that trajectory last year before he got hurt. He was feeling himself. He was doing so well kick return wise. It was rolling over. It was going over into his wide receiver game, and that's when you saw him making catch after catch and touchdown after touchdown. So he's another guy that raised my eyebrows. But I think if you think about it, if you paid attention to it, it's been a new receiver each day that has really rose to the challenge and showed up before this whole Diggs news came about. So all those guys, have potential. Vance Jefferson is somebody that you can always count on. I think it's just something about him, man, that I've always liked. I think he has a little Terry in him too. Quiet dude, but he's going to do his job, and he's a savvy veteran, man. He learned from his dad. He's a son of a coach and an ex-former, NFL wide receiver. So when you have that, legacy, that pedigree, all that, combined, you can't you can't help but get, raw talent out of a guy like that, and that's what he shows. But then also the young kid, man, A-Dub.
Yeah.
I think A-Dub has showed why we so high on him when it comes to how he runs routes and how smooth he is. I just like how smooth he is and how he just knows. You get a lot of guys like A-Dub coming out of college now, man. These guys are ready to come in and make an impact because there's so much football being played, on the high school level with the 7-on-7. So half of those kids that's in college are more than seasoned because most of them, especially when they play field positions, they're playing football almost year round. So I'm not surprised by him, but I just know, practice is one thing. You got to see it done in the game.
Dave P was talking about him yesterday, saying how he'll do those little head nods, things that you did. What is it about those different little things you utilize to be able to help you run routes better than the guy? Like some guys just do everything everybody else do, but you had those little subtleties that kind of threw people off.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you don't even know you're doing it. It just comes with what you do and how you setting things up. I think one of the things that I took full advantage of when I was in college, man, I had a hell of a coach, man, Curtis Johnson. We called him CJ. He's right now the offensive coordinator at Southern with Marshall Faulk. Marshall Faulk is the head coach out there, and CJ is the offensive coordinator. CJ coached Marshall Faulk back when Marshall Faulk was at San Diego State, and then he coached us at UM. And then CJ's been around. He also won a championship in New Orleans in 2005. They won a Super Bowl or something like that.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So, yeah, CJ's been around, man. He's a hell of a wide receiver coach. One of the hardest guys that I've ever been coached by outside of my high school coach Walt Frazier. And CJ used to teach us so many things about the stems and the different nuances of how to get up on guys' toes and how to use your leverage. And so when you're doing some of those things, you don't even know that, especially myself. It's almost like I played DB so much growing up. I remember how it was when a guy gave me something that I had to go with it. Like we almost trying to mirror things that the wide receivers are doing. So as a receiver, I'm in my head thinking like, well, if he's trying to mirror me, if I give him this nod, he's going to bite. He's going to fall for the cheese. You know what I mean? So it's something that you're not even thinking about, but you're thinking about it and you do it, and then it gets to the point to where you get some, you kind of get lucky with it and say, okay, I can't even say lucky with it. You have success with it, and you say, all right, man, this worked last time, so let me see if I can implement this or integrate this into the next round. And that's what happens. You keep adding. And that's one of the things about playing that position. I think it never gets old for you. No matter how old you is in the game, man, you can always find something new in your stem and the leverage of the route or different things of that, nature that you can, find an edge.
Talk with Santana Moss here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Tana, I had one more for you that I think you could speak to from like a particular point of expertise. Playing receiver in the NFL requires a certain level of confidence, if not outright arrogance. You did it at a high level for a long time, always kept your composure, over 10,000 career receiving yards. You've been in rooms where you have come in and all of a sudden you're the top dog and everybody has to react to you. You've been in rooms where other guys have come in. What is it like for this receiver room to have Diggs come in at this stage of camp?
To me, it's to each his own. I think one of the things about being in a room that's well coached, I think every man's going to embrace, another guy that can come out and help this core. One thing I know about guys who sure themselves, and I'm hoping that mostly everybody in that room are that you don't really care about the guy who's coming in or the competition that's added. You just say, you know what, whether if you're on that level with that guy or not, then he's going to make everybody else, step up and raise the bar. He raises the bar. That's what I look at. When you got a guy like Terry, Diggs is going to respect his body of work and Terry's going to respect his body. Well, I've already saw those guys, play against each other and how much love they have for each other. So I know that's going to be one of those match made in heaven things. But when you got younger guys who's out there fighting and clawing and doing all they can to make the team, I think he raises the bar for these guys to come and make sure that they are willing to rise to the challenge. And it's good. It's good for the whole team. It's good for the offensive room. I think all these guys are going to learn a lot. They already been learning a lot from Vance and from Terry and from all the other guys, but they're going to learn a tremendous amount more of what it takes to play at this position, what it takes to play at the level that Diggs has shown for so long, and on the other side of seeing Terry do what he do. And so that's why I say I'm looking forward to seeing who does come out of this room and who stays on the team, because you're going to see a lot of wide receivers going out there and trying to not make no mistakes. I mean, I'm pretty sure they weren't going to make a lot of mistakes just knowing who they have as a coach. I think the world of Bobby Ingram. I think that's why our core has been looking as sharp as they've been looking the last few years with all these guys. It don't matter if Terry was out there or not. I think Bobby has done a tremendous job of coaching these guys and having them ready for each and every game day. But I truly believe Diggs is setting up. He's gonna make things get a little spicier in that room, just knowing his presence alone. And like I said before, he's a fiery guy.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you can rest assured, man, he's going to get under somebody's skin and let them know, like, hey, we ain't taking that. We're going to do this. We're going to do X, Y, and Z. And I can't wait to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Tana, we appreciate your time,
Appreciate you,
man.
brother.
We'll see you tomorrow. It should be an exciting day with Steph Diggs out there.
No doubt, man. I'll see y'all guys tomorrow.
Early morning tomorrow, bro.
The great Santana Moss. Give him a follow at 8 to the 9 on Instagram. One of the good dudes out there, man. Just one of the best dudes on this planet. We come back. We got football to bet on tonight. Seriously. Here's what I know.
Oh, we got a game tonight.
We got a game tonight. Ball night.
Hell yeah.
8 o'clock, NBC. Cardinals, Panthers, Hall of Fame game.
With style and grace.
Listen, I'm not necessarily expecting a great football game tonight. To tell you the truth. But you know what's great? Seeing football on television.
You know, great football is either here or there. Football is better than no football. Say it like that.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Now, should you be interested in some action tonight, B?
Nah, I'm not doing that.
This is so fun.
They don't even have their team together. I'm betting on somebody that don't know what the hell is going on.
Kenny Pickett is the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers tonight.
Did he give Cody Best his girl back?
Nah, man.
This could be the Kenny Pickett game.
Well,
the Hall of Fame game for Kenny Pickett, like this is his Super Bowl.
What do you think the over-under is for Kenny Pickett passing yards?
110.
Boys, just guess the total, not what you think's going to happen.
62.5.
I'm going to go even lower, like 50. 28.5.
28.5. 53.5.
I'll take the over on that.
I might take the under, though.
I was getting him 110. I thought he was going to play the damn near the whole game.
Clearly, they think he's going to play maybe a half. Carson Beck, starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. What's your total for Carson Beck passing yards? They're expecting a barn burner in Akron.
I'll go 60.
Canton. They got Carson Beck at 99 and a hook. I think he's going to play more.
See, it's throwing me off. See, that's why I wouldn't bet on nothing like this.
Do you know who the other two quarterbacks expected to play in this joint?
What's their names, JP?
I believe the kid, rookie out of Georgia Tech, was more of a runner at Georgia Tech. Haynes King is backing up Kenny Pickett.
And they got his at 30.
92.5.
He should be starting.
No damn way possible.
He might. I might just rather have him out there running power the whole time.
I gotta say, this is getting I'm getting a little excited. I'm doing the thing.
Well, get excited for this then. I had it wrong. Do you know who is the second quarterback expected to play tonight for the Arizona Cardinals?
No.
Slovis. And all it says is K. Slovis. And in my head, I thought there was a Kyle Slovis. My man's name is Kedon. Kedon. Kedon.
From what school he went to?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you a thing about my man Kedon Slovis. White Brian, we're leaning on you here.
He might have been a Pitt guy, too.
Really?
They got all these quarterbacks from Pitt?
Wasn't he the former, 5-star recruit at USC? I think he went to USC for a bit there.
Ooh, there's a picture of him in a Trojans uniform.
Yeah. I know ball.
He played for USC, Pitt, and BYU.
Damn.
How do you pronounce his first name? Kedon?
Kedon.
Kedon. Kedon? I can't even tell you how to pronounce this dude's name.
Caden? No, I think it's Kedon.
If it's Caden, it's not Kedon.
You don't know that, dog.
I was about to say, JP.
Come on, Jay. You know.
Can I add something? It's a white dude, Jeff.
Still. They name their names. They try to do come on, bro. You know, just like hip hop.
Jeff, how would you pronounce? Look at this dude's picture and then tell me how you pronounce that name.
I mean, least racist way possible. It got to be Caden if he's a white guy.
That's a great point. It's Caden.
Threw 30 touchdowns his freshman year.
Damn. At USC?
Yeah.
And then he left?
Then he was just bad. His next two at USC.
You
went
throw
to
30
Pitt.
touchdowns and then they get rid of you.
And then
Well, Lincoln Riley came to town and brought Caleb. That was probably when my man was like, see ya, Kedon's out.
Keaton.
Caden. I'm going with Kedon, officially.
I'm going with, what's his first
It looks
name
like
again?
Caden,
Slovis.
but they
I'm going
didn't want
with
to
KS.
spell it like everyone else.
K Slow.
I've also decided Ethan Kaliak Manis.
How about K Slow?
I like calling him Cadillac. That's what I'm going with for Kaliak.
I'm going to call him. It's off of a K, don't it?
Yeah.
AK?
They all call him AK.
There we go.
See,
man, that's how you do it, man.
Rushing yards for the game this evening. I kind of like this one. Haynes King, the Panthers' backup quarterback, was a runner at Georgia Tech. 29.5. That could keep you interested.
I go with that, yeah.
That could keep you interested.
Give me an over.
You want some receiving props for tonight, B?
Let's go.
Ted McMillan ain't going to play. Would Jalen Coker play? I think you got to get pretty far down the list here. There's a fellow by the name of Fehoko for the Cardinals. His first name is Simi Fehoko. 18.5 receiving yards for Fehoko. I don't know. Make some picks. I won last night.
I'll take Cardinals money line.
Panthers.
I'm taking Cardinals with the points. Arizona +2 is what I see it at.
Yeah, Cardinals.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Brian Geltzeiler and Santana Moss. Grant and Danny next.
6:05 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen to the Nationals taking on the Phillies in a series finale. The Nats broke their 7-game losing streak with a 10-4 victory last night that took not only 11 innings, but an unsuspecting hero. That was Miles Mikolas. When the team had to play their DH and was out of bench players, they turned to the veteran right-hander to go up to his first at-bat since 2021. He ended up pulling through for them with a safety squeeze. CJ Abrams came in to score head first, and now he'll be starting tonight for your Washington Nationals. For the Philadelphia Phillies, Christopher Sanchez on the mound for them. And later on this evening, we also have real live football. Hall of Fame game between the Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals. That is 8 p.m. We finally have football back on our TVs. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thursday, August 6th, 2026. We are both in studio in D.C. in the Navy Yard. First time in a few weeks. You've been out at vacation, and I was out at training camp. It does feel nice to be in air conditioning.
Isn't it nice? Yeah.
Out of a tent, not getting sunburnt. Robert Mays, NFL football show for The Athletic, joins us at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to him about Stephon Diggs to the Commanders. We've got a Beltway Blitz today at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Okay, so let's get this awkward bit out of the way early. You and I have been doing the show since January 6, 2014. It's the biggest DC event that's ever happened on January 6. Don't look that up. But we started doing that show that many years ago. So this is 12 years. So this is our 13th year, whatever, however the math works, right? I'm amazed what happened today hasn't happened more. To my knowledge, this is the first time this has ever happened, right?
I was going to ask, is this the first time in our history together that this has happened?
I think this is the 1 seed. This is the beginning of it. And again, the way you and I operate, if you give us something, we love that thing.
Right.
Right? We're simple humans. Today, what t-shirt are you wearing, my friend?
I'm wearing a Nats July 3rd giveaway shirt, I think. And it says, "Here for the fireworks," with Abe Lincoln wearing American flag aviator glasses and a Nats hat.
You know what I'm wearing is a July 3rd Nats giveaway shirt that says, "Here for the fireworks," with Abe Lincoln hanging out in sunglasses. It's blue, white lettering, with some red and white on the front.
You can watch us twin today.
This is tough.
On the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. But yeah, I showed up.
We caught a lot of Eric Flack today from the fellas, rightfully so.
I turned around at one point because we'd talked a bunch, but I was like working on the computer. You'd already been in the room. You plopped down kind of school bus style behind me, and we're just interacting. And a few minutes after you'd gotten into the room, I turned around.
You did the discount double check and went, "Oh my God."
I saw your shirt and said, "Ah, boy."
Yep.
And then there was an Al Michaels. Here we go.
Here we go.
It'll be mentioned a few times around these parts today. We've already been asked by a few people if
Did you guys coordinate? Did you plan it? Oh,
exactly.
Just the worst.
Who's ready for the Hall of Fame game tonight? We got football back.
Football, yep.
Boys and girls.
There it is, yep.
Now, there is no event on the sports calendar that gets more attention and more of a countdown that is worse to actually watch than the Hall of Fame game.
Nothing delivers less than the Hall of Fame game.
You could make a list of things that are overhyped and deliver horribly, and the Hall of Fame game could be at the very, very top
right there
of that list. It's like shopping while you're starving. You just come back with a bunch of things, and you're like, wait, I didn't get a meal. What is this? I don't eat this. But the Hall of Fame game is tonight, and I will park my butt on a couch and watch some Carson Beck quarterbacking the Arizona Cardinals. By God, I will watch some Kenny Pickett leading the Carolina Panthers practice squad into the night. I will consume way more of the Hall of Fame game than I should.
I'll get my taste, and I'll be able to pull away. I will. I have too much of a backlog of shows. I missed
I got to still finish up Hard Knocks from the other night. I've got a couple House of the Dragons to watch. I'm going to get my taste. I want to do a welcome in, looking live, feel the energy, feel the juice, get my football appetizer, right? I'll eat it. I'll consume it. I'll be grateful. And then by the time it's, middle of the second quarter, when it's backup Billy to the backup Billy to the four-string Freddie to the future, maybe I'll try out for the DC Defenders if things don't go well. Maybe down the line, I'll be able to pull the ripcord and punt.
The Hall of Fame game as an appetizer would be what? If it were an appetizer.
Yep.
I'm thinking ordering fried calamari.
Okay.
And then they come back to the table and say, "Sir, I'm sorry, we're out of calamari." That's the best I can come up with.
What would the equivalent? It's something that sounds really good on paper.
Yeah.
Right? And then you get it, and you have one, it's fine. And then by the time you're on your third or fourth of the item, you're going, when's the main coming? What appetizer is that?
Mozzarella sticks?
That's the thing I was thinking of.
That aren't cooked that well?
Yeah.
You can tell they came in a bag, frozen, and were just heated up. Something like that. Like a fryer was never used. They're just warm. There's no crisp or crunchiness to the mozzarella stick. That might be the Hall of Fame game.
Mediocre mozzarella sticks. I think that's probably the answer. Either that or it's some sort of it's a potato skin with no seasoning, with no sour cream available, and it's soft. There's no crispness to it.
Don't besmirch the potato skin. I've never had that's not true. You could have a bad potato skin, and even still, it's better than the Hall of Fame game.
I think so. There was a time I went to a TGI Fridays in college, the one that was on right there on campus at the George Washington University. And it was one of those Thursday afternoon, right before the dinner shift. We had something to do that night, so we went to Fridays. It was a C- potato skin. Now, it's still better than eating normal stuff, but I remember it still because that was one of the only times where I go, that potato skin experience wasn't great. That's the first time that's happened to me.
You know that wing spot that you and I both hate?
Yes, I do.
That we haven't eaten that in a long time?
Yeah.
How about boneless wings, like a low-grade level from that place?
There you go.
Because when you get there, you're picturing a wing experience and something crunchy and crispy and hot and flavored, and the sauce was added very recently while this wing was tossed in a bowl or something. If you eat a really bad boneless wing from that place, that's the Hall of Fame game.
Now you have it. Because on paper, what are we talking about? We're talking about a small piece of chicken that's fried with some delicious sauce? Who doesn't want that? Oh, my God, it's the second quarter. This game will never end. That's it.
Happy Stefon Diggs is a Commander Day. Now, the team has not formally announced that he passed his physical and announced the transaction, so I guess there's still some things being done over in Ashburn, but that should happen soon enough. Video came out before noon today at about 11:45 from his agency of him at the facility. Looked like the team put on the screen, welcome home Stefon Diggs with a picture of him in uniform. He was drinking a smoothie in a clear plastic cup, walking around the facility having a good old time.
Like he's always been there. Like he's part of the furniture. I love it.
Stefon Diggs is a star, man. Mm-hmm. I will say, it's funny. My excitement for the season has ramped up pretty intensely in the last 24 hours.
Majorly for me, I can tell you that.
This is a reminder of what it's like to just add famous players. That's really what this is at its core. Because yes, he's going to help, and yes, he is a very talented, good player. I'm not suggesting he isn't. They signed a 1,000-yard receiver. When's the last time they brought in a 1,000-yard receiver? It's been a while. When's the last time they brought in a 1,000-yard receiver who had played in the Super Bowl the year before? That's a very small collection of guys that have changed teams probably. So that's exciting. But back in the day, there was a time when Redskins 1 would fly around the country, and it would pick up some of the biggest names in the league, and it would bring them to Ashburn. It didn't matter if they were 26 or 32 like Diggs or 35. They were about to get paid very handsomely. And it was exciting and fun to be a fan, and I got some of those juices flowing again. This is a star. This is a recognizable league-wide celebrity that they added yesterday. There's something fun and exciting about that.
There's a legitimate buzz because of it's happened before. The guy that's on his fourth team, fifth team, potential future Hall of Famer that shows up here towards the end of his career. I mean, we just did it last year with Von Miller. It's different for some reason. I'm trying to quantify as to why. It's because there's been, between, whether it was Bruce Smith or, even Bobby Wagner was here for 2 years, right? And there's an energy to that where the guy that's going to wear a gold jacket is here and there's a gravitas to it. There's something else about him, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. Well, maybe there's more in the tank.
Yes, I'd say that's part of it. I think it's skill position, though. In the same way that Sonny Styles got drafted 7, people were excited. Had they have drafted Jeremiah Love, they'd be chanting his name every day on and off the practice field. Had they have drafted even Carnell Tate, we just treat skill guys differently as an industry, as a society. And it doesn't really work that way on defense. Maybe if you're an edge who gets a lot of sacks, if you're a Myles Garrett type player, I guess it's possible if you're a corner. But, when you think about it, is Quinyon Mitchell a nationally renowned superstar? Not really. He's excellent. Would you recognize Patrick Surtain if he walked into the studio right now?
That's a good
Without
point.
a uniform on?
Right, probably not.
That's the best corner in football.
Mm-hmm.
You know every receiver by face.
Yeah.
It's just different.
It's true.
So I think that's a big part of it. And he does have more in the tank. This is not Bobby Wagner, long in the tooth and at the end of his career. Diggs, coming back from an ACL, playing a little over half the snaps last year, was one of the most effective wide receivers in the league. I went through some of the numbers that Warren Sharp put out. He's going to be on the show, by the way, today at 5 o'clock because he's been all over the Commanders' receiver room and Diggs and how they rank now. But the bottom line is, last year, the Commanders' wide receivers were number 5 in error rate, number 4 in error in the slot, number 2 in highest wide receiver error between the numbers. Diggs last year in those categories was number 1, number 5, and number 1 in the NFL. The match is really, really good.
The limiting number here, because people look at 85 catches, 1,000 yards ago, there's not that much dynamic happening. A part of it was the way he was used, but again, that low snap count tells me the entire story. Now, a negative view of it could be they didn't want him out there to block at all. They didn't trust him to do that, or you could be cynical and say they had better options on different downs or whatever. But it's still whether it's coming off the injury or whatever. I think there's more than we even saw last year. You know what I mean? Because we had it was Tom Curran on last year, or Tom Curran on yesterday, who thought I was Danny Kanell. But before he told me that I was Danny Kanell, he was basically saying, yeah, he looked explosive. He looked quick. He looked really good right away, even only 6 or 7 months after that surgery. So you kind of go, there might even be more. There might even be that 1,300-yard guy in there. Now, I don't know that's what they're going to ask him to do, but to me, this is a really productive player. And again, I reiterate what I said yesterday. I'm confused as to why there wasn't a hotter market for him and his services.
Yeah, I think if he still had 1,300-yard propensity, he's not signing on August 6th for 1 year and $12 million as a max. I think people have a pretty good beat on this, but he is also, in some ways, and hopefully his maturation over the last few years has left his issues behind him, but he didn't go full Ayuk on the scale of costing yourself opportunities and costing yourself money. But when you're having court hearings, about how you've treated a personal chef, which he was exonerated for, when you, the line that Curran used yesterday that I thought was hilarious is, this is not a guy who lives a normal life. He said he's not going home to the family with the picket fence and just sitting in his house or going to throw the ball with the kids at night. He had 4 different children last calendar year, according to Curran. I don't know if that's true or not. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's something that happened. He dates Cardi B, or did. I don't know if he still does. The Chiefs have Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. We now have Stephon Diggs and Cardi B. He is a celebrity. Yeah. This is a dude that lives a very loud life. He's on TMZ, not TMZ Sports. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
It's just different. But I'm really glad they signed him. I think he's going to help David Blau, who is arguably the most important person in the building, not named Jaden Daniels. He's certainly going to help Daniels, the number 1 most important person in the building. And he's going to take a lot of pressure off Terry McLaurin as well. And I can't stop thinking about the juxtaposition of a year ago today and now. Where a year ago today, I'm out at training camp and Terry McLaurin's wearing a hood pulled over his head and doesn't want anyone to see him, and he'll sign autographs, but his agent's standing there holding court with the media saying the only way to end this is to sign him. Vita Vea right now is going through this in Tampa.
Yeah.
His agent yesterday said there's only one way this will end. The Bucs are going to trade Vita Vea. And their general manager went on ESPN today with Pat McAfee, Jason Light, and he said, quote, "I am not trading Vita Vea." So they're doing this game of chicken that we saw with one of the best players here last year. The Bucs are going through it right now. And 365 days later, McLaurin is everybody's BFF totes again at training camp and is having a really good camp. And you just signed a guy that is going to be the best player he's ever played with. That is a night and day difference. How could that not
that's a good point.
better position Jaden Daniels than a year ago?
100%. I mean, to me, we touched on this yesterday. It changed my entire view of their offseason. Because the narrative has been they went out and fixed the defense. Yes, they did. And I'm thrilled they did that. But we acted like it was one or the other. Like, well, they prioritized the defense, which you could do, but also you could have done a lot more on the other side of the ball with all their unused cap space. That's 3 straight years. They had tens of millions of dollars of unspent cap. And I'm so frustrated. I can't believe this is the plan. I can't believe I have to sit here and decide, is it going to be Treylon Burks or maybe Luke McCaffrey finally gets 20 catches in a season for their number 2 receiver role or whatever. I'm talking myself into Van Jefferson getting meaningful targets. The offseason to me went from, I guess it's an 8-win roster, it's 100 talented, to what are the possibilities? I am legitimately excited, and I was not before yesterday.
So I had them at 10-7 in the wild card. I still have them at 10-7 in the wild card. To me, it was like 9 leaning 10. Now it's 10 leaning 11. It's worth about a game.
Yeah.
But now I feel a lot better.
It's more, reinforced.
Like more adamant about 10-7 in the wild card. You've been in the 7-win.
Yeah, I thought it was an 8-win roster with a 6-win schedule. I still think the schedule's really, really nasty and hard. I don't know exactly, but
so you've gone from 7 to what? 8?
Diggs to me is worth a win. Like thinking of it in baseball terms, like that is one win above replacement. Having that guy bail you out and make it easy. It doesn't work that way, of course, in football, such a limited sample. But that they are a better team today than they were yesterday.
So you're up to 8 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
with the arrow trending up,
it's a game-changing move offensively. There's no doubt. And I just think it's such an important year for Jaden Daniels to underline, highlight, underline again, circle, do whatever you can in the receiver room you need to do. And it feels like it's a lot more complete now. Going back to what we talked about yesterday when I was out in Ashburn, I like the camps so far. Treylon Burks has been fantastic. Luke McCaffrey has been better than he was last year. I think De'Ami Brown has been really quiet, hasn't had a particularly great camp. I've noticed Van Jefferson way more. But by and large, at the receiver position, guys have been really good. I actually think Jalen Lane has struggled some. He was more impressive to me in last year's camp. But to me, he's a roster lock as a punt returner. We've talked about Luke McCaffrey being one of the best kick returners in the NFL last year. It does feel like that is a little bit more of a replacement level skill or a replaceable thing, the way they blocked. The reason I say that is Deebo Samuel was the number 1 kick returner in the league until he got hurt. And then they plugged in Luke McCaffrey, and he became the number 1 kick returner in the league. And then
do you really think they have the 2 best guys, or is there something else going on?
Maybe they're pretty good at blocking it up, and maybe you could replace Luke in that way if you needed to. But that's something we'll be talking a lot about. I do want to squeeze this in really quick on the Wizards because this is a huge deal and about one of the biggest names in town. Today was the first day that the Wizards were able to formalize an extension with Anthony Davis. And a lot of people have wondered if when August 6th came on the calendar, that was going to happen. The word I would use is a lot of people, I'm people, feared that today would be the day we found out Davis was getting an extension. I was really nervous about this. I think it'd be a huge mistake. Josh Robbins from The Athletic, who covers the team who we have on the show a bunch, reported today that his sources tell him any meaningful talks between Davis and the Wizards about an extension will occur during the season, not before. This is actually a massive story.
Yeah.
On another day, non-Stephon Diggs, non-camp, when there isn't as much going on, this could carry the show. But I think this is a huge deal because I don't know exactly what it means for whether or not he's going to sign an extension in season or not. I can't really read the tea leaves on that. But they are going to at least initially make him show you're healthy, you can play, you can still dominate, and then we'll pay you. And it still gives me the ability to hold out hope that they never pay him.
Well,
they basically trade him and someone else pays him after he's played a couple months leading up to the deadline.
Well, you touched on it, but the way that I view it is the pressure machine that is Rich Paul. Because that's what he does. Now, he's a very good agent, and I think he's got too much power. I think the league is kind of a little bit broken because of his influence, but that's another conversation for another day. The fact is, he remains. He is the unstoppable force, and he began and via Davis going on every other podcast and hinting at things and sort of talking out of both sides of his mouth about wanting to be here, but also wanting to see what they do and this, that, and the other, trying to paint the Wizards into a corner, basically going, look, slowly but surely, I'm marching you into this corner, and that corner was August 6th, where if you would like anything good to happen, that includes a trade of my client or paying my client. And the Wizards push back, and they're hoping to keep kind of the same good relationship with everybody, but we will not be put in that corner. You will play basketball for us. If you want the thing that you want, it involves basketball for us. We are not going to be compromised. We're going with what I call the McCollum plan, which is we are going to get good basketball out of you for a while, either rehab your value, enhance your value, whatever you want to call it, and then you will be shipped. You'll get to go to your special place, wherever that happens to be, but it does involve playing basketball here. I was worried, not necessarily from the Wizards making a, quote, bad decision, but being forced into one. Because of the influence that this guy wields, you kind of go, we can't run afoul of him, otherwise we may never get a player again. So it seems like there's a balance that's been struck, and it involves, as you said, some prove it, which I love.
Hall of Fame game tonight. Football is back. Grant and Danny with you. We've got Robert Mays, one of our favorite football guests, at 3 o'clock to talk about how Diggs will fit into the Blau offense. Also, Warren Sharp has done deep dives on the efficiency of Stephon Diggs last year. Nobody better analytically to break the game down. He's going to explain why Diggs still has plenty left in the tank. That's at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. But next, who's going to catch more passes this season? Is it just a foregone conclusion that that's Terry McLaurin? Or could Diggs actually lead Washington in catches? G&D on The Fan.
Stephon Diggs is in the facility in Ashburn today. Day off for the Commanders. They'll be back out on the practice field tomorrow. And just over 1 week from today, they'll have their first preseason action next Friday. They'll take on the Dolphins at 7 o'clock. Other news across the NFL. The Colts are signing running back Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year extension worth $44 million, $39 million guaranteed. And tonight, some real football on TV. The Hall of Fame game, the Panthers will take on the Cardinals. That'll kick off at 8 o'clock. You can hear it right here on The Fan after Nationals baseball. Speaking of the Nats, they snapped a 7-game losing streak last night, beating the Phillies in Game 3 of the 4-game series. They'll look for the series split today. 6:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Miles Michaelis takes the hill after his heroics and extras last night with a bunt and scoring a run. He's 3-8 with a 5.67 ERA. He'll take on the lefty Christopher Sanchez, who is 14-4 with a 2.61 ERA. Nats and Phillies 6:05 right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We were talking about the Hall of Fame game earlier in the show. You said it was the appetizer for the NFL season. It's not a particularly good appetizer, though, even though we look forward to it. And I was asking, well, what is it then? What appetizer item? Good answer here on Twitter, at Grant Paulson for me, at Funny Danny for DR. How about the bread they bring to your table if it's a type of bread that you don't want it? Because the idea of someone's bringing bread to my table. Again,
yes, please.
Maybe it's Aussie rolls. Those are really good.
Terrific.
I actually went to Matchbox out in One Loudon the other day after practice. Before the show. I wanted to eat healthy, and I was like going to go over there, and I'm like, I'm going to get a salad or something. And then I saw on the menu for like $4, there was this thing they call table bread. I'm like, what?
Is that the assortment? The bread assortment?
Not.
What's that one?
So I said, what's table bread? And they're like, oh, it's super good. You'll really like it.
I bet you I will.
And I said, all right, I'll try. I'll try it.
I'll just give it a shot.
It's basically like flatbread.
Yeah.
It's almost like very thin cheese pizza with a lot of like olive oil on it, but it's bread.
Yeah.
It's flatbread.
Yep.
And I ate it. It came in 4 slices. I ate them all.
How many? You did 4?
I don't think it's not as crazy as it sounds. It's definitely not meant for just me.
Sure.
But like if I went in there, ate that and a salad and rolled out.
Yeah, it's shareable, not the way I do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's a good one. That's the Hall of Fame game could be the basket of bread if it's a bunch of different things you don't like. Like I will never eat anything with a raisin in it. It's bread. I don't like discolored, weird colored breads.
So like when you go to Outback, you don't want that pumpernickel.
I'll do the pumpernickel because I've done it enough that I know it's not going to hurt me. But
Okay.
it is overwhelming and difficult to try to get myself to eat it.
Really? It's a challenge for you? Going Outback and eating the pumpernickel?
I prefer a white bread that is a little more friendly to me. You know what I mean? Like the normal bread that I've seen them many times and eaten many times. That no other restaurant gives you pumpernickel bread that looks like that.
Yeah, nobody else is doing bloomin' onions or some of the other things. I mean, they're unique. They're standing out.
Let's just keep it basic.
Wow.
But I do love the Outback bread. I will. But I'm just not going to, in a basket in another restaurant where it's not Outback bread.
If it's an assortment, you're not choosing the pumpernickel first.
Never going to do
Totally
that.
fair.
Not going to do that. I'm just going to get the Aussie rolls and do that.
Yeah. You want to just go to Red Lobster real quick and get the cheddar biscuits? You want to just go get some cheddar biscuits?
Dad and Toby, sports radio. Man, you just come back in our matching T-shirts.
See, guys, like, why did the guys wearing matching T-shirts leave the show to go get cheddar biscuits from Red Lobster?
We roll back in at like 4:15, right after the blitz. Darius and Toby just holding the fort down for a little while. So let's get into Stephon Diggs. Here's the question I want to pose. We'll open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How sure are you that Stephon Diggs is going to play second fiddle to Terry McLaurin in targets and catches? McLaurin has been the alpha here. He's been the number one here forever. Really good player. Diggs is apex better than Terry's apex. First team All-Pro, led the NFL in catches, 1,300-yard season, areas that McLaurin hasn't gotten to. But Terry's younger and theoretically still closer to the prime of his career. Didn't have the injury that Stephon Diggs had a couple seasons ago that he's working his way all the way back from. I just think the way that Terry's used in the offense, X-receiver, vertical threat, digging things out at 18 to 20 yards, sometimes the love of the game route where you're just running as fast as you can, as far as you can, opening some things up underneath, is going to maybe benefit Stephon Diggs and help him a little bit more than vice versa. And in the David Blau offense, at least watching it practice as much as I have, they have not thrown deep very much at all. They completed their first home run ball, I would say. Toby, would you agree with this? I think that Mariota pass yesterday on like a 40-yard double move to the end zone was legit the first deep ball we've seen in camp in 6+ days.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a couple that maybe after scrambling around or whatever, they find something down the field, but like designed, trying to push the ball down the field more than 25 yards, I'd say that's the only one.
I think it's going to be horizontal, which is not crazy to think about with Ben Johnson's offense, short, intermediate, more than long. So if that's true, why couldn't Diggs lead this team in catches? This is what Logan Paulson had to say. He was on the show yesterday here on Grant and Danny talking about the usage for Diggs versus McLaurin.
I think it's something, at least as of right now, they made this signing, like an hour ago, 2 hours ago. So I'm still kind of working through it, but that's kind of the way I see it. I think I see Terry as this guy that's going to be a little bit more kind of a traditional vertical route tree, kind of a little bit more one-on-one basketball on the perimeter, kind of if we like the matchup, let's let it rip. And then Stephon Diggs is the guy that you're kind of saying, okay, he's the inside guy. He's the number 3 receiver in certain concepts. He's got a matchup on a linebacker. Let's exploit that. Oh, okay, we're going to use him in motion. He's going to run that choice or that option, like Grant was talking about. Like, that's kind of what it feels like to me. Like, he might be more of Stephon Diggs might be more of a driver of the offense, while, Terry McLaurin's more like the knockout punch artist. And again, that role seems very natural for both of them, because that's what Stephon Diggs did last year, and that's what Terry's done specifically the last 2 years here in Washington.
To me, I don't want to say no doubt, because of course there's doubt, but I do think Diggs leads the team in catches. And I just look at kind of the number data on it. 2024, I don't want to say it's a wash because he was injured a bunch. So too was McLaurin last year. But if you go over the last 8 seasons, Stephon Diggs' low is 85 catches, which McLaurin has equaled one time in his career. It's not what he does. He is a different kind of receiver. And to me, it's like who's the better hitter? Just top of your head. The guy that hits 280 with 15 homers, or the guy that hits 220 with 40? And you go, the 40 guy. Well, but there's a lot of times he's going to come up and strike out with runners in scoring position. Wouldn't you rather have the ball in play? It's the fun debate about sports, about baseball. They're different kinds of guys. And Logan touched on it. This is a horizontal offense. It's a quick release offense. The guy that works underneath really well is Stephon Diggs. I think he gets more catches. The yardage part of it's going to be interesting. I think they'll both end up in a similar neighborhood, but I do think Diggs gets more catches than McLaurin, and I don't think that means he's better. I just think they're different.
Yeah, if the targets and catches, though, for Diggs are up over McLaurin, it's going to be interesting to see how he reacts to that, because he makes over twice as much, and this has been his room, his offense, his team for a long, long time. I think if you're an odds maker, if you're FanDuel or something, you have to have McLaurin still as the projected guy ahead of him, based on what he makes, based on what Blau has said. He's talked about 10 targets per game, offense
Jamar
going
Chase
through
territory,
him. Well, that's how a lot of the guys around the league now do it. Like Sean McVay's offenses go through Puka Nacua. That's kind of how you started. Back in the day in basketball, you watch a first possession with a Shaq team. He'd always touch the ball in the first possession, kind of inside out, where he's going to he's got the ball on his fingertips because they're too big. That like the ball just gets stuck in
Looks
his
like
hand.
a tennis ball. Yeah.
Exactly. So he's like looking around, and he's getting a cutter off his hip, and he bounce passes or whatever. In the McVay offense, everything's about Puka Nacua. Kevin O'Connell, the game plan every week when he would sit down with his quarterback is, all right, we're throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson 12 times. Now let's figure everything else out. If Blau's going to do that, that guy he said all offseason is Terry McLaurin. This changes the math a little bit, though, having Stephon Diggs roll in here as your wide receiver, too. And I just think, to your point, like, if he is the guy, you've seen Terry for years run a lot of that stuff. The meshes, the crosses, the drags, the line of scrimmage. I've seen him throughout camp. Now 6 practices. I've been out there for every one of them. He's been catching some of the screens. He's been the guy that they get open on some of those design looks at the line of scrimmage. Does that become Diggs? And now he is the traditional X, like pushing things down the field? If so, it just stands to reason you're going to throw it to Diggs more.
You look at some of these numbers like catch percentage, right? Which can sometimes be misleading stats, because if you throw nothing but bubble screens, you're going to have a high catch percentage. And if you're going deep every time, it'll be low. But Diggs last year was buoyed by a ridiculous catch percentage, aka lesser depth of target, more makeable layup kind of throws.
It was running back-esque. When you think about a running back might have 42 targets and 39 or 40 catches. Meaning how many of those balls are just slung out to them in the flat? There's not a defender around. It's a dump off. They're running a little choice route, and it's a 4-yard throw. So your catch percentage should be pretty close to 100. Whereas if you're an X like McLaurin and you're targeted way down the field on a 20-yard square out,
you're in the low 60s,
exactly.
right? So, and that's kind of another way I'm using the math here to kind of get to where I want to go. If they both got 120 targets, Diggs would have more catches based on his career catch percentages, the different kinds of routes, etc. If McLaurin's got 10 more targets, you still have more catches for Diggs. If he's got 15 more targets, 20. So now all of a sudden you could go 120 targets McLaurin, 100 targets for Diggs. You're still prioritizing the guy that can do more, that can take bigger, body blows against the defense, more knockout punches, to borrow from Logan, but you still have more success in terms of completed passes to Diggs. I think that's where kind of the math that I'm using to talk about this is coming from. This is not a referendum that, oh man, we got a guy that's better than Terry. He's different than Terry. That's what's so exciting to me, is now the guy that I think is really good at running some of those slants and yards after the catch and some of those, as you said, those 20-yard square ends, maybe going deep a little bit more, instead of we got to force feed a guy that's not a force feed guy. He's not Jamar Chase. He's not Puka Nacua. Now I think it opens up everybody.
800-636-1067. We want to hear from you next. So you think Diggs leads them in catches this year?
I do.
Wow. I'll tell you who I think leads them in catches, and then we'll hit the phones on this. Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Know you got options. Means a lot. We'll hit the phones in just a second at 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. The question is, how sure are we that Terry McLaurin continues his reign as the receptions leader for the Washington Commanders? Obviously, last year it didn't work out that way because he wasn't healthy enough, but when he's been on the field, he's been the unquestioned top dog in terms of targets, catches, and volume. Could Diggs change that this year? Danny thinks he's going to lead the team in catches. I don't. My reason for that is what McLaurin gets paid as it compares to what Diggs gets paid. This is not always a meritocracy in this league, and I think that speaks to some things, but most notably, I think they have spent the entire offseason designing and dialing things up to revolve around McLaurin. I think they'll change a lot of that now. You have to. Your personnel changes with Stephon Diggs. But had they have added Diggs in March, maybe I'd feel a little bit differently. I think in the end, McLaurin's going to catch around 70 balls. I think Diggs will probably be in the upper 50s, low 60s. I don't think it'll be that crazy different. Maybe it's like 57, 58 catches. The guy that I'm most interested in is Chig Okonkwo. Because what I've been wondering is who replaces Zach Ertz on third down, on third and Ertz. When you need 6, you need 8 yards. Who gets the one-on-one matchup, middle of the field, runs an option route, beats someone. Quarterback Daniels is patting the football, locking in on him, waiting for him to win. I think that becomes Diggs. And there was a chance a week ago, I was thinking that was going to have to be Chig Okonkwo. And I got to be honest, Danny, being out at all the practices so far, it looked like it was going to be Chig Okonkwo. So maybe I turned down, even though I think they want Chig to be a superstar, like they're going to feed him, they're going to move him all over the place. I was thinking Okonkwo could catch 70 balls, 65, 70 balls.
That's not crazy.
Now I'm going to go a few down for him. I'm going to go up for Diggs, and I just think the secondary guys get less work. So whatever I had for Antonio Williams down, Luke, if he's on the team, Van Jefferson, the depth players that make the roster. Certainly a guy like Treylon Burks. That's where I think most of Diggs' catches are going to come for me. I think a lot of those guys have to wait their turn now.
So looking at Okonkwo, you go back to 2024, the full season of health for Zach Ertz, which, by the way, is miraculous that happened. 66 catches, 654 yards. I think that catch range is right there for Okonkwo. I think the yardage would be higher because he's something called dynamic, whereas Ertz was a catch and fall immediately kind of guy. Still valuable, but I think Okonkwo can do more. Where do Diggs catches come from? It's the Zacchaeus Brown, Noah Brown, and De'Ami Brown pool, which was kind of a Hydra or like a Voltron of a number 2 receiver, sort of all kind of doing the same stuff, different packages, etc. Now you got a guy that can just do it on his own. You don't have to, mix and match right there.
That's where I'm talking about the secondary options.
Yeah.
Whatever I had for them, if I had 25, it's down to 15, right? For a few of those different guys. Adding up their receptions, that number goes down. I also think it's important to remember, if they have it their way, they're probably going to run fewer plays this year. Everything with Cliff was about tempo. And they want to slow it down a little bit. They're going to be in the huddle. They're about being efficient when they run the plays, but not necessarily running the most plays. Maybe you can balance that out with being on the field more often because your defense is good and actually gets 3 and outs and gets some stops. So maybe you can actually have the number of plays be similar with a lesser tempo. Let's go to the phones, though. Dave's listening in Raleigh via the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. What's up, Dave? How are you?
Guys, I am great. I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. I'm so excited. Maybe going to have my heart broken, but I can't stop how excited I am. I'm just, let me answer you guys this question. I think Diggs likely is going to have more receptions. I mean, he's had over, I think, 85, 6 times in his career. But beyond that, it's just, man, it's so nice to have professionals leading this organization again. I mean, what they did with the defense, it's definitely going to be improved. If they can, I love it that JD's going to be in their center. They can keep him upright, man. I'm excited, guys.
You should be.
Smell what you're cooking, dude.
Yeah, good football player that isn't normally available this time of year just got added at a position where most of us felt like they needed to add. Dan in Connecticut, also on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good, bud.
Chilling.
Yeah, I am jacked up about this move. I am very excited to see them stretch the field horizontally and vertically. I think we kind of forget that Terry can fly. Recall the game against the Cowboys where he, had that miraculous end of game touchdown that Austin Seibert kind of scuffled away. He can be a home run hitting vertical deep threat, and I think Diggs is going to live more underneath, with the horizontal game, the screen game, and maybe be the kind of, like you said, Grant, the Ertzian security blanket on third down. But I think it's going to put a lot of stress on defenses to cover every blade of grass, which I'm very excited about. And I also have one other thing to say, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, be quick. Go ahead.
Or you can react. Yeah. So I really am hopeful that this is going to cut down on the Jaden scrambling, because last year that was just a couple beats. The first guy wasn't open. Boom, he takes off. Like, I want to see the return of the quick game. 1, 2, drop back, bop, bop, the ball's out. Because again, the scrambling, it's not a way to keep him upright.
Yeah, that's where the injuries came in last year. His scramble rate's been too high, frankly. I mean, it's something I've harped on a lot. He's got to want to scramble less. It's got to be something drilled into him. But one of the things you can do to make it easier and to really help him is you can get guys that win.
Yeah, get some options. Right?
Options is one thing, but guys that win quickly is another, right? Because you can always, generally, when he scrambles, if you scramble and reset, doesn't matter who it is, they can plaster and get open. They're just coming back to you at the line or, uncovering, and now you can throw them open. But when you don't, before you scramble, if a guy's already won, now you don't have to. And I think that, to me, is what I want to see. I think Diggs will definitely help in that regard. But it's definitely an issue, and it's something that needs to change, is he's got to leave the pocket to run less frequently. Let's go to Xavier in Reston. What's up, Xavier?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
Man, I'm just kind of like the other callers I've been saying, man. Like, I'm just so excited for this year. Like, as long as I've been a Commanders fan, it's just like we've been going through turmoil with trying to get Terry a true number 2 receiver. And it's just been a turmoil of Curtis Samuel and Noah Brown. And, you guys know how it is. So I'm very happy. I do think that Terry can lead us in receptions. If you look at 2024, he had around 70 receptions. But now it's like, I feel like when every team plays us, they know they can double Terry. They know that, they can put their best corner on Terry or have the safety over top of them, and we don't really have another threat. So I think Diggs is really going to make a huge impact. And the fact that he did that coming off of ATL, I think he's going to be motivated. He's going to be at home. And I just think it's going to be a great year for us.
You think about offensive passing games generally in 3 levels: short, medium, long, or intermediate, long. And right now, where you put Diggs doesn't really matter, short or intermediate. But with him, with Okonkwo, and with McLaurin, you got viable weapons, I think, at all 3 levels. I want to ask Robert Mays about this. He does a really smart program, the Athletic Football Show. He's going to stop by. How much did things change for the Commanders' offense, for the NFC East picture yesterday with the Diggs edition? You're listening to Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NFL, the Commanders have Stephon Diggs in the facility today for a physical and to sign his contract. Just over a week from today, next Friday, the Commanders will have their first preseason game. They'll take on the Dolphins on August 14th, day off for the team today. Other news across the league, the Colts have signed running back Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year extension worth $44 million, $39 million guaranteed. The Texans have signed their linebacker Henry To'oTo'o to a 2-year extension worth $16 million, and the first preseason game tonight, Hall of Fame game between the Panthers and the Cardinals at 8 o'clock. You can hear it right here on the Fan after Nats baseball. Speaking of the Nats, they'll take on the Phillies tonight, 6:05 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis starts for the Nationals. Christopher Sanchez starts for the Phillies. Nats looking for the split in the 4-gamer as they take on the Phillies tonight. Robert Mays set to join Grant and Danny next here on the Fan. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny. We're both in our DC studio today. No training camp practice out in Ashburn. I'll be back out at camp tomorrow. Show's sponsored by the law firm Kandori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. So schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. And mention the show, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We wore the same exact shirt to work today.
Yeah.
So if you want to see us twinning, you can check us out on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel.
It is awkward. There's no way around that because we avoid the question generally when we see people in public like, hey, where's Grant? Or hey, where's Danny? We're like, yeah, we live separate lives. Doesn't look like it today. Looks like we high-fived in the hallway like, you and me, haha, doing the Spider-Man meme like idiots.
Looks like we rolled over and reached into the same drawer at the same time.
My
Grabbed
goodness.
the same shirts. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show our buddy Robert Mays, whose camp tour continues. I actually saw him this week, just a couple days ago, out in Ashburn, and he joins us now on Grant and Danny. Robert, I honestly, if you told me that was yesterday or 4 days ago, I wouldn't know the difference. I know I saw you.
It was yesterday, but more recently than a couple days ago. It was officially yesterday. I have the wet shoes to prove it.
Yeah, okay, so you were there wet shoe day. That makes more sense.
Why were the shoes wet?
Just so much raining.
Oh, okay.
Everything was muddy. All the grass was just
Gotcha.
sopping. Like, if you walked anywhere at the facility yesterday, your shoes got very wet and very smelly very quickly. Robert, you were also there on a big news day. The Commanders ending what was a few months of speculation about wide receiver 2. They go get Stephon Diggs to help out on offense. What did you think? I think we lost Robert.
Too good of a question. Too good of a question right there. You should turn your mic on, too. Okay, that last 15 seconds, that's not our best. We're going to redo that.
We lose Robert? All right. We'll get him back on the horn here.
And then you were saying that we lost him without your mic on, which was great.
That's fine. That was Robert's time. It's not my time. Robert, are you there?
There we go.
Yes, you said when I think about it, I said I wish they would have announced the signing 3 hours earlier, so it would have happened before I spent 20 minutes talking to Nicky Chabal about the receiver room. But in terms of the actual on-field impact, it was necessary. I mean, if you look at the makeup of that room and the guys that they had in there, it was one of the bigger glaring holes positionally on any roster in the NFL. And so for a staff that obviously it's year one of the coordinators, but we're in year 3 with Dan Quinn and Andrew Peters where there's a decent amount of urgency, but you needed to do something to shore up that spot in a way where it gave you a real option other than Terry McLaurin. And so I think it was a necessary move, and I think it's a smart move for a team that was in that position.
I understand, Robert, that this is not the 2022 Stephon Diggs of 108 catches, 1,429 yards, 11 touchdowns, 13 yards plus per reception. I get that. But what he is still pretty useful to me. Where do you find, or what do you think his skill set is at this stage of his career?
He was using a lot of underneath slot snaps last year. I think you could do a little bit of that with him this year. Demi Brown and Treylon Burks, I think, credibly can play a little bit outside. And so if you want to move, use Stephon inside. But also, this team is going to play with a lot of really condensed splits. If you look at the way that the Lions played under Ben Johnson, where the roles between inside and outside receivers are blurred a little bit, I think that is conducive to where Stephon is at this point in his career. But this is going to be a team that I think plays a lot of 12 personnel. That's still going to be their best collection of pass catchers. But when it's made and you need a bunch of receiving options out there and you have a slot receiver, I think that's where you can really lean, even on this version of Stephon Diggs. Last year, he played like 55-ish% of the snaps for the Patriots. He was more of a part-time player. I think he might have to play more for this team this year, but we've seen him on a rate basis, even as recently as last season, still be a really effective NFL receiver.
Yeah, to that point, Robert Mays of The Athletic with us. Number 1 EPA per target, number 2 success rate, number 6 yards per target, among some other areas where he shined last year. 83% catch rate, indicative maybe of some ADOT and running routes around the line of scrimmage, kind of tight end, running back-esque there. But we just had a topic last hour where we discussed, how much he'll eat into what McLaurin does. Is there a multiverse where he out-targets or out-catches McLaurin this year, in your opinion?
I don't think there should be. I think is my understanding of how this team wants to play. Part of the reason that you're going to this more under-center world with Jayden Daniels, I think one of the benefits of that is just optionality for the offense, making it harder to play against for the defense. But I think the other selling point is we do feel like we have some downfield explosiveness that maybe we couldn't tap into the way we wanted, playing the way that we had over the last couple of years. And in order to access that explosiveness, Terry McLaurin needs to be the central piece of the passing game. And so I still think this is going to be something that is built around and through Terry as the number 1 option, in part because he's, to me, a better player right now, and I think stylistically what they want out of that offense, he's the guy in my mind that can really unlock it.
Our guy Robert Mays with us here on G&D. So let me give you my counter case, because I actually do think Diggs ends up with more catches, but maybe not more dynamic. I think your point is 100% right, that McLaurin can do more. If you gave them the same number of catches, McLaurin would have more yards, more TDs, etc. It's just where they're going to be operating to me. And I think it's a lot of quick, it's a lot of horizontal, it's a lot of let's prevent Jayden Daniels from getting hit. I don't think it's going to be like 100-50 or something like that, but I think Diggs maybe ends up in the low 80s, and McLaurin's always been right around 75-80. That's kind of how I see it. And that sounds like it's off base to you, Robert.
I think there's a world where that happens. I don't think this is going to be an offense that wants to live in the quick horizontal world. I think their protection of Jayden Daniels and their desire to insulate him from injury is going to be more about taking design runs off of his plate, creating just a little bit better protection out of some of the play action stuff that you can do. I don't think it's going to be about, we got to make sure we're throwing a bunch of 5 and 6 yard routes that are static. That's not what this offense has ever been. It's not what it was under Ben Johnson in Detroit. It's not what it was under Ben Johnson last year. Listen to these guys talk about who they want to be, whether that's Ben Johnson, Declan Doyle, now David Blau coming from this world. Explosive. That's what we're chasing here. And so I think that's just what I have in front of mind when I'm thinking about the types of players and types of concepts that will be featured. And I think that Terry McLaurin is just best deployed in those circumstances that these guys really want to seek out.
Robert, in your day in Ashburn, what did you see from the Blau offense? And I don't know if you got an audience with him. What are some of your expectations? I've been saying to Danny, having been out there every day, whatever amount of Chigakonkwo movement you anticipated, it's more.
It's more.
But the motions, the shifts, the condensed splits like you talked about, getting everyone in tight, the 12 personnel, this is what we've been begging for. I know you came on with us a bunch last year, and I would always lead the witness with my kind of disdain for how Kingsbury ran things. I'm fired up for this. What did you think when you were out there?
Yesterday was a tough practice to pick up much because really the only 2 team things that they did for an extended period yesterday were red zone and some 7-on-7. And so I think that you just didn't get a sense of what the normal down and distance offense is going to be. But my understanding, just talking to people and trying to pick up the pieces and read the tea leaves about where David Blau comes from, I think it's going to be a little bit of all of that stuff. I think 12 personnel is going to be their best personnel grouping. The Chicago part of that is this is the push and pull with 12 personnel in the modern NFL. If you're going to play 12 personnel, there is a good chance you're going to be getting a lot of nickel defense to your 12 personnel. That's dependent on who you have, a lot of factors, but teams are comfortable playing nickel to that. If teams are going to play nickel to that, can you run the ball against them? And there are some teams, especially when you have a second tight end that is more of an undersized receiving option, that I think struggle to create advantages in those circumstances. But when you look at David Blau, where he comes from, when he was in Detroit, that was Sam Laporta's rookie year. And I think that they did a great job with that staff of putting the right blocking assignments on Sam Laporta's plate as a limited blocker. Sam Laporta's not that much bigger than Chickakakwa. And so I do think that David Blau has some experience in, all right, how do I make sure to hide or paper over some of this guy's potential deficiencies as a physical player? And I do think that he has enough experience with that to potentially understand the right ways to use that personnel grouping. So I think we'll see the two tight end stuff. I think we'll see a lot of shifts, a lot of motions, a lot of under center. I mean, look, in terms of like the DNA and the bones of it, like what we saw in Detroit over the last few years and what we saw a lot of in Chicago last year.
What's your prognosis for Daniels this season? Obviously, he's been hit too many times, has had injuries ranging from mild, easy for me to say with broken ribs, to pretty significant, causing him to miss a bunch of time last year. What's your prognosis for him this year, as he still hasn't started 25 games yet, now it's a new offense?
I just think that they will try to do everything they can to limit the exposure he has to putting him in those sorts of positions. Like, I just don't see him being a designed runner as much as we have seen over the last couple of years. And I think that's part of why you can feel comfortable transitioning to a more under center world, because if you're going to go play more under center, the thing you lose is taking the quarterback out of the design run game. But if you think that the downside of the quarterback being a part of the design run game outweighs the upside at this point, then you're not really sacrificing anything by moving under center. You're only realizing all of the benefits of that. And so I think we just see Jayden Daniels play a more traditional version of quarterback this year, and I think he's equipped to do that. He did a little bit of it at Arizona State, and there's nothing about Jayden Daniels' game that makes you think he can't be a really, really valuable player if you put him in more of a box like that. In talking to people yesterday, I think one of the things that came up in conversation and I could sort of feel was this subtle reminder that, like, when this guy is out here, he's a really special player. And some of the questions that you might have about other personnel about the offense or some of the things that we can do, your worries about that should be assuaged a little bit, because at the end of the day, when the quarterback is a really special player, some of those other considerations just matter a little bit less. And so I kind of hope to be reminded of that this year, that when we can see him on the field for 16 or 17 games, we're kind of jolted back awake to the idea of this is a really special quarterback. What happened 2 years ago was real. That is the stuff that you should expect, and I think that's their expectation as well.
Robert Mays, the Athletic Football Show on Grant and Danny. Going to the defensive side of the ball, they spent a lot of money. I mean, 10 of their top 13 free agents pre-Diggs were on the defensive side. They also drafted Sonny Styles at number 7. And they're changing schemes to the in vogue, everybody wants a piece of the Flores defense led by Durante Jones. How do you see that going? And realistically, how much can they improve year over year?
I think they can improve a lot simply because of the starting point from last year. I mean, that thing was a disaster last season. Like, there's no way around it. It was one of the worst, just poorly executed defenses in the NFL last season. And when you want to be at single high man team, which is, that Seattle 3 world that Dan Quinn comes from, you got to have the horses to play that way. And you look at the defensive personnel last year, they didn't have the horses. And so the talent isn't conducive to playing the style that they wanted to. And I just think that the unit overall was such a mess that it almost has to be better independent of all the talent that they've added this offseason. So I think we will see a much improved unit in part because we have to. And overall, just the talent in the front 7, the pop in the front 7 is just so different than it looked like a year ago. Like, God bless Bobby Wagner. He's a Hall of Fame player who's had an incredible career. Sonny Styles, from like a movement and range perspective, compared to where Bobby Wagner was at this point in his career, is going to be night and day. The amount of juice you have coming off the edge and just bendiness and explosion with Odafe Owe and Clayton Jason, that's so much different than what it felt like last year. The interior has a lot of pieces that you can feel good about that rotation. And so I think the front seven is remade. I think that there's more youth and explosiveness to it. And I think that in this scheme, we're going to be able to see a lot of that early on.
Robert, where are you at on Dan Quinn in general? Two new coordinators, one on both sides of the ball. Last year, when they lost 8 straight, in the middle of that, four games where they lost by an average of 25 per week, and the only change they made was they had Joe Witt, the defensive coordinator at the time, change seats. Like, this is a pretty big year, and there doesn't seem to be much swirling around Quinn. What's your view of him in general at this point?
Oh, I think there should be. I think this is a huge year. I mean, you think about the dynamics at play here. Obviously, year one was fantastic, but let's go before year one. He was not their first choice. This is something that they kind of, they stumbled into after trying to go a couple different directions at the head coaching spot. Year one is fantastic, but then how disappointing year one or year two was, that leaves a taste in your mouth that makes what happened in year one matter a little bit less. If you look around the league, if you're firing both your coordinators, then it's really, really hard to Robert unless you win.
Robert's phone's breaking up. I'm going to throw him on hold. Darius, in fact, just thank him. Tell him we'll grab him here in the not-too-distant future. He's on a camp tour. He told me he was at the Ravens this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So he's driving from there, I think, to maybe Eagles or Steelers or something like that.
Doing that East Coast tour. Oh, buddy.
He is in the mountains.
Gauntlet.
Probably on 70 or 79 somewhere at this point on his way out toward Latrobe. But appreciate him hopping on with us. Really good information. I always like getting the guys on after they come through on their tours to get a little national perspective.
You come in with fresh eyes. It's like, what'd you see? Yeah.
He didn't get the best practice because of the rain yesterday, twofold. One, if you were one of the fans out there yesterday, it was a season ticket holder day, they actually went to a backfield way away from the fans. So I felt really, really bad. Like, my family was out there. It was the one practice they'll go to. And I've been telling my son, oh, you're going to watch this. And then you can't see anything.
You couldn't see anything.
It's so far away. And he's like, Dad, that's what you do every day? I'm like, well, no, it's not quite what you did. Like, you were really, really far away. Having said that, they didn't want to chew up the field. It was raining. I'm not blaming them. It is what it is. What are you supposed to do?
Right.
If they practiced on the field in front of the fans, it's probably ruined for much of the rest of camp. But beyond that, they didn't do nearly as much. It was after a padded practice. This will probably annoy you, but they've basically gone padded and long, and then a lot lighter the next day. Today's a day off. So they kind of had the light day into the day off, and then they'll be... I was told they're not padded again until Saturday, though. So tomorrow is non-padded, I believe, as of right now.
Yeah, to me, it's the days off. I understand not going crazy. We don't have to do two a days bull in the ring. It's just there's nothing you could do. Nobody could watch any films or anything. We couldn't walk through something.
So it's possible. I don't know what their schedule is internally there. I just know it's a non-media day, and you can only do that so often. I'm sure, based on the Football Writers Association of America, of the United States, of North America,
yeah.
of the Lorton, Virginia, or whatever.
Greater Virginia, yeah.
Exactly. But there are rules there that you have to be at X amount of them. So it's possible that this could be one of the closed practices. The other day off that they had when we weren't out there in camp, end of last week, I know they actually had a closed practice. And I'm guessing that's when they're doing a lot of the stuff that's actually going to get them ready for the season.
One would hope.
We're still not seeing some of the stuff that I definitely thought we would. I will say that trick play quotient has gone up. Like, you know how we do the Ben Johnson alert the last couple of years? You can get rid of the Ben Johnson alert, but I need a David Blau alert. Because
it's coming?
He brought Ben Johnson's trick plays with him, based on what I've seen out in Ashburn. Okay? So the Ben Johnson alert needs to live on through the David Blau alert.
How about it? Is it one of those... The hardest part about the trick play isn't having the chutzpah to do it. It's the, God, it feels gimmicky if you can't do anything else. Does it make any sense? Like, if you can't run the ball, if you can't throw the ball, and everybody's shoving it on you, now that would happen to this offense. But
how often are teams doing that, though? I mean, the teams that normally execute the trick plays,
it's where everything's working.
The pretty good offenses. Now, if your point is you run a trick play and it doesn't work, it looks bad. I get that.
Right.
But most teams are not breaking out trick plays when they've got 11 yards in the game in the third quarter.
I suppose. But I guess my point is I'm thinking of the Lions specifically, like where all they had to do was hand it to Jahmyr Gibbs. Then what we should do is throw a double reverse pass to somebody, and then it gave the Washington a huge advantage with a terrible turnover that basically sealed the game. And I'm going, thank you for doing that. I love how smart you think you are.
Yeah.
That's always the risk, right, to your point.
That was a play that happened that Commanders fans have talked a lot about in a game in which they gave up almost 600 yards.
Yeah.
To that offense.
That's my point, is if you handed it off and you would give up 700 yards, and maybe Detroit wins.
Very possible. Or maybe they don't give up 45 points, and maybe they also win. And we don't blame the offensive coordinator.
Who knows?
Yeah, could be. Paul Taboni was on the Junkies yesterday talking about the future of the Nationals, and some money questions came up. When are they going to spend? Are they allowed to spend? Does he want to spend? I think this is pretty interesting stuff. You and I would like to see this team increase their payroll this offseason. Seems like they're close enough to do that. Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million. 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo. That's a $100,000 entry. Enter Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Stephon Diggs is in the facility in Ashburn today as the Commanders have the day off. They're getting ready for their first preseason game a week from tomorrow as they'll take on the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium. They'll be back on the practice field tomorrow, presumably with Stephon Diggs, his first day in burgundy and gold. Other news across the NFL, the Colts are signing running back Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year extension worth $44 million, $39 million guaranteed. The Texans are signing linebacker Henry To'oTo'o to a 2-year extension worth $16 million. And tonight, first preseason action. Panthers taking on the Cardinals for the Hall of Fame game. That'll kick off at 8 o'clock in Canton, Ohio. You can hear it right here on The Fan after Nationals baseball. Speaking of the Nats, they're taking on the Phillies for Game 4 of the 4-game set in Philadelphia tonight. The Nats ended a 7-game losing streak last night. They'll look to split the series in Philadelphia today. 6:05 first pitch. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Miles Mikolas starts for the Nationals. Christopher Sanchez starts for the Phillies. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks for listening to the program. Paul Taboni was on your flagship home for the Nats yesterday for his weekly interview with the Junkies. This came after the trade deadline. And I wanted to play a couple clips when they talked to him about the financials within the organization, ownership commitment, money being spent. You know how I feel about this? I am nervous about when this ownership group will start spending again. Feels like the time to do so is this offseason. But I'm also simultaneously a little bit concerned. While I'm really, really happy with this new regime, and it's essentially exactly what I would have done is hire a group like this and ask them to move forward with R&D and research and development and all the analytics and the data and whatnot. I don't want them to try to recreate the Rays or the Brewers. You can do what the Rays and the Brewers do, but I'm also handing you a checkbook. It's a number 8 or whatever it is, media market in America. It's Washington, D.C. We don't need to act like a small market team. And in the back of my head, I just wonder, with every decision that's made, we assume ownership doesn't want to spend money. A lot of times when you're the Rays or you're the Brewers, you don't want to spend money because you kind of don't think you need to. And is that the way Taboni's going to operate? So let's play a couple of these clips and then we'll react to them. But let's start first with Taboni when he was asked why fans should invest emotionally when ownership has not spent the cash.
It's a fair question. I think what I would say, though, is just strip out like the dollars for a second. I think what fans most gravitate towards is winning. You know what I mean? Like if we're winning, I think payroll becomes a little bit less relevant, right? That there are a few teams around the league that are winning a bunch of games and I think fans aren't talking about payroll as much as they are about them winning a bunch of games and the players that they love on those teams. So, I think it's like when we were early in the season, right? When we were probably exceeding expectations. My guess is that the fans were talking about us exceeding expectations and their love for Woody and CJ and these guys, and not necessarily that. So, we keep telling ourselves, hey, if we just focus on putting together a really good team over the long term and winning a bunch of games, I think the rest will take care of itself.
So that's a really interesting answer because he didn't say, look, it hasn't been time to spend, but that time is coming, right? He didn't say, the question is basically, why should fans keep spending money when the owners don't? And he didn't say, well, this isn't like the owners are never going to spend, which is the answer I think Mike Rizzo often gave. It's not like these owners have never spent. Look at 2019 and the World Series and all the years before that. He chose to say, payroll really doesn't matter that much, winning does. Fans gravitate toward winning, which I always talk about. When people call in and they tell us, I'm going to stop going to the ballpark, I can't support this ownership group. My response to that is, fan how you want to fan, do what you want to do. That's your prerogative. I'll see you when they're good again. You don't have to be here. This group's pretty smart. They're going to be super competitive. You saw that with their hands tied behind their back financially to some extent this year. And when they're good again, we'll see at the ballpark. But I didn't necessarily want to hear Paul Taboni say that as it pertains to, he said payroll becomes less relevant. Like, that is a bigger picture thought to me than just talking about the state of the 2026 Nationals.
So the question basically is, what do you say to fans that are looking at an organization that won't commit to payroll? And he goes, forget about payroll. Again, he's smart and he had a good way of answering the question, but that tells you everything right there immediately. Because what payroll represents isn't necessarily, because look at the Mets. You pay too much money and you don't win. It's an embarrassment. Everybody makes fun of you every day in the sport. You have the highest payroll and you lose a lot. Ha, ha, ha. Let's have a great time. Payroll represents commitment. You're asking me, when that season ticket bill comes, to give you money that I've earned. I'm giving it to you willingly with the understanding that there's an equal commitment from you. And if Taboni's point is, well, if we, take this really different route and get there and we give you guys a bunch of wins, you won't care. Yeah, to a degree. But I'm excited to go see James Wood. Every fan, when casually we bring up James Wood, you go, well, when are they going to trade him? Because of the track record, because that's what they've done. They haven't offered the commitment to keep that winning sustained. This group is really smart, and they'll find, like, if you gave everybody, we had to do this project my junior year of high school in physics. We were given $25 to build a catapult. You know who did a really good job were the smart kids. They took that $25.
Right.
Mine, I got a C-, and that was a gift because the thing damn near broke. I'm an idiot when it came to that sort of stuff. My buddy built a pneumatic cannon and shot a tennis ball 300 yards. He won. He's an engineer. He's worth millions. The point is, I'm not. If you gave everybody $100, they would do more with it than 80, 90, 100% of the teams.
Yes,
but that's not what the contest is.
We live in a world where they don't need to only use $100.
Of course not.
But this goes back to my fear, and this, by the way, this answer does not assuage my fear.
Yeah, I think this is what's happening.
So my fear is that they want to be the Brewers and the Rays, and I want to be the Brewers and the Rays too, with money spent. And it seems maybe more like the with money spent part is not something they would completely subscribe to. That's kind of where I'm going here. Payroll becomes less relevant when you're winning. True. He then talks about there are teams around the sport that win, and no one talks about their payroll. They just talk about how good they are and how good their players are. Who's he talking about? He's talking about the Brewers, who, by the way, have the best record in the National League for a second straight year with no payroll. He's talking about the Rays, who somehow, in a division with Boston and New York and all the really good teams that spend a lot of money in the East, they win more often than they don't. They're in the playoffs more often than they're not. They're really, really well put together. But those teams have never won a championship. And I know it's hard to win a championship. The Yankees don't win championships anymore either. The Mets don't win championships. There's a lot of teams that don't win championships that spend money too. But it is in the same way that, like, people, I was arguing with a buddy of mine who loves the Nats last night about their new pitcher. Cruz comes in, he throws 101. He's got the best slider via some of the stuff metrics last night in baseball. He had not a good inning. He threw more balls than strikes, and he gave up a run. The game was tied. And I watched that, and I go, oh, my God, they actually got a guy with some stuff in the back of the bullpen. He watched that, and he goes, this guy can't throw strikes, and he's terrible, right? And I guess my point is, like, I think when it comes to a team like the Brewers and the Rays, and the fact that they do it right, and the fact that they're so good, that is awesome. But they haven't won. They haven't gotten across the finish line. It is easier. The result is still very, very difficult to get there. The other thing he said, by the way, I want to hit on this real quick, because you mentioned Wood and CJ, because that was in the answer. I forget exactly how he get to that point of the answer and play that again. I forget exactly how he said it, but he's like, I'll bet you when we were good earlier this year and we were overachieving, everyone just talked about how awesome Woody and CJ are, and they weren't talking about our payroll, right? That's effectively what he said.
His point is winning is what matters, payroll doesn't.
Right. Because of your payroll, James Wood will not be here after this contract. Because of the payroll, if we're doing the payroll's not important, if that's your mantra, CJ Abrams is not here either. So you can't use them as the examples. You see what I'm saying? Of why the overachieving a team is overachieving and why it's okay to not have much of a payroll. Now, maybe his point is, next it's not CJ, it's Coy James from your system. And next it's not James Wood, it's some other outfielder we've unearthed in a trade. But living in a world where you don't have a significant payroll, you cannot keep James Wood and you cannot keep CJ Abrams. You trade Abrams this offseason, and then Wood, luckily, still around for a few more years because he's still in his infancy. but you eventually trade him too.
I think fans aren't talking about payroll as much as they are about them winning a bunch of games and the players that they love on those teams. So, I think it's like when we were early in the season, right? When we were probably exceeding expectations. My guess is that the fans were talking about us exceeding expectations and their love for Woody and CJ. And
James Wood is on a trajectory to be, I don't know what it's going to be at that time because the CBA is going to complicate this, but let's just say a $60-some million a year player, 65 million. Kyle Tucker got 60 this offseason, which is the dumbest thing that's ever happened.
That's insane.
And it's not a real thing, that it's just the Dodgers doing what they want to do. But otherwise, the highest paid position player who's not a pitcher right now is Juan Soto at around $50 million a year. So if you forecast out several seasons, not knowing what's going to happen in the CBA, James Wood could be a $65 million a year guy. If you're the Brewers, you can't have him. If you're the Rays, you can't have him. So if you're telling me payroll doesn't matter, you can't keep players like that. That's not what I want to be. That is not what anyone signed up for here. If you want to do that, respectfully, and I love Paul Taboni, and I love this front office. They're going to win a lot of baseball games. These are my guys. I'm in. Go do that in Miami. If you want to do the thing here where you act like the Brewers 93% of the time, and then you also spend $40 million on an ace and $26 million on a bat that's going to hit you 30 home runs and drive in 100, now we got something. That's why I brought you here.
Well, when we look at the Rays and the Brewers, for example, teams that we often cite when it comes to this, the active player, the guy that plays Major League Baseball for Washington this year, that makes the most money is Keibert Ruiz. If Trevor Williams comes back, when he does, he'll be their highest paid player at $7 million. He's back, right? So I misspoke. Excuse me. But he's the guy that was playing for them mostly is Keibert Ruiz. Now that Williams is back, there are 6 players on the Brewers that make a lot more money than Keibert Ruiz does. You look at the Rays, there are 6 players that make more money than Keibert Ruiz. Their highest paid player is Steven Strasburg, who hasn't played in years, and their second highest paid is Trevor Williams. There are only a handful of guys that have a second comma in their payroll. It's easy to say payroll doesn't matter, wins do, 100%. But he's the same guy that when he was hired, and again, it sounds like I'm being critical of him. I'm a big Taboni fan as well, but he talked about going to the games and having kids grow up going and seeing their players and guys that they really like. It's easy to say winning's the only thing that matters. Sure, there's also something else that matters too, where it's like, I'm not getting my kid any jersey of any player because it's going to be a short shelf life while they're here. Until somebody is signed beyond their first arbitration year, it's not a great investment to go spend money on an authentic jersey.
They're going to sign Dalen Lyle, maybe, or somebody like that, right? It's not going to be Wood. It's not going to be Abrams. It's not going to be a Boris guy or one of the big agency guys that doesn't do that. But this group does want to sign guys. I believe that. It's just going to be, you got to find the right guys to do it. And by right, I mean the guys that are willing to do it, that are good enough to do it with. The problem was, Keibert Ruiz left the Boris Corporation to go to a different agency to sign that extension, then went back to Boris. I'm pretty sure is the way that
I think that's how it went down.
I know he was not with Boris when he did. I think he's back with Boris now. And I know that Boris would not have had him do that deal. But Keibert Ruiz was probably looking at it going, am I sure I'm ever going to make $50 million as a major leaguer? This was Taboni when asked about the possibility of upping payroll next season, which I think is important.
There's so much going on that you guys don't see and that the fan base doesn't see that, quite honestly, I probably haven't talked enough about, right? So, being able to develop guys at the major league level the way that we have, that doesn't come without a cost. It doesn't come without investment. And then our player development group too, going from whatever we were coming into the year, the 20th ranked farm system or 23rd or wherever we were up until the top, call it 2 or 3 or 4, wherever we are. That doesn't come without real investment and doing it right, so to speak, at the in the minor leagues. And so I think that the problems are it's tough for fans to kind of realize those returns right away. And so while we have realized some of them in the big leagues with guys that are major league players, that's really fun. That's been great. But I think some of this there's going to be some lag time until you see some of these minor league players come up and they're really good versions of themselves. I think that's where a lot of this is going to shine through.
That answer was maybe more alarming. If the sheet you gave me, Dad, is that when asked about the possibility of upping payroll next season. So if the question was actually, are you going to spend more money next year? And that's the answer. That's scary because he said no in a lot of words. Now, he is 1,000% right. And this is where he's done an unbelievable job and his staff has crushed it. He says there's so much going on you don't see, and maybe we need to talk more about that. So I think strategically he goes back to the well and he's like, we need to start getting the word out that we're spending an S-ton of money on R&D, that we got the trajectory machines, not only in the big leagues here, but in West Palm Beach and at the AAA level. And next year we're going to have them at AA and at single A.
Yeah, it's the most cost-effective thing you can do is you spend, I'm making up the numbers, $1 million on a machine to turn a $500,000 player into a $5 million valued player. That's a better ROI than going to spend $30 million on a star. I really think this is how they got the job. Like, I think, look at how little you're going to have to spend, and we'll produce much better results for you.
Data investments, tech investments, staffing is way better. I think not only do they have, look at the major league level, their actual coaches are better than the last coaches, but at every level, they're better instructors. They're sharper. These are people that were at Driveline and doing the very new school stuff that the last staff scoffed at. These pejoratives like Driveline, are you kidding me? Those nerds. I mean, those are the people that are kind of like running affiliates and stuff in the past, right? And are like coaching instruction people within the system. So all of that costs money. I believe, I was told, I haven't looked this up, but I think they have a way bigger staff of people, hands-on players in the minor leagues. All that costs money. That's not wrong. Again, the question was, are you going to spend more money on major league talent? And not only did he not say, yes, we'd like to, it sounded like the answer was, no, guys. The minor leaguers are coming. Don't worry. And they're going to be a lot better because we're spending money developing them. Which, when you're as close as it feels like they are, is not what anybody wants to hear.
No, the budget comes out of the same spot. In other words, you got $100 million to make your baseball team. That'd be lofty. You got $20 million to make your baseball team. How are you going to spend it? Well, 14 is going to be on player development, and the rest of it is, we're catching the scraps.
Trevor Williams.
Yeah, we're going to go see if we can find 3 more Curtis Meads out of the pile.
When you spend $3 million on a pitcher, you get Miles Michaelis. When you spend $7 million on a pitcher, you get Zach Littell. They can have decent outings where they go 5 innings and fool some people from time to time. They're veterans with some guile, but they're also going to have 4.97 ERAs after a bunch of starts. That's how that works. So you either develop really good arms, and this is the plan, the Sikoras and the Susanas and the Paralysis and whoever else, or you spend money on those guys. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We were just doing a deep dive into baseball contracts, and it is comically funny. The 26-man rosters, because you can find bloated salary numbers for every team. Most places, when they list the payroll for the Nationals, are listing a bigger number that includes money that's still being paid to Steven Strasburg. And ownership might say that's still money we're paying, so it counts. I would say it doesn't. But when you look at just the 26-man rosters around baseball, the Nats' 26-man roster, their payroll is about $33 million.
Their sixth highest paid player, by the way, is Shin Ogasawara.
That's hilarious. Their sixth highest paid player
let me double check that.
is
1,
DFA
2,
Shin.
3, 4, 5. Excuse me. Seventh highest. I've miscounted. Seventh highest paid player is Shin Ogasawara.
And here they are tonight playing in Philadelphia against the Phillies with a 26-man payroll of $33 million. There are players on the Phillies, plural, who make $30 million a year, or close to it. Trey Turner's a 27 and change guy. Bryce Harper's a 25.4 guy. Aaron Nola makes 24. Kyle Schwarber makes 30. Zach Wheeler makes $42 million. If you go up against Zach Wheeler, he makes more in a season than the entire payroll of the Washington Nationals active 26-man group right now. It's just, not only is it a broken system, which is obvious, but the fault is in there's no rule preventing you from trying to spend money to get better.
Their on-field product is about $33 million. It's a fraction of what even teams that do it on a budget do.
It's time for our double play. Double play on Grant and Danny comes your way each and every day thanks to our friends at FH Fur. 45 years, they have set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, go get 0% financing for 72 months. Qualifying new system purchase plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter. Absolutely free. FH Fur, plumbing, heating, AC, and electrical. Absolutely the best.
So forgive this, waxing poetic here a little bit, GP, and I got in my feels a decent amount. So going back to before I left for the beach, the last thing I got to do right before then, my last act as a dude that was not on vacation, was I got to call a Nationals game with Charlie Slows. And hope I did okay, and I worked really hard at it and tried to be informative and gave good information, tried to be entertaining in kind of a small amount, but letting Charlie be the star, rightfully so. And there are a couple people that we've lost over recent years that you can't help but think about. Every time I go to the press box, we see the spot for our buddy Craig Heist, who passed. And while I was doing the Nats game, I thought a lot about our buddy Pete Medhurst, who passed as well last year. And just one of those things that runs through your mind. You're still got a job to do. You're doing the best you can to, do this really important thing for this incredible broadcast that I was filling in on, one time for Dave Jackler, who had other responsibilities. And so I thought of Pete a whole bunch kind of throughout. Well, I saw this story while I was on vacation, and I just thought this was the coolest damn thing, and it just sort of felt appropriate that it was right now. I got this from Bill Wagner, who writes for the Capital Gazette. And this is his tweet about it. Pete Medhurst's legacy lives on at Navy Athletics. They will dedicate the home radio booth at Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium in his honor.
No way.
Yeah. Medhurst was the longtime voice of Navy Athletics and broadcast many Navy football games, Navy men's lacs. He joined Navy Athletics in 1997, the year I graduated high school, and had been a staple and a mainstay as the kind of voice of Navy. Really, really cool, man.
So he was like a worker bee who just kept climbing.
Yeah.
A lot of times for those jobs, because the guy that did play-by-play for Navy before him ended up getting the job going to the New England Patriots to be their play-by-play guy, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was a direct jump or there was one in the meantime. But a lot of times it's a pretty quality gig. Like, they're going to go hire someone from outside. But Pete had come in, as you said, in the 90s, and he was doing sideline, and he was doing all the grinder stuff. I'll go call swimming, and I'll call volleyball, and I'll call women's field hockey.
Yeah, we figured out that he called one of our games when we played at Navy. He was doing, play-by-play there in the year 2000 or whatever. We figured that out at one point.
But he is, one of these guys that just kept grinding, kept working, kept climbing, and then you end up being the play-by-play voice. And I don't want to speak for him, but it certainly always seemed like that was the thing he took the most pride in his professional career and was just the happiest about. It was the thrill of his lifetime. But that is a huge honor. That's really amazing.
That was really neat.
I've seen that in professional press boxes where I've been, where they'll name it after a legend or someone who's passed, or a broadcast booth. If you're an icon, and Harry Callis's press box in Philadelphia or wherever I've gone. But for Pete to have the Navy booth named in his honor, can you imagine?
Yeah.
How much he's smiling about that?
That is really, really cool. So again, it's two-pronged, right? As I'm doing the Nats game, I'm going, what would child Danny Rouillet say about this? Like, how incredible is this? How cool is this? How amazing is it? And I'm sitting there, blown away by the opportunity and sort of in awe of that moment, and thought about our buddy Pete a bunch throughout that, because he did that. He filled in a couple times, doing incredible play-by-play. It was seamless.
Times.
Yeah, multiple times.
He was the main third guy. I mean, he did dozens and dozens of games.
Yeah, so I didn't mean to sell it short, but did it a ton. And then I saw that story, and I couldn't help but smile through a little bit of a weather system in my ocular region.
That's very cool.
Really neat.
I did not hear that. I'm glad you brought
good
that
for you,
up.
Navy.
And kudos to them, but hopefully his family will be honored as they dedicate it at some game this fall.
They're doing it before, I believe, September 5th against Towson.
Really?
Is the plan.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love hearing that. G&D on the Fan. Show's brought to you by the law firm, Kondori and Murad. Check them out, kmlawyers.com. You got to mention us for a discount. They can take care of the important stuff in your life, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin, setting up your will and testament, all that stuff. kmlawyers.com. We are blitzing next on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Day off today for the Commanders, but Stephon Diggs is in the facility in Ashburn today, going through his physical. He'll sign his contract later today. Commanders are 1 week and a day from their preseason opener against the Dolphins. That'll be Friday, August 14th at Northwest Stadium. Other NFL news today, the Colts are signing running back Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year extension worth $44 million, $39 million guaranteed. Hall of Fame game tonight, Panthers and Cardinals at 8 o'clock. You can hear it right here on the Fan after Nats baseball as the Nats get set for Game 4 of the 4-game set in Philadelphia. They won last night to snap a 7-game losing streak. They'll look to split the series with Philly tonight. 6:05 right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis takes on Christopher Sanchez. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All of our training camp coverage today on Grant and Danny's brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Remember, at 5 o'clock in 1 hour, we're going to talk to Warren Sharp, who has been very high on the addition of Stephon Diggs for the Commanders. What does he like so much about bringing Diggs in? How does he think he's going to fit? But let's kick off the blitz. The Commanders, the NFL, the Defenders. This is a pigskin blitz, isn't it? Here we go. Johnny Cakes Allville, Sports Junkies fame. Cakesy, you wanted a weapon? Adam Peters got you a weapon.
Love it. Love bringing Stephon Diggs home. I mean, he's a perfect complement, in my opinion, to Terry McLaurin. Instead of basically stepping up to the craps table at a casino and rolling the dice on Traylon Burks staying healthy, or Antonio Williams being a stud from day one, or Van Jefferson turning into something other than a Jag, which is he's basically been his entire career. You have a proven, I was arguing this on the Junk Show earlier, borderline Hall of Fame player in Stephon Diggs. Had he not blown out his ACL when he was in Houston and added another 12 or 1,300 yard season when his season was cut short, I believe he appeared in 8 games there. Like, this guy is the perfect addition to a team that was starved for a number 2 wideout. Oh, he's a little bit dramatic, but not as dramatic as the guy whose name I never want to mention on the air again, that guy from San Francisco who loves to post on Instagram all the time.
Well, Flixie, talking about Hall of Fame candidacy for Diggs, a reasonable season. I'm not even talking about a good one. A reasonable season will put him in the top 25 all-time in receiving yards. I think he's top 30 in receiving touchdowns. That's not a crazy sentiment to have about a guy that I think is going to have an impact. So I want to ask you this. For me, I was kind of like a 4.5 or 5 out of 10 in terms of my excitement level for the season. I kind of looked at this roster and I went, with this really difficult schedule, I just don't see the upside here. Now I do. Now I'm excited. A, just your feelings on that, but B, how much, like, what's this worth in terms of wins and losses?
Yeah, it definitely adds some buzz to the season because it's no longer just Terry McLaurin has to carry the offense and then you have to cobble something together behind him and hope that it works. Stephon Diggs is coming off an ACL last year, only played in 55% of the snaps for the Patriots and was still an effective weapon. Is he just Stephon Diggs of, 5 or 6 years ago in Buffalo? Probably not, but he's a crafty vet who's going to get open in the short and intermediate part of the field. And yeah, he definitely adds some excitement to an offense that had a huge question mark in that wide receiver room. I think he adds, I'd probably say 2 wins, maybe 3 wins to the mix. So that puts you squarely in the playoff hunt. And I think that it's the second best wideout room in the division behind Dallas at this point.
2 to 3 wins is massive. I mean, it sounds like you might be more inclined to think how Danny does. Danny thinks that he's going to lead them in catches, not McLaurin.
I think it could be close. I mean, it's it's not a clear cut. He's the number 2 and Terry's the number 1, unless David Blau really comes through on that, proclamation a few months ago that Terry's going to get 10 targets per game. If Terry gets that treatment, he will lead the team in catches, yards, targets, probably touchdowns too. But now with Diggs in the mix, I think that number has to be scaled back a little bit. I mean, Diggs is a great target earner. He is going to be a fantastic complement to Terry, and I'm excited to see what this offense can do with him. I think it opens up things underneath for Chig too. So a dynamic add to the offense, and it makes you more bullish about the offense going forward.
Running backs. Let's turn my mic on. Running back shares. How's it going to work? Who's getting the touches? How's that going to go for Washington?
I wish I knew that, Danny, so then I would know where to draft guys like Bill and Rachaad White in our upcoming fantasy drafts. It's a great question. If Bill has gotten better at the receiving chops, and I know Dan Quinn wanted him to add to his arsenal, then it could be more of a 50-50 split, I think. But I think Rachaad White's, his proclivity to catch, basically just show up and be good for 40-plus receptions every single season, that's something of value. That and his pass protection, which I know is superior to Bill's, I think it's going to be like a 60-40 split. I just don't know who's going to get the 60 and who's going to get the 40 at this point.
How much better do you think their defense is going to be?
I think it's going to be markedly better. I think Sonny Styles steps in from day one as is an impact player. Like, I don't believe that he's this guy that is going to have to learn as he goes. I think EB kind of has that sentiment that it's going to be a little bit of like project-ish. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he's going to be one of the leaders of the defense from day one. I think it's going to be a much faster, much more aggressive, obviously more athletic defense. I mean, the pairing of Styles and Chanel at linebacker, like, it doesn't even look like the same, sort of position as it was last year, led by Bobby Wagner. I think it's going to be a hugely improved defense, and if Owe can get to 12 to 13 sacks, something in that range, then you've really got something here.
What do you think the plan is for Jaden Daniels, kind of in this new offense? David Blau, they're trying to put this beautiful marriage together of under center and this system and that system and a bunch of different influences. What kind of year is he going to have, and kind of what's their plan to both unlock him and protect him?
I think the last part is the most important, is protect him as much as possible. Like, they still want him to be that dynamic threat to use his legs and, take off when he can and when he has to, but, be smart about things. Run out of bounds instead of trying to get that extra yard or two. Slide if you have to. I think it's going to be, it's going to major in Terry McLaurin and now Steph Diggs. You marry that with the running game and, a heavily involved tight end and Chig, and you're hearing good things about Ben Sinnott. I'm going to reserve judgment there until I see it in a regular season game. But yeah, I think it's going to be obviously much more play action under center, but there's still going to be elements of the shotgun and pistol and things we saw under Kingsbury. But I like the prospects of this offense.
KC, what's for dinner tonight?
For dinner tonight, hold on, let me check. Hold on, let me stroll over here.
Cakes is going to go take
This is a live investigation?
Yeah.
I'm in the kitchen, so this works. We are doing a beef and short rib lasagna. You're saying Flakes and his wife must have whipped this up in the kitchen and been at work all day. No, my friends, this is straight from Costco. I bought it a few days ago. We're going to pop it in the oven, and it's instant dinner, my friends, with a side of broccolini and some Italian bread.
I'm a big broccolini guy.
Good for you, Flakes.
And I really like Italian bread.
Of course.
Enjoy, buddy. Thank you.
Boys, thank you. Talk to you soon.
Cakes is probably like 22 minutes away from dinner, by the way.
Well, with that schedule, you wake up at 3 a.m. This is like almost midnight.
Let's talk football. PJ Glasser joins us now to do just that. PJ, I want to talk running backs getting paid. Most recently here, the Bijan Robinson deal. It seems like it's not as bad to be a running back as it was a couple years ago.
No, it certainly doesn't. Yeah, Bijan got paid. Jonathan Taylor looks like Gibbs is going to be getting paid here any day now. So it's good to see. We've had a little bit of a resurgence of the running backs, and those guys are obviously they're deservingly paid with Bijan and what he can do, and Taylor and Gibbs. So yeah, it's nice to see. If you're one of the top backs in the league, these owners and these front offices, they're going to pay you.
PJ, I saw the odds the other day for the AFC North, and everybody's going, oh, yeah, Baltimore will be back. They're fine. They're the only minus favorite there to win the division. I like the Bengals more. After what I saw last year, maybe I'm a little scarred from the Ravens, but there's the assumption that, yeah, finally they got rid of that loser Harbaugh that's only won a bunch there. They'll be fine now. I don't know that I'm buying just a bounce back for them to be at the top of that competitive division. How do you see it?
Danny, I think the Ravens' schedule on paper, at least, has been it's as easy as I can remember in a while. And sometimes it's like a trap to play that kind of game, like, ooh, the schedule looks easy, and then the team ends up struggling. But it definitely feels like their schedule has been a little bit tougher in years past. So I think people like that aspect of it. The fact that they were just bit by injuries last year, those things tend to balance themselves out. Maybe they can have better injury luck. And I really do think, Harbaugh was there 18 years, and getting Minter there and Declan Doyle, like just watching videos of the players talk about it and just kind of this like new energy and new vibe. I think the Ravens will be pretty good. The Bengals are always a team that scares you. I mean, their offense when they're healthy is as good as anybody's. They got Dexter Lawrence, Jonathan Allen to kind of help out on that defensive line. But I think the fear with Cincinnati, especially when you're talking about like a long-term bet, or you're talking about like something long-term in terms of them like winning the division or something, it does come down to Burrow. He's missed 16 games in the last 3 years. So if he stays healthy, Danny, I'm with you. Cincinnati's right there. I think people just, they trust Baltimore still a little bit more. And I think the schedule on paper is a little easier. And that's why they're the favorite and most people are picking them.
I make the same mistake every year, and I get what's happening here. But I can't wait for the Hall of Fame game tonight. Cardinals, Panthers. I'm going to watch really bad football, and I'm going to watch way more of it than I should, PJ. You ready for this thing?
I am, Grant, but, it's funny, like you, I get all excited for it, and then I probably like the 2-minute mark hits in the first quarter, and I just am like, I'd kind of rather just turn on some baseball or something else like that. So, I don't know, maybe tonight will be different. Maybe there'll be some guys out there.
The Carson Beck show, dude.
Yeah, that's true. The Beck, and then maybe you get Pickett out there a little bit too. I don't know. Usually when we get to the end of the first quarter, I kind of tune out, but maybe this year will be a little different.
The Browns quarterback situation is so bad. How would you handle it? Like, what would you do? And just sort of, I imagine also ownership is involved. It's like we're paying one guy so much money, but he's bad. Everyone's bad. It seems like there's no good answer there.
It doesn't. I would roll with Shedeur. Like, I think you have to find out what you have in him. This quarterback class, and like we've played this game, it feels like the last 3 or 4 years with like, oh, this QB class could be really good. But truly, like next year, guys, I mean, with Arch and Dante Moore and some of these other guys, like it's going to be really good. You would think the Browns are probably going to be in a market for a QB. You kind of know what Watson is at this point. Like maybe he comes back and he's better than what we remember, but like he's not returning to what he was with Houston in his prime. So I think with Shedeur, now with Monk in there, you kind of have to at least see what you have. I still think the defense, even without Myles Garrett, is still going to be better than average. Offensively, Junkins and Fannin, they showed moments as rookies, and Judy's still a solid NFL receiver. So they kind of have pieces on both sides of the ball, but obviously the story with the Browns the last 30-plus years has always been the quarterback position. Danny, I'd go with Shedeur if I had a choice because, just see if you have something there. But I think they're going to end up going with Watson just because of that contract, and they have to play it through.
Shedeur will get to play, don't worry. They're all going to get
Everyone's going to get a chance, yeah.
Everybody's going to get some starts. PJ, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
You got it, boys. Thanks.
Yeah, it's just a matter of who fails first, right? Then someone else is going to get
Who's failing the least in practice that week?
Right. By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs, going to get paid. You heard PJ mention that was the report. I think it was Albert Breer who had that today from MMQB and SI. How about yard per carry totals in his career to this point? 5.2.
Okay.
5.6.
Okay.
5.0. For his career, he averages over 5.3 yards per carry. Everyone keeps saying, Kaytron Allen's going to be David Montgomery. This is going to work just like Detroit. Where's my Jahmyr Gibbs?
It's not exactly like Detroit.
Now, I like Bill.
Bill.
I like Bill. I don't have Jahmyr Gibbs.
No.
Bring me my Jahmyr Gibbs whenever you get a chance. Let's talk UFL football.
And joining us now on the Beltway Blitz, DC Defenders head coach Shannon Harris. Coach, you're in town this week. Looks like you stopped by the local 53's training camp. What'd you see from the Commanders?
Yeah, man. Again, thanks for having us on. Always grateful to come on. And but yeah, like you said, I got an opportunity to have bounced around to a few camps. And the recent one is just yesterday. I was over at the Commanders at their camp, and they got talent all across that field, man. And they do a great job of course, every year of bringing in the talent. And fortunate for us, and that we get a chance to see some of the guys that may not make the roster or make the team. So get a chance to put eyes on them and, see how they move or whatnot. And, unfortunate for some of those guys at times that they don't get a chance to make the practice squad or the 53, but, we give them that opportunity to come to play with us and within our league and the UFL to create value for themselves.
No, that is neat. You can also, watch another guy's coach, maybe pick up a couple things or tweaks for your own style, and then, you're scouting players too. That's really neat. It's a good combo. But you're in town for a UFL showcase event that's happening this Friday. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, and to that point, and to piggyback on just briefly what you just said, for me, get an opportunity to see some things, some drills, see how they function, how they work, and things like that. And but we're in town this week to do a UFL showcase, football showcase, be this Friday over at George Mason, and to get a chance to see some talented guys come out there and show their worth. So many of these guys don't have an opportunity to get picked up by an NFL team and go to camp with them guys, but now they get a chance to showcase their talents to us, and we get a chance to evaluate them, our scouting department, other teams throughout the league as well, get a chance to evaluate these guys. Guys from second round, third round, fourth round draft pick guys will all be at this showcase as well. So it's not like it's just guys off the street. These are guys that have played meaningful football in the NFL and done things the right way, but for whatever reason, they got cut, released, or whatnot, and so they get a chance to showcase their talent for us, and we get a chance to give them that opportunity back.
That's really cool. What sort of things, obviously, beyond the obvious, right, where you're looking at how fast or strong or quick somebody is, what are some of the things that you look for when you're doing that kind of, I don't know a better way to put it, because I went through this for baseball decades ago and, of course, didn't get signed by anybody, but it's kind of like a big meat market, right, where everybody's looking for an angle. What sort of things do you look for?
Yeah, try to find guys that fit your culture, fit the team that you've created for ourselves. And all of that. You want to see guys, if they fit at a position based off our schemes, and whether it be offense, defense, special team for what we do. And, those type of guys, those are the guys that we look for. And, of course, there'll be other teams there and other scouts there from other teams doing that same exact thing. So those are the things that we look for us, for the DC Defenders, and see where these guys can fit on our roster, can fit our culture and everything like that. So, that's the beauty of having these showcases. You got to appreciate our league for being able to do this, and not just for us, but for the players as well.
No, that's very cool. Well, good luck with the showcase this Friday. Always good to catch up with you, man. Be well.
Likewise. Thanks a lot.
The voice of DC Defenders head coach Shannon Harris on our Beltway Blitz. This is Grant and Danny next. What is the best case? What is the worst case for Stefon Diggs' first season in Washington with the Commanders? Warren Sharp joins us at 5 to discuss just how much Diggs has left in the tank. He's very high on the move. All coming up on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Day off today for the Commanders, but Stephon Diggs is in the facility in Ashburn for his physical and to sign his contract. The Commanders are a week and a day away from their preseason opener against the Dolphins at Northwest Stadium on Friday, August 14th. Other news across the NFL, the Colts signed running back Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year extension worth $44 million, $39 million guaranteed. And the Texans signed their linebacker Henry To'oTo'o to a 2-year extension. Tonight, first preseason action, Hall of Fame game, Panthers and Cardinals. That'll kick off at 8. You can also hear it here on the Fan after Nationals baseball. Nats taking on the Phillies for Game 4 of the 4-game set. 6:05 right here on the Fan. The Nationals winning last night in extra innings to snap a 7-game losing streak. Today, Miles Mikolas starts for the Nationals. Christopher Sanchez goes to the hill for the Phillies. Again, 6:05 right here on the Fan. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I got bad Nats news for you. This one stings. Blake Butera just met with the media today. Nats getting ready to play the Phillies getaway day at Citizens Bank Ballpark. He said that Connolly Early, who threw simulated action at West Palm Beach a couple days ago, it was his first outing, rehab, coming back, going to pitch for the Nats this year. He is experiencing forearm tightness after throwing a live batting practice. He did not take himself out of the game. Butera said that they were ultra cautious, basically pulled him. It's just a little bit tight. But this is a guy who was on G injured list already with inflammation. Now you've got forearm tightness. I'm not telling you that this is going to end with Tommy John surgery. I will say a lot of the things that are happening are precursors generally for bigger issues in the arm that lead to an extended time missed. That would be a total bummer. But Connolly Early, who came over for Curtis Mead, already on the injured list. Not good injury news there at all.
That is really bad. And I hope it's nothing, but it's one of those, like, hey, I smell something. And you smell and you get closer to it and it smells stronger and stronger and stronger. And it turns out, yep, there's rotten food there. All I'm doing is smelling the smells right now. Those are the warning signs. When you hear forearm tightness, elbow inflammation, the first time he's trying to throw and it acts up, tells you there's something rotten in there. And, that just stinks on ice. Because you're really talking about now, this year's obviously would be washed away if that were the case. And really, all of next year, just because of the timing of it. If this had happened in March, maybe you could see kind of a late season as you kind of bring him back. But there wouldn't be much chance for him to be able to be on a program, and you wouldn't see him much, if at all, next year.
Yeah, they shut him down, I would assume, for several days, maybe a week or two. We'll see. Hopefully it's nothing. And then he comes back and starts building up. But there's not a lot of time left to get him back for the remainder of this season as it is. And the idea was, if they were contending, he was going to help you to do that. Luckily, I guess, weird way to say it, they've lost so much lately that they're not contending. So there's no real urgency here.
Fortunately for them, they've lost a bunch.
There's no need for him to replace Foster Griffin in the rotation because you can just trot guys out there and not have to worry about the wins and the losses as the L's pile up here. They did get a win last night on a Miles Mikolas RBI bunt.
As you draw it up. Normal.
Congrats to him. 10 years in the big leagues.
That is cool, by the way.
Cool accomplishment. He wanted a belt buckle, so he got a really cool 10-year in Major League Baseball belt buckle that he was showing off in the clubhouse today.
So for folks that don't know, there are huge milestones, and the way they do it with Major League Baseball players is service time, like days in the Major Leagues on a big league active roster. And when you get to 10, the list of benefits that you get is tenfold from what you do at 3-year service time, 5 years, 8 years, etc. It's, lifetime of benefits and pensions and all sorts of big deals. So it's a huge deal to guys to get that 10 years.
We had one boss of all of our bosses. We've had really good bosses. We're very lucky. But we had one boss who cared a lot about how many years you've been with the company. Remember Swenson?
Yes, of course.
And Steve was a great dude. But I remember on my, I don't know if it was my 10-year or whatever the anniversary was, he brought me down and gave me a plaque in some room with a bunch of people that I didn't know, and some salespeople that I did know. But he was big on that. Like the Junkies one time had to come down and get their plaque. We've had to get plaques.
The
from
Junkies
him.
got so many plaques, too.
They got a lot of plaques. But I know he's presented us with plaques over the years. But we had one boss that was like very much a service time guy. It was like, oh, today's your 5 years. I'm like, I would have had no idea.
Today is?
Thank you for letting me know that.
Wow, I didn't know.
Seems odd. This is not the anniversary of when I started, but maybe there's paperwork that says this is that day. But it is cool. So good for him. 10 years in the major leagues. Stephon Diggs is a Commander. We saw the images of him walking around the park today. There's a video of him being welcomed with a big sign the team put on one of their video boards saying, "Welcome home, Stephon Diggs." What's the best case and the worst case for this? We're very high on this. Warren Sharp, by the way, Sharp Analytics is going to join us at 30 minutes from now. He's as smart as anybody that covers the league, dives into all the numbers. He is very, very much a proponent of Diggs still having game. Thinks he was one of the more efficient, best receivers in the league last year. So I'll let him explain all his numbers and why he says that. But let's go best case first. What's it look like if this works out and it's a smashola and Adam Peters hit a home run?
The offense is good. And I'll get to Diggs' part in a second, but you actually have options. You're multiple. 3rd and 7 is no longer a death sentence. It's the plan going in looked like to me, well, our defense is better, so we'll see how that helps. Maybe Daniels can throw it to his defense on 3rd and 7. Now you can stay on the football field. Now you can have drives. They had some of the shortest time drives in the league last year. They were so quick to have to get rid of the football. They ran less plays. They had less pass attempts, less rush attempts, less everything because they weren't effective. You now have a chance to be dynamic. You have a chance for easy. It's not just the 80-yard home run. It's 5 turning into 15. It's what Austin Eckler did so well in 2024, where you'd start a drive, you'd throw it to him left, you'd throw it to him right, and you were already past midfield. That kind of thing was missing last year. A lot of that was McLaurin being out, but they had nothing dynamic. Now you do. Again, this is not the 1,500-yard guy anymore, but this is still a really valuable piece. To me, this is a 80, 85 catch, 1,050, maybe almost to 1,100 yard, 6 touchdown kind of player that makes the offense hum because you're early down featuring him. And then, as I think Logan Paulson put this great, McLaurin's the kill shot guy. I love that.
So we talked a lot yesterday about the best case scenario, in my opinion, in the aftermath, that afterglow, the honeymoon couple of hours after the signing. But I think you and I are in lockstep. We're both very positive about this.
Yes.
Very happy about this. And so when that's the case, you're going to end up looking more optimistically about what could become. But I think best case scenario, I'll start with Diggs. It's 75-ish catches. Maybe it's a little less in the 65 range. Maybe somehow it's more, and maybe Terry only plays 13 games or something, and he catches 80-plus balls. But I think a 75 or so catch, 900-yard season. I'm thinking around 12 yards per catch, something like that. Look at how he was used last year and really post-knee injury. Maybe he gets back to 13 yards per catch. If he does, by the way, and he catches around 70 balls, now you're talking about being up around 1,000 yards, which would be pretty amazing on 75 grabs at this point of his career as a guy you just fell into on August 6th. But I think about around 70 to 75 catches, around 950 yards for me would be a gigantic win. Anecdotally, less about the numbers. Daniel scrambles less. The scramble rate comes down because Diggs wins fast. He wins quickly. You've got a guy, I don't think he's a man coverage beater like he once was, but I think with his footwork at the line of scrimmage, he is shifty enough to absolutely win on 3rd and short. You can kind of lock in on him, some of those slants and whip routes and the things he does really well. So I'm excited to see what that looks like for Daniels in leaving the pocket less often. Also, best case scenario, Danny, is that on 3rd down, you just got a lot better. One of the things I keep asking, and I brought up to you a bunch this offseason, and I still feel this when I'm at practice a little bit. What is the plan to replace Zach Ertz on 3rd down? There's so many ways you can replace Zach Ertz in other areas of his game where he's extremely limited athletically, speed, after the catch, whatever. His secret sauce, the thing that makes him special, the thing that he does almost better than just about anybody else, is on 3rd and 6, setting a defender up, running the route, because I've been at this thing for 12 years, and I know better than everybody else.
All the little tricks, all the little push-offs, all the little subtle movements,
How many times in the last couple of years was it 3rd and Ertz and they moved the chains? Who is that guy? I've been thinking Chig based on watching practices. Okonkwo is going to have a say in that for sure. But I think Diggs can become that guy. And a 3rd down weapon, which I think he could be, in helping to replace Ertz. That's a chain mover that keeps you on the field. It helps time of possession. That is a big part of my best case scenario for this move.
So his numbers would be dropping then, based on what he's done the last couple of seasons. That's a lower pace than what he was in Houston a couple years ago before getting injured.
He was the primary wide receiver in both of those locations. That was a little bit before Nico Collins became what he has since, and it came on in that year. But specific to last year, I know you've mentioned the 55% usage a lot. He was still their number one. I mean, it was not Kayshon Boutte.
Right.
He was the guy the offense went through in the passing game for the most part. They also, I think, I hope I'm wrong about this. I think the number of completions that you're basing your numbers off of is higher than what it's actually going to be, if that makes sense. I hope you're right, but I think you not only have a team that wants to be run first, right? But you have a team where the quarterback runs a lot. That takes away from throws. That takes away from passing attempts. If Jaden Daniels is running for 875 yards this year or whatever, that's a lot of passes and yards that Diggs and McLaurin aren't getting. Now, if he's just going to stand in the pocket and he's never scrambling, then I think everyone can eat.
Well, based on that, I mean, even this, including the scrambles in 2024, they had more runs than passes. They didn't call more runs than passes, but to your point about Daniels leaving the pocket and one of the highest scramble rates in the sport, but they still had over 500 pass attempts, over 365 receptions. That number dropped by, I think, 85 or 90 the following year due to just ineffectiveness. It's just fewer plays.
Correct.
So, and if you buy that this offense is going to be better, yeah, you may run it more, and yes, Daniels will scramble more than the average Bear, but I still think there's more to eat. There's more to go around.
The first year you're referencing, they're the fastest team in the league that ran the most plays.
Fair counter.
I don't think they're going to run nearly as many plays. I mean, everything about their offense was predicated on tempo, speed, line of scrimmage. They didn't huddle for the majority of the season. I think they're just not going to operate with the same pace. It could be, by the way, that they end up spreading it around and Jaden Daniels is completing 27 completions a game or something like that. In that world, then everyone's going to get theirs. But it's one football. I think they're going to run it. I think they're going to run fewer plays. I've got them as a better team than you do, not by a lot. But if, in a world where they're 0-3 and they're chasing games, you're throwing it a lot.
Yep.
I don't necessarily. I think they win 10 games. You've been saying 7 games, so I think there's more of a balance or putting games away. Maybe that's a big difference. 3 wins over the course of a season, right? In terms of some of the play calling. The last thing is, I also keep saying I'm huge on Okonkwo. I don't think this changes that Chig Okonkwo is I would be stunned if a team with a quarterback who runs as much as Jaden Daniels has 3 guys that put up massive receiving totals. The Ravens never did that. You think about the quarterbacks who have run a lot, that doesn't happen because a lot of those plays don't go to those receivers. So I think Okonkwo is going to be a 60-plus catch guy. I think they want Terry to still catch 75, 80 balls. If that's the case, Diggs has to kind of fit in wherever he gets in. But could be wrong. I mean, look, we're going to see him on the practice field tomorrow. We'll see him in pads on Saturday. Very possible he just looks like prime Stephon Diggs, and I come back here and I go, I might up that number.
Yeah, let's do 90 catches, 1,400 yards. Yeah, But I see the point. I think there is something to game chasing, which I think is going to happen a little bit. Again, the schedule's the schedule. You are playing really, really good football
If they're
teams.
losing a lot and or chasing bunches of games, then they're going to throw it a lot more. And now the receiving totals can go up even if it's bad for the team.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, I think by design, I think you're right. They'd like to hand it off, punt it more, et cetera, just go slower. But I do think there'll be some game script type things. And that stuff equals out. It usually undulates a little bit back and forth. But I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe the vision I have is too bullish. I mean, because we're talking best case. I don't think that's where it settles.
Let me ask you this really quick.
Yeah.
While I'm thinking about this. You've mentioned several times he played 55% of snaps.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it'll be a lot higher than that here this year?
Not dramatically higher, but 60, 62, 63% is a major difference for when you add it up kind of in the aggregate over the course of a season.
Yeah, I'd have to look up how many plays New England ran because they ended up being pretty effective as the year went on. They also had a great defense that got off the field, forced punts, allowed them to possess the football. As the year went on, that defense got better and better and better. But yeah, I think they're going to live in 12 personnel. I think they're going to run some 13 personnel. I don't think they're just going to constantly be operating out of the spread. Now, that said, that doesn't mean Diggs isn't in there with 2 receivers a bunch. But I would guess that he plays like 55% more likely than close to 70% or something like that. So that's best case. I'm going with, lower totals than you, but we're both kind of in the same area where he's impactful. He's a huge performer. Their offense is really good. What's the worst case look like? We'll get to that next. Also, we want to hear from you. 800-636-1067. If this works, what's that look like? And if it doesn't, how's that going to go? This is The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Stephon Diggs is in Ashburn with the team today. They'll be on the practice field tomorrow. I'll be back out at the facility to get some interviews and some access. Make sure you guys are up to speed on everything going on with Stephon Diggs. Warren Sharp's going to join the show at 5 o'clock today. Want to ask him about how much Diggs has left in the tank. He really likes the player. A lot of his numbers that he uses in his analytics department are pro Diggs. So we'll talk to him about that. Plus, I caught up with Chris Paul, starting left guard, had a huge year. He has always been a very, very good dude, just a sweet guy. Like, I genuinely enjoy talking to him. We'll play that interview in our final segment before 5:30. We're off a little early today because the Nats have a game with the Phillies. I don't know what the Phillies are doing.
This is such a wacky bit. It's really all I want to talk about today, to be frank with you.
The Phillies are doing this fake getaway day where they normally play at 6:40, and they're going to start their game 30 minutes earlier, basically, at 6:05. So either do it or don't. Either rest or get off the pot. Either give me a getaway day or don't. But a getaway day that starts at 6:05 is not a getaway day.
It's not a getaway day. Now, if you'd like to not do a getaway day, I could gripe about that. I could be annoyed.
Then don't do a getaway day.
Then don't do a getaway day. 30 minutes this is wrong. That's all. I mean, you're trying to do the thing without doing the thing.
I don't remember if it was the Phillies. I kind of thought it was the Braves. I don't remember. But there is this pettiness that can happen between teams where, like, last year they didn't give us a getaway day because there's nothing teams hate more if they've got to travel, especially a long trip. This isn't as bad for the Nats, frankly, because they're just coming back to D.C. to play the Reds tomorrow. But when a team has to go to, like, California or something and you don't give them the getaway day that they need and want, that is remembered. And the next year when you're at their place, like, they'll screw you.
There's going to be a Tom Petty.
So it's a very petty thing between teams. They keep grudges. So I don't know where we're at in a possible grudge match here.
It's not the thing I track normally, but it's a fair point.
And D.C. to Philadelphia, other than Baltimore, is about as easy a trip as you're going to get.
Because sometimes there's like it's not your fault. It's a Natty Television game, or it's the Apple game, or ESPN, or something like that. Hey, it's prime time, even though it's a getaway day. That's just one of those things. Hey, you're in the major league. Sorry, people care about it. This one doesn't make any sense. Either, as you said, do it or don't. I got places to be. That's Marlo Stanfield.
Let's go best and worst case scenario for Stephon Diggs. We'll give you our worst case in a moment. Larry's in D.C., though. What's up, Larry? How are you?
Man, it's just a privilege and an honor to talk to y'all guys. You know, I call all the time, so I just want to say, man, thank y'all for having me on. But
appreciate you.
I think both of you guys are right. But because what I'm looking at is, if you look at 75% of Diggs' touches last year were for first downs. Terry McLaurin has never played with a guy on that other side of him to be that potent or that much of a threat. So I'm thinking that that's going to also unlock Terry and give him even more motivation. And then it's also going to help, like you guys had the interview with Logan Paulson, is it's going to unlock the other guys that's below Diggs, because now they can learn from him and Terry. Now you got two alphas in that room that are giving, expertise or knowledge to those younger guys. So I think both of you guys are right. But what I'll say is I agree with Grant in saying that, Diggs is coming in now and not being the number one guy. I think his numbers are going to drop a little bit, but I still think the potential to have 2,000-yard receivers is still there. I think he's going to be motivated to keep that streak alive. I think Terry's going to be even motivated to show that he's a dominant number one.
By the way, Larry,
thank you, buddy.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Really appreciate it. Can you imagine if they had two 1,000-yard wide receivers this year?
Yeah.
The conversation all offseason to then having two 1,000-yard wide receivers and what that would mean for 5 as well. For Jaden Daniels would be unbelievable. I'm trying to think of the best. We talked about this limitedly yesterday, and I went back and looked at it. The best receiver that McLaurin's ever played with. Debo is the most impressive career resume of the receivers that he's played with. You mentioned Curtis Samuel yesterday because he was still in his prime despite those injuries. He was such a disappointment, it's hard to put him up there, but maybe you could say his former college teammate is in that conversation. The fact that we're debating between Curtis Samuel or old Debo means he's truly never played with a viable, legitimate, quality number 2 receiver.
Yeah, it's not Paul Richardson or Cam Sims. You know what I mean? Respectively, those guys. This is easily the best it's been. So it's either Debo Samuel, Curtis Samuel, or someone in between. This is by far and away a different category.
We just did best case. Very quickly, let's do worst case. And I'm sure somebody's just turning on their radio and will call us haters.
Sure.
But go back and listen to the last segment when we talked about how high we are on this and how we think it's going to go. In a hypothetical where it doesn't work, I guess for me, the worst case is he gets in trouble off the field and they have to release him. I don't think that's going to happen, but you got to go back to last winter when the playoffs were going on in New England, was answering questions about him and a domestic issue. Now, it ended up that he got exonerated, but it's not that far-fetched. Or just that there are distractions.
It just feels like something swirling.
Yeah, he's
all
in
the time.
the news, and Cardi B's in the news, and TMZ showing up. Not TMZ Sports, but actual TMZ. Like something like that, where it just goes sideways because of the off-field stuff that he's done a pretty good job balancing and juggling, kind of overtakes the love and the care for football. Because he's been able to separate the two pretty well. He likes ball. He's a good teammate. We heard that from the New England people we talked to yesterday, that it was never an issue for the Patriots, all the wildness that was going on in his life last year. The reporter we had on said he had 4 kids over the course of the football season. That's hard to do, by the way. That math doesn't really math for me. It takes 9 months to have a kid.
Right.
Generally, your wife has to, it takes another.
Oh, did he have quadruplets?
I don't think he did.
Oh.
And I don't even know if the number's accurate. But I'm just saying, if all that stuff catches up somehow and becomes the main story, that's how it wouldn't work out. I'm not counting on that. I think he's going to be really good.
Yeah, so I'm thinking from a some meltdown happens. He and Daniels get in a fight or anything that could happen to anybody. I'm sort of just thinking from a football perspective.
So like not him and Josh Allen are at odds.
Yeah, like nothing crazy happened.
I don't know that there's much of a downside from a football perspective. I'll say that he only helps a little, but still it's a great benefit.
Yeah, to me it's a limited. The upside that I think is happening doesn't happen. It's more of he's better than Noah Brown, but not by much. It's 50 catches, 625 yards. He's a little frustrated. The offense doesn't really go. I mean, to me, he's an enhancer. He's a catalyst for this thing to really excel.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Next, Warren Sharp. Sharp is all over Diggs to Washington. Thinks that this is a no-brainer. We'll talk to him in moments.
This update is built by PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. It's a day off for the Commanders today, but news for the team. Stephon Diggs is in the facility in Ashburn, presumably to sign his contract. A week and a day from today will be the preseason opener against the Dolphins Friday, August the 14th. Other news across the National Football League. The Colts have signed running back Jonathan Taylor to a 2-year extension worth $44 million. $39 million guaranteed, and the Hall of Fame game kicks off the preseason tonight. Panthers and Cardinals in Canton, Ohio. That'll kick off at 8 tonight. You can hear it right here on the Fan following Nationals baseball. Speaking of the Nationals, bad news on the starting pitching front. Nats starting pitcher Connolly Early, acquired from the Red Sox in the Curtis Mead deal, experienced forearm tightness and a live BP in West Palm Beach. Blake Butera said they had to pull him to be ultra cautious. Nats taking on the Phillies tonight. 6:05 first pitch right here on the Fan. Game 4 of the 4-game set, looking for back-to-back wins. Also, you hear from Warren Sharp next here on Grant and Danny on the NFL season. This August, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule no pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, sponsored every day by the law firm Kandori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. So schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention the show to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Rude Guest Hotline is where we find our buddy Warren Sharp of Sharp Analytics, one of our favorite football guests. He dives deep into the numbers and always has an informed take. And we wanted to chat with him about Stephon Diggs coming to the DMV, a homecoming for the Maryland Terrapin and Good Counsel product. Warren, thanks for a few minutes. Grant and Danny here. How are you?
I'm doing great. Can't complain. We've got NFL football tonight. I know it's not the most marquee matchup, but we've got something to watch on our TV, and Commanders are going to be starting some preseason games before we know it as well. So it's a great time to be an NFL fan.
Yeah, we're excited. And I got more excited about the season yesterday when Stephon Diggs signed. Just, Warren, your general impressions of him now and what he's going to do for this offense.
Just a perfect compliment. Much needed, as I'm sure Commanders fans knew, heading into the season this year without a true number two, hoping a rookie was going to take a leap or somebody else was going to step up. Those were concerns for me because Jaden Daniels is such a high-value commodity for the Commanders. I think they mismanaged his injury situation last year, rushed him back, made it worse, and you have to get Jaden Daniels to a place of comfort. He's on his rookie deal. He needs to be distributing the ball from the pocket. He needs to be staying healthy. He cannot get injured again. And my fear was if you don't have anybody besides Terry McLaurin that he really trusts, what is going to happen? Is he going to break contain? Is he going to run with the football more? Is he going to be pressured more often because he's holding on to it longer for guys to get open? I think a lot of those fears are alleviated. As I said, I think it's a perfect compliment. Here's the reason. The Commanders had the number 5 highest rate of wide receiver error last year. That means dropped passes. That means catches that they should have caught near the sidelines, a variety of other factors. Number 5 highest rate. Stephon Diggs, he has the number 1 best catch rate in the NFL last year, number 1 accurate target catch rate in the NFL last year, number 1 lowest wide receiver error of any receiver in the NFL last year. The Commanders last year threw a lot to the slot, but they had the number 4 highest rate of wide receiver error there. Diggs, fifth highest wide receiver slot target rate in the NFL last year. The Commanders threw the ball a lot between the numbers last year, 5th highest rate of passes between the numbers, but the 2nd most wide receiver error on those passes. Diggs, the 8th most slot targets between the numbers of any wide receiver last year, and number 1 in EPA per target. Overall, I know I was listening to Stephen A. Smith talk about he doesn't think Stephon Diggs is a big deal for DC. He doesn't really love the signing. Don't listen to that. He was the number 1 EPA per target last year, number 2 in success rate, number 6 in yards per target of all wide receivers in the entire NFL. He's going to be a reliable player. He's going to be a great complement to this entire offense, and he's just so badly needed. I think it helps everything, including Jaden Daniels' health, in a roundabout way.
Warren Sharp on Grant and Danny. We've talked about his role and how he helps Terry McLaurin, who's never played with a receiver of this caliber. Do you see a world where he out-targets or out-catches McLaurin?
I think it's possible. In an ideal world, the way that you want to operate your offense is that you are just throwing the ball to the player that is going to be open on that play. And it involves, and Jaden did a great job of this in 2024 and studies a lot on this, based upon pre-snap defense and rotations and pre-snap motion, which they didn't do a lot of under Cliff Kingsbury, that they're going to do more of under David Blau. What are the keys that you're reading from the defense so that you have an idea before the ball is even snapped, who is going to be your primary target? I know that every single progression has a 1, 2, 3. This is the guy that you're supposed to look at first, but that can change based upon what the defense is doing. And I think Jaden is just more mature than his years in being able to figure that out. I think there are going to be certainly games, but I mean, the potential coin flip that we do see Diggs have more targets than Terry McLaurin this year, especially some of those underneath routes, like Diggs playing in the slot a little bit more, not running as far down the field. He is, and the catch rate that he has, I just think it's a great security blanket to have. I love Chigo Kwanko. I think he's very underrated. I actually bet his over in receiving yards last year in Tennessee, which was like the most off-the-wall type season-long future that you could bet, but he hit that. He's a player that I really like, but I think from a reliable guy that you want to target on third downs when you got to have it, I think Diggs is just as good as Terry McLaurin in that role for this team this year.
Our guy Warren Sharp with us here on G&D. So let's go to McLaurin. I mean, last year, so injury played, contract dispute. We know the whole story, but wasn't really himself. Assuming Terry is Terry, where is he best utilized? What's his best skill set now? And then kind of how does that relate to Diggs?
Well, I think you're going to be able to use Terry on the opposite side of the field and force defenses to pick their poison more or less. You're going to be able to do things that stretch the field a little bit more with Terry McLaurin. He is going to be more of a contested catch kind of player than Diggs is right now at his age. And so, you're getting Diggs on those comfortable routes, those routes where he can, if he is one-on-one, he can just use his savviness, his body positioning, his ability to kind of work around the defender, but he's not really running away from anybody. McLaurin still will bring that to the table. And I just think that everybody who's looking at Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin to a degree after last season and a little bit down, just keep in mind that Terry McLaurin and Jaden Daniels played 5 days together the entire season. Week 1 on a Sunday, week 2 on a Thursday. And from that point onward, you saw both players not play at the same time the rest of the entire season. And Jaden Daniels, obviously, as you guys well know, was on the injury report pretty much every single game from week 2 onwards, missed a ton of time as well. You're just going to have a lot more of a return to that 2024 season for both of these players. I'm excited to watch it happen.
Warren Sharp on G&D. Yeah, to that point, what type of year are you predicting for Daniels, and do your numbers kind of tell you to project?
Yeah, look, last year they played the number 7 toughest schedule of pass defenses. They had the number, what is it? I'm pulling up the numbers here from my book. Number 3 most injured running back core, number 3 most injured wide receiver core against the number 7 toughest schedule of pass defenses. I throw out Jaden Daniels' 2025 season entirely. Statistically, I know 5 years from now, hopefully Jaden Daniels is going to Pro Bowls. Maybe he's won a Super Bowl in DC, but at least taking the team far in the postseason. Everybody's going to look back at what his career numbers are, and the 2025 season is going to be incorporated. But as it relates to projecting the 2026 season, I'm not looking at 2025 for the Washington Commanders in this passing attack. I just think it's kind of an asterisk. I don't want to even focus in on that. I think the Commanders, they do play a challenging schedule. I right now project them to play the number 10 toughest schedule of pass defenses, so it gets a little bit easier than last year, but it is still going to be challenging. You are going to be going up against some good teams and some improved defenses overall this year. And the NFC East is always a difficult division to go up against. Even the years that the Commanders do well, those games are battles, like a lot of divisional battles are. But the Eagles and the Cowboys, I mean, look, the Cowboys offense was actually one of the best offenses in the NFL, one of the best offenses in Cowboys history last year statistically in certain areas. Their defense was just the exact opposite. It was one of the most abysmal defenses in the NFL, much like the Washington Commanders last year, that really has to get back on track in 2026 if Jaden Daniels and this team are going to actually win games. They only have a 7.5 game win projection. We could talk all we want about this offense. I know the defense is getting healthy and were injured last year. I know some of these acquisitions and players they drafted are really going to help. But from a coaching perspective, Dan Quinn has to get these guys on track early in games, because it was an epic disaster the way that they started out games defensively last year. They set records based on some of my statistics that, are just mind-boggling how poor they were. They forced punts on just 3 out of 17 opponent opening drives last season. That was the number one lowest punt rate on opening drives for any defense this entire century. Okay, going back to 2000, that's 26 years, the worst in the NFL. They allowed opponent opening drives to average 49 yards. That was the worst for any Washington defense this century, the 13th worst for any NFL defense this century, and obviously the worst in the NFL last year. So to start games, they've got to be much better defensively, and that comes from coaching, not just players. So they got to step it up on both sides of the ball this year.
Or what are you expecting from David Blau, this offense, the marriage there with Jaden Daniels and everything under the sun to hopefully make 2025 that asterisk season that you're kind of talking about, and we're sort of, back to the glory days of 24, kind of hitting the ground running. What do you expect in this offense? What's it going to look like, and how will it fit Daniels?
Well, the how will it fit Daniels is the most important question here, because that is a little bit to be determined based upon what you obviously hear. They want to get a little bit more under center, potentially a lot more under center. Jaden Daniels has 33 career dropbacks from under center. He's operated out of shotgun at a league high 93% rate. That's something that he hasn't really done much, is get under center in the run game, utilize more pre-snap motion, reduce the no-huddle rate a little bit. Like, these are things that he has not done yet in his career. This team did not use, I think I mentioned earlier, they did not use very much pre-snap motion. They want to introduce that more this season. These are question marks, and I'll give you an interesting example. So Joe Burrow up in Cincinnati, similarly to Jaden Daniels, the Bengals do not use a lot of under center. Joe Burrow has been in shotgun on 94% of dropbacks over the last 2 years, which is one of the highest rates in the NFL. But one of the reasons that Joe Burrow is not under center much and is in shotgun a lot is because he actually has been terrible under center. When Joe Burrow passes from shotgun, he's number 3 in EPA. When he goes under center, he's number 49. When he goes from shotgun, he's number 8 in yards per attempt, but number 53 when he goes under center. There's a larger sample size for Joe Burrow that, because he's played in the NFL longer, that he does not do as well under center. But in Cincinnati, they're trying to jack up his under center rate, just like they're trying to do in Washington with Jaden Daniels. We don't have a large enough sample size to say that Jaden Daniels might struggle under center, but it's a big question mark to me yet as to how well will he perform under center. We know why some of these coaches are coming, new coordinators, et cetera, coming in and trying to get their teams to utilize a little bit more under center and potentially heavier personnel. It's because the defenses are playing so soft with the 2 high safeties. They're trying to keep everything in front of them, prevent explosive plays. And so offenses are trying to get those defenses to utilize heavier personnel, drop a safety down in the box to try to stop the run game, give that illusion that you might run the football with heavier personnel, and then throw the ball out of that personnel from those under center dropbacks. So it's a trend Sean McVay was utilizing a lot last year with success for the Rams. More coaches are trying to do that this offseason. Will it work in D.C. as well as it worked in Los Angeles for Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay? Very much to be determined.
Yeah, I wonder, and maybe for a different day, I'd love to pick your brain on if that's a Burrow stat or maybe an offensive system stat, if the lack of O-line and pass pro, what all is a factor in the struggles he's had, because that is, to your point, it's fascinating, but it's kind of antithetical to what you'd expect as well. But sticking with the Commanders, Warren Sharp is with us, Sharp Football, and you should get his season preview book that is available. I always get it every single year, and it's just a must-read. You get so much smarter. It's data like the nuggets that he's dropping on us, in great detail on the Commanders, but every single team really just gets you ready for some situational football and how teams perform going into games. But, Warren, what about the running back situation? Where are you on Bill, what you saw last year? They bring in Rachaad White, who's averaged about 50 catches per season. Katron Allen in the 6th round out of Penn State. It seems like they're going to be fine. They've got enough talent there, but how do you see that coming together?
Yeah, and I just want to mention real quick on the book, if anybody wants to get that, we're doing a special for your station. If you enter coupon code DIGGS over at sharpfootballanalysis.com, DIGGS for Stephon Diggs, you get it for just $5. $4.99. That's $30 off the price, 619 pages previewing the entire NFL season. So hopefully some of the fans here in D.C. are interested in what I have to say about their team as well.
I'm going to go buy in bulk. So the whole book, the 600 pages, is $5?
Yeah, $4.99, $30 off if you use code DIGGS. Everybody's excited. They want to know what's going on in D.C. this year with this new roster. So yeah, $5 for the whole 619-page book. But as it relates to Bill and Rachaad White, I mean, I will pour a little cold water here on Rachaad White. Out of 63 running backs with 250-plus attempts since entering the NFL, he ranks 54 in yards per rush, 54 in success rate, 52 in yards after contact per rush. And that includes some of the years earlier in his career when he's been a little bit better. His efficiency, in my opinion, as a rusher has declined a little bit. 2024, 2025, we were doing some things with Bucky Irving and betting Bucky's overs and fading Rachaad White to a degree. Rachaad White just doesn't have the explosion anymore that Bill obviously was putting on display early on. We know that Bill kind of lost work to Chris Rodriguez last year with some fumble issues, with pass pro issues, ball security, all these different types of things. He only caught 9 passes all year long. They've talked up a little bit this preseason about how he's getting involved in the pass game a little bit more and what he could deliver in that regard. That's where Rachaad White has been good as a runner downfield, a little bit in pass pro, a little bit in receiving the ball. So I think Rachaad White can help in that regard. We were a little bit higher than the league average on Katron Allen coming in, just what he was able to deliver at Penn State, thinking that he might be able to have a potential role here. Obviously, you never really know with some of these younger running backs. You first have to have health, then you have to have the skill set, then you have to have just the playing time and have the good luck there that some things can go your way to be able to show what you can do. And you have to earn that trust of being able to be out there on the field, whether it's short yard situations or potential passing situations. They just don't trust young guys nearly as much when you have some veterans on the team. So I don't know how much work he's going to get. We'll see him a little bit more in the preseason, obviously. But look, you're going to need a little bit more out of this run game in order to support the passing game. But the one positive that I'll share with you is the Washington Commanders right now are going up against the number 6 easiest schedule of opposing run defenses by my calculations in the 2026 season. So the kind of open areas will be there in terms of being able to potentially have success, but you have to be in the right game state in order to be able to run the football, especially into the second half. And they simply weren't there enough last year, especially with how bad that defense was to start games. So you're not going to have those opportunities to run the ball in the second half and really wear out some of those bad run defenses that you're going up against. Hopefully the story will be different here this season.
Warren, you mentioned Chigakonkwo earlier. I want to circle back to him. That's a guy I was like from afar in Tennessee. Just felt like it was like having a really nice sports car and just taking it to the grocery store and around the cul-de-sac every now and again. Feels like maybe he could be unlocked here, but how do you see his role and prognosis for him this season?
I like it. Look, far more athletic. I don't say night and day difference, but close to what like Zach Ertz was delivering. Zach Ertz wasn't quite Chris Cooley territory, but Chig is just young, athletic. He could get down the field. He's a little bit more raw. He's not quite as savvy or polished as like obviously a veteran Zach Ertz was, but he's just has much more upside. And I think that's going to be fun when you have defenses that might have to, in Tennessee, Chig was not working with a dual threat quarterback. Cam Ward is not a dual threat quarterback, like we have with Jaden Daniels. And so I think those opportunities to slip into some passing lanes and catch the ball and then run and take advantage of the yards after the catch will be there with Chig. There's one of the best plays of the year. If you just Google or search on YouTube, best plays of 2025. One of them, I want to say it's like a top 10 play, is Chig catching the ball last year and spinning around defenders and scoring. I want to say it was like a 35-yard touchdown, just incredible fashion, dodging through a bunch of players. He can bring that to the team. And so I'm excited to see what he can do. And now you can't really overload on Terry McLaurin and then, really dictate what you're going to do with Chig. You also have to pay attention to Diggs. And so I think those three players offer some upside. And then if the team is getting into a little bit heavier personnel or maybe, the two wide receivers out on the field with Terry and Diggs, like there's some opportunities there for Chig to slip out on plays that look like runs to have some success down the middle of the field.
Warren, where can we send people to get the season preview for just the $5 with the promo code DIGGS?
Yeah, promo code DIGGS. Go to sharp.football, or if you're old school and you don't want to type that in your URL, just go to sharpfootballanalysis.com, and it'll be right there, 2026 football preview book. You can get it for $4.99.
Fired up. Great
Awesome.
hit with us. Thank you, buddy. It's good catching up.
Thanks, guys.
Be good.
Appreciate you, Warren.
Sharp's a stud. We love having him on. Great information. Grant and Danny, when we return, you're going to hear my conversation with starting left guard Chris Paul. He was really good. You don't want to miss that next.
Football tonight. There will be live action tonight in Canton, Ohio for the Hall of Fame game. The Panthers taking on the Cardinals at 8 o'clock. Can hear it right here on The Fan after Nationals baseball. Running back news. Jonathan Taylor signed a 2-year extension with the Indianapolis Colts. 2 years, $44 million, $39 million guaranteed. And just a couple of minutes ago, it's reported that Jahmyr Gibbs is signing an extension with the Detroit Lions. 3 years, $67.5 million, includes $51.5 million guaranteed. He becomes the NFL's highest paid running back. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Phillies, Game 4 of the 4-game series in Philadelphia tonight, 6:05, right here on The Fan. Miles Michaelis starts for the Nationals. Christopher Sanchez starts for the Phillies. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Coverage of the Commanders in training camp on The Fan today, presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Chris Paul's the starting left guard. His ascension last year was one of the best stories the Commanders had all season. I talked to him about the last calendar year and just how much he's grown.
I think I just attribute that to a lot of hard work, being prepared for the moment, and really, like I said, falling in love more and more with the game, which I didn't even think was possible at this level. And I don't take things for granted, and I just really enjoy going to bat with the guys we have in our room and just our team.
When you talk about falling in love with the game, how did that show in terms of what you were putting in? Was it like more study or more work, or was it more of a mental thing?
Yeah, I know exactly what it was. I think sort of the off season heading into last season, I was really intentional about surrounding myself with other offensive line guys while I would train during the off season. And so you would be training with some of the best guards there are. So be able to pick their brain, ask them questions. Hey, how do you handle this look? If you have a 3-tech in this alignment, how are you approaching that? And just kind of pick each other's brain. And so it was just like everything O-line centric, and that's sort of the approach that I took. And so I would attribute a lot of it to that.
Commanders guard Chris Paul. But you came into camp, and like on the outside, and I'm sure in your own head, you're looking at numbers. It's a regime that didn't draft you. That can't be easy. By the end of it, you're knocking on the door to start, and a couple weeks in, you were the starter. How did you kind of put all that out of your mind to say, I can make this team, I can play this year?
Yeah, I think a lot of that, you can talk about personal confidence and all those type of things, but a lot of that, like you said, was kind of just knocking that door down. You know what I'm saying? And I take pride in doing that, something I've always had to do, and something I really appreciate and something I know is going to carry with me throughout the rest of my career.
I'm just curious to get your insight on this, because this is not gospel, but like some of the sites that we can see, like PFF or others, they've got you as one of the best in the league as a one, but maybe struggling in the other in terms of pass versus run. How did you view your year in terms of pass and run, and do you think there's anything to that, or like what are you working on?
I think one of the things I love most about this game is I'm really good at tuning out that outside noise, and I'm always looking for things to work on, whether it's pass or whether it is run. And so I know a lot of those struggles, and I know even with me and my coaches, we'll sit down and we'll watch sort of like the same concept to play over and over and over again, because sometimes when you watch a game in full, you can sort of miss things that you really need to work on. You know what I'm saying? And so kind of putting all of that in a folder, putting all of that in an array, and just looking at what do you need to work on, and then coming out every day. And like something you'll see me, I don't know how in-depth y'all watch practice, but you'll see me like maybe tapping the center, tap like, this is look like we got to work on this. And so
that's interesting, because there are concepts then, maybe either physical things where you're like getting to this guy on this look, or it could be as simple as like, okay, here's what we're talking about. But there's things that like right now I'm not where I need to be on this, essentially.
Yes, there's absolutely things I know right now. So, for example, if I'm getting a down block, I know this is it. Like I'm either tapping the center, I'm tapping LT, and I'm like, this is it. We got like, this is it. Because we just did this in Indy. Now we get to get a live look. Let's work on this. So
that's cool. Specific to this year, goals, you entrenched yourself as a starter and you became a guy. You hit free agency, teams are calling you. What's the next level for you, do you think?
I think the next level for me is just continuing to level up. I feel like as a player, I'm just now scratching the surface, which obviously different players have different journeys. But I know for me, I feel like I'm just now scratching the surface, and I know there's a huge ceiling that I can achieve. And so I'm just excited to see where that goes.
Last thing, when you're away from the field, what's your go-to? Like, what makes you happy when you're not dealing with football?
Yeah, I would say really taking time to relax, chill, recover.
Are you a reader, gamer, TV binger? What do you like to do?
I feel like the only game I play is GTA. You know what I'm saying? So maybe not that big of a gamer, but definitely a reflector, journaler, or just honestly surrounding myself with people outside of the game. So that would just have to be friends, family, stuff like that.
Well, congrats on everything and best of luck this year.
Thank you so much.
Chris Paul from training camp yesterday. We'll be back out there for the first practice of the Stephon Diggs era. If all goes according to plan tomorrow morning here on Grant and Danny. So you'll hear that coverage throughout the day on the Fan. By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs, $25 million per year.
Oof.
Big week for running backs.
Indeed. They are back. The Renaissance this year. They're getting paid.
Football coverage on the Fan presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years. Guaranteed Xfinity. Imagine that. Nats baseball is next. Charlie and Dave keeping you company deep into the evening right here on the Fan.